I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill.
Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 76. And sorry, I didn't inform about the open mic earlier. I would prefer to tell you guys earlier, but I didn't. So, do you hear the music? Okay. Yeah, maybe this is softer. Okay, yeah, so I wanted to do it yesterday, but I was super tired because I have been overdo it for like the past weekdays. So I'm super tired. So yeah, then I'm also very super tired now. But anyway, so yeah, we're gonna do the open mic now. I'm gonna drop the link to join over at the live chat of the YouTube channel as well as Rumble. Can you guys hear me? The music will disappear. Don't worry. It's just it's opening, intro. It has some background music. Look, feels more like professional. So yeah, this is what Napo listens to. Yeah. So I'm gonna drop the link to join. I've dropped the link to join the open mic over at the live chat of the both open mic channels on Rumble and YouTube. Do join. And yeah. So it's not full music. Yeah, so yeah. Okay. Turn off the music. Bye. Okay, that's the music is gone. Okay, so I have been on a very hectic schedule of posting videos, which is why I've been super tired. Hey, hi Drew.
Hi. First time I joined and right at the beginning.
Yeah. Usually you are in the you are there on the beginning, but you're hiding in the background in the live chat.
I will hide. Yes, but today I have something I wanted to get off my chest, so I came on before everybody else so that I can say my piece and then I'll run away again.
Oh, sounds angry. Yeah. Please say your piece.
Yeah. So I getting a bit worried because I see the same thing happening again. The what's happening? Before so basically the if you look at the latest funding package, it's basically most of it is already weapons that have already gone in. There's about like $10 billion of weapons that are kind of new to be produced, and is to be produced, not even taken from stockpiles. So only about $1 billion of weapons are actually taken from stockpiles. So they basically think Ukraine is done. There's no more Ukraine. So now what's happening is they are pivoting over to China. So you see Janet Yellen going over to China and saying nonsense things like you guys have too much industry, and that's a problem. And then they send Blinken over there to say things like, hey, if you guys don't stop supporting Russia, then we'll sanction you. Or not, they didn't actually say that. They said that if you guys stop supporting Russia. So I think what's going to happen is they're going to pivot away from the current narrative of Ukraine is going to win, or rather the narrative of a few months ago. They're going to pivot away and say, okay, we lost in Ukraine because it's China's fault. We are winning, and then China came in, and then China is the one that caused us to lose. So forget about Ukraine. Now we are going to focus everything on China. So then what's going to happen is they're going to sanction China, slowly ramp up the sanctions, even more than now. They already have some sanctions on China. They'll try to sanction them where they can. So, and they will try to do the same things. All the anti-China propaganda, the sanctions, the trying to provoke China to go and invade Taiwan, trying to, they even brought up the old tropes like Uyghurs and, all the Tibet and all of those things, right? So the that worries me is that before this, I had thought, okay, they lost in Ukraine. Maybe they'll just wait another 10, 20 years, build up the strength first before they will try something else again. But now they're so desperate because they think that if they don't do anything, that their financial economy will actually collapse. The US will actually go bankrupt. So they don't think they can stop. So they know they can't win in Russia anymore. and they are going for like the big play, like the last desperate play, which is to take out China. And if they can take out China, so right now what they have done is they have approved the seizing of Russian assets, and that's only $5 billion. It's nothing. China has how many hundreds of billions or trillions of assets in the US? If they use that same legislation to freeze out China's assets and steal China's assets, suddenly they have given themselves a couple more decades of runway to pursue whatever they want to pursue, right? They have the legislation in place now to steal foreign countries' assets. All they need now is a casus belli. Like if they can force China to invade Taiwan, maybe they say, oh, we're going to send a nuke to Taiwan. There's no choice. China will have to do something about that, right? Then they can say, oh, you see, China invade Taiwan, so we're going to freeze, and then we're going to steal it. We're going to take their assets to help Taiwan, right? So that's my worry now, because I don't think they see any other way out. They are going bankrupt. If they don't do anything, what's going to happen is in a few months' time, one of their bond sales is going to fail. And when the bond sale fails, they suddenly can't borrow anymore. And then the whole thing comes crashing down. So before that point, they need to do something. And this is the scary thing. They are actually going after the biggest, the biggest, boogeyman they have. And I think the hope is that they can try to do I don't think they can. They think they can do like a regime change in China, because China's regime can't be changed. It's not like a political system that you can just elect somebody. It's a political system where the politicians have to like join in their 20s and then slowly get promoted up. Yeah, so it's not possible to, so I think what they can do is try to get the whole world to hate China together. So if you see in the social media platforms now, a lot of the propaganda is no more Ukraine. All the Ukraine propaganda is gone. My theory is that it got hit. The bot farm got hit. I said that 2 or 3 weeks ago, because it suddenly stopped. There was a sudden day it just stopped, and that was the day that Russia shot missiles at Kharkiv. And but it could also be they just turned it off. And now it's a lot of anti-China propaganda. A lot of the China is dirty. There's Uyghurs and free Tibet and all of those. Yeah, it's coming online. You can see it more and more and more and more. So that's my biggest worry now. That we are in the next 5 to 10 years. If you think Ukraine debacle was bad, this China thing is going to be horrible. The only hope now is that the Chinese can resist this and not do anything dumb. That's my only hope now. They have to be the mature guys on the block. Okay, I'm done.
Let's get the Chinese.
All right. I mean, I don't know. I kind of figured it was kind of universally understood that taking that money is going to cause a problem and a collapse. You take their money, then they just take your money. So it's basically a zero-sum game. It's like, they'll just nationalize stuff and take it, like they're talking about doing in Niger, some Exxon thing. So, I mean, I thought maybe they were going to take some oligarchs' money, which maybe they can get away with that because those are just individuals. But my understanding is, and I thought we kind of all agreed, that seizing $300 billion or whatever, hundreds of billions of dollars, China, that would cause them instant collapse or economic crisis, because the retaliation and just the loss of trust in the markets. I mean, who the fuck would do any business with people that steal your money? So, I mean, I don't know why you'd be so, I mean, I understand your concern, but at the same time, I don't know why you'd be so worried about it, because it seems like, yeah, a lot of people talk crazy and stupid, but the real money people know the idiocy of the talk.
The concern is this: if the US starts to sanction China, your washing machines are going to triple in price. Your cars are going to quadruple in price. All the little mechanical things that you use.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, surely there's somebody in the background that knows the numbers and ran them, and they're like, it's one thing to go out on CNN and talk shit. It's a whole other thing to, in reality, not actually implement the policy because they all know what would happen. I mean, there are, but our people are stupid. I mean, there's no reason to think we wouldn't cut our own nose off to spite our face, but you would think that there's somebody smart that would be like, put the brakes on it.
Going bankrupt and and our citizens having hyperinflation, I think they would prefer our citizens having hyperinflation. And,
Drew, just one comment. Not if Trump wins the election. Are you agree? If Trump wins the election, because he will lower the cost of the production.
I don't think Trump winning the election would derail it. Trump winning the election will stall it. What I think is Hillary Clinton was supposed to win when Trump first won. And if she had won, Ukraine would have kicked off then. Afghanistan would have stopped, Ukraine would have kicked off then. But Clinton lost. So Trump basically stalled it for 4 years because they couldn't get him to start a war. He tried so hard.
Well, I mean, what you could hope with Trump is new president, technically new administration, so maybe new opportunities, new eyes on a problem, so maybe some different solutions, but that all depends on who he brings on board and how the Congress is and all that shit. I mean, even if he wanted to be cool or de-escalate or work things out through economic and diplomatic ways instead of fighting, but that's him. Somebody else might not be down for that, like part of the Congress or the Senate and the MIC is going to be up his ass anyway. So I figure you get Trump, you get a new administration, so maybe there's a different way to do things. That's the only thing the Chinese have to look forward to.
Who's going to be Trump?
No, I'm just saying, I mean, with him, the only thing they got to look forward to is just maybe a new opportunity with different people. That's about it. That's all you could hope for, really.
John Bolton?
For me, I think...
No, I mean, if he doesn't bring back those kind of people, what I'm saying, okay, obviously he's not going to bring John Bolton back. He's obviously not going to bring Victoria Nuland in or anything.
They're going to make sure...
What I'm saying is if you get a new president, you get a new administration, so maybe there's a new way to do things. And save.
No, I think he'll be railroaded by the politicians because he's not a politician. He doesn't know how to play the game. Just look at what they did recently, right? They got him to agree to the $60 million so that they can hide the fact that they pre-sent weapons without authorization. So now they can hide all their crimes and they don't go to jail. And all Trump got was nothing. If he had just held off. And when he came in, he could have gone and said, all these guys broke the law, all these guys go to jail. But now they can't do that because now they have covered all their tracks with the
Oh, I know. I mean, I get all that. All I'm saying is you get a new president, you get a new administration, so maybe there's a chance to do something that wasn't able with the previous guys. I mean, because you gotta admit, even if Biden gets reelected, he's burned all his fucking bridges, so nobody's going to talk to him. So the only chance anyone has is if you get a new president that maybe somebody will give a chance to. That's all you can hope for.
Trump is a better choice. Don't get me wrong. Trump is a better choice because he won't do anything. Hopefully, that's you'll stall them by simply being incompetent. Yeah. Anyway.
Just a short comment there, Drew. Just one short comment, Drew. If you listen to Trump, this is exactly his point all the time, making USA independent of China. So, but I think if Trump is reelected, I think that the problem might be so worse, so bad as you think, perhaps. But with Biden, it's straight tail down.
But can the US sanction China?
Well, yeah, like with Biden, you pretty much know how it's going to end. With Trump, maybe there's a chance for a different ending. That's all you're hoping for.
Yeah.
But can the US sanction China the way they have sanctioned Russia? Because how do you sanction the world's largest manufacturing nation? Yeah. So I think the US is trying to. Yeah, they can do a black. But I think they are playing the long game because some factories have had they are moving from China to Vietnam. The US is trying to bring back some factories into the US and Mexico. So maybe it will just be the same strategy. Just like during the Trump era, there was this tariff or just increase tariffs here and there moderately. Yeah. But the US knows they are playing the long game. They can't blanket sanction China because prices of goods
they
in
don't
the
have
US
time for a long game.
will increase. Yeah.
Their runway is very short right now. They don't
Mhm.
have time for a long game. Another maybe 10, 20 years, one of the bond
Yeah.
sales is going to fail.
Yeah, and I mean, they really don't show any indications that they have like long-term plans. Because think about it, like the whole thing with breaking up Russia and using Ukraine as a proxy, when Ukraine could have literally been the fucking Hong Kong of Eastern Europe and just been a fucking route for rice or weed or fuel or gas or Western products to the east, Eastern products to the west. But no, it's that somebody whispered bullshit in their ear and they thought they could start a war and become something that they probably weren't realistically. You know what I'm saying? It's like they got all these roads, highways, pipelines, ports. It's like you could have been making bank and had hundreds of thousands of guys still alive. You know, I mean, people could have done. I mean, you could have sold land to BlackRock to build factories on and shit, but no, you blew it all up. So well. I'm just saying.
My other hope is Taiwanese also see what happened to Ukraine and the destruction that happened there, and realize that that's what's going to happen to them if they take a nuke from the US or they agree to something that crosses China's red line. So they also have this fear, even though they think they are well defended. They know they can't really hold out against China. I mean, you just get 1 million infantry swimming across your. What are you gonna do? There's no fighting. There's no winning Taiwan versus China. It's just how many people die in the process, and it's lunacy. So hopefully Taiwan's politicians don't cross understand China's red lines and don't cross them.
If I'm Taiwan, I'm probably paying attention to the fact that China just finished 5 nuclear reactor builds across the strait in Fujian and are probably the world's leader in railgun technology. So rods from God, like 200 kilo tungsten rods at Mach 20, can just rain down on any U.S. carrier group anywhere near there. Like, anyone who's paying attention to what's really happening technologically knows the U.S. Navy cannot defend Taiwan against that kind of shore defenses. So it's just the 300-kilometer range. They can shoot right over the mountain. So this is a settled deal in Taiwan, and I think even the United States' conventional simulations show they cannot win there. All they can do, and I'm 100% with Drew, is try to play a sanctions game. But what I wonder about is the numbers. Is the overall investment of China in the West as a whole so much greater than the West investment in China that China loses out of that transaction? Because they got to be reducing their exposure right now. I'm thinking every Chinese asset in the West is for sale at the moment. They're probably trying to get rid of them and trade them for assets in safe countries like BRICS countries. And I would watch that activity carefully. One point I'll make here is that this issue of everything costing 3 times as much, we actually see it in the automobile sector. BYD, Chinese company, is capable of building $10,000 EV hatchbacks right now. They're building them in that price and selling them in China. They're building them in Mexico, and it doesn't cost them even as much as it costs them in China. But when they sell these cars, the Seagull and the Dolphin and so on, they sell them in Europe for triple the price that it costs them, that they're paying for them in China. BYD is quite happy to take a profit margin of like 400% on these vehicles. And the Europeans are quite happy to having some chance of saving their own auto industry by them being sold at a price they can compete with. So we already do see right now that there are some sectors where the price is radically higher in the West than it is in China. And that cash flow is all flowing into fundamentally Chinese coffers. So there are colluders with this whole process of keep the prices high in the West and low in China. But it's impossible to see how this works out to the West benefit long term. If absolutely everybody in China has the latest stuff in their house, most energy efficient, brand new, most maintainable, and everybody in the West is got this mixed bag of stuff, some Chinese stuff that they paid 4 times more for, and their own local protected, subsidized, protected brands, which are behind the times technologically. That's an absolute recipe for collapse. We're talking Russia in the 90s. We're talking Spain in the 19th century. We're talking Britain in 1950. Like, a really serious empire collapse if that's the scenario.
Well,
I personally think that is going to be the case, though. But I mean, in the case where there will be a very massive collapse. But I think what Drew said is plausible. Not absolutely will happen, but it does open the possibility. Like they dare to approve such a legislation. Whether it will be used on China is hard to say. And if it's going to use on China, it's not going to be just as confiscating assets. They're going to default on all the bonds that China have bought, which means that they're basically stealing all the money that China has given back given back to United States. So they don't have to pay it, which means that they will solve their so-called fiscal problem, because they have a lot of massive problem about debt. They could basically pay a lot of their debts through stealing China's money. But of course, there is going to have other issues where nobody will buy US bonds ever again. So then that's the end of the US reserve currency as well. So it will be a very dangerous game, I guess. So but invasion, I think Taiwan wouldn't go to war. Yeah, but when it comes to about Taiwan, I think Taiwan will not do something so stupid. I think there will be extremism appearing in Taiwan to kill off whoever the president is who dare to go towards that path, because it will be too dangerous to go that path. I believe there will be some terrorists who appear, but I think because Taiwan is ultimately still Chinese people, the Chinese brain don't work that way. We are not so dumb.
Hopefully not.
But the whole China trying to extricate itself from the West, it's a very tricky process, because if you see all the bond holdings going down, right, they're not actually selling bonds. If China starts selling bonds, you'll create panic in the market. They're not selling bonds. They're letting the old ones expire, and they're not buying new ones. So Janet Yellen went there to tell them, hey, start buying new ones. Why are you not buying new ones? And China just said, no, we're not buying anymore. So you see it's a gradual drop, because they're not selling. They're just not buying new ones, and they're letting the old ones expire and taking that money and buying gold and buying platinum and buying all those things that they can take and put in the vault, rather than whole US assets. So if they try to sell a large amount, the government at least, it's going to trigger a crash in the prices of their own assets, because they own so much of it. So they can't do that. So even though I agree with you, it's very.
That's
tricky.
what I'm saying, man. I mean,
how much,
it almost seems like it's. It almost seems like it's a dead man switch if they do anything stupid.
Yeah.
Guaranteed, mutually assured destruction. So that's why I just don't think they'll do the real seizure like they talk. They might just take some oligarch's bank account and then act like they did something. But I mean, I disagree with what people have said before. The risk is so great. You just can't steal people's fucking money, because like you're talking about, you do that, they're going to default on bonds. They're going to be like, fuck off. They might already be selling their shit off to make sure they're less exposed, like crypto said. I mean, they ain't stupid.
The signal is very clear from China, though. If you see Blinken going to China, he came, when he arrived, there is no red carpets, there is no high officials to welcome him. And when he leaves, there's zero officials sending him off, because he has no self-control. When he's a very poor foreign minister, saying the kind of things that he said to China in China. China basically just show that they don't respect this person at all. They don't respect this administration at all.
Yeah, what was the deal with
this happened to Obama as well.
When they had Xi on video and he said, when's he leaving tonight? Like he was happy.
I mean, that could be a very innocent question. I would also ask, when are you leaving? I think that's a common. I think that's a common question.
The Chinese are not very used to showmanship in front of a camera. They don't.
Not in the Western way.
Not in the Western way. Because they don't need to show to their populace. They don't need to, So they don't tend to have this kind of little tricks where I say this thing just at this time, like the Western politicians do. So it could be it's just a very innocent question that, to me.
But
you gotta look at body language. I mean, like when he met the ex-Taiwanese president, they seemed like they were pretty friendly and,
Yeah, because that is his good friend. he removed conscription from Taiwan.
It didn't seem like, because sometimes the way Xi is, because looks like a big dude, he kind of you can kind of tell like when he shakes someone's hands if they're cool or if it's a little intimidating, like please don't kill me, while he's shaking his hand. I mean, sometimes he has that look about him, but it just seemed like when he was greeting that guy, it was like they were actually cool, like they could work together. And I guess he's going to be some kind of liaison kind of.
See, he looks pretty funny, the Chinese president. I mean, I really like him, but he looks so cozy.
We need
it's almost suspicious.
If you want to see the level of he's already being very diplomatic. You want to see how he is when he's angry, right? You look for that video where he stopped. Was it the Canadian president? Was it
Trudeau?
Trudeau.
He was mad.
He lectured him on the spot, and then Trudeau went off to the toilet. That is him being angry. So that's the limit of
that is still angry diplomatically. He haven't even blow his temper. He's angry but diplomatically angry. So and it also reminds me of the Obama's trip, the last trip to China, where his Air Force One landed. There's no ladder for him. He have to come out of the plane through the plane's own ladder, from the rear of the plane. No, this is the level of the disrespect China is giving to United States because they don't respect these administrations, because these administrations are outright, out not to do a deal, but outright to start a problem. If you look at how Trump started a trade war with China, they know that they can make a deal somewhat with Trump. They know that Trump is not out there to kill them. You see, he welcomed Trump with the red carpet, send them to the Great Wall, to take a look, eat Chinese food. It's different. So that's despite Trump started a trade war.
With a double agent.
Well, it's worth their investment in that kind of stuff with certain people because they know they can probably get something from it, or they can at least work with this person. So it's worth investing the parade and the red carpet and stuff. But these other fuckers, like these Biden people, they know it's a dead end. So it's like, okay, I'll come shake your hand. You'll hear click, click, click. You can make your stupid statement and then leave. I mean, they know there's nothing there, so why even bother faking it? I mean,
Trump was really scary, and that's fine. Whereas what these other guys are bringing, it's not competition. It's outright, hegemony. It's outright, shitting on them. They're not looking for a deal. They're looking for a submission. And that's something that China will never say, oh, yes.
Well, it's just like the other day, Elon Musk, didn't he meet with Xi? It's like, he meets with him. He treats him nice. They probably had a good conversation because Xi wants something from him and he wants something from Xi, so they know they can work together. So it's like he'll like you said, it's about respect and shit. It's like, if you want to treat him as an equal and work with him as a partner, then they'll probably be really cool to you. But if you're going to try and play these fucking games and start shit, like you said, cause problems, they're done. I respect that. It's like they just wipe their hands of it. Like, fine, let us know when somebody serious is there and we'll maybe talk to them.
Just one last comment about Xi and his behavior. As I said, I like him a lot. But that one time where he they had this party meeting, it was almost like Saddam Hussein. But when he escorted this guy who in the party who had been a traitor or something, and he was just smiling, the same smiling eyes, but it was like they escorted him out of the meeting.
That's the former president. That's the former premier. That's the former leader.
Yeah.
But that was because he was.
They did escort him out. He was seated. Who escorted him out was the same people that brought him in. It's his Midas, the former president.
He was sick.
It was kind of Saddam. Yeah, that said it, but it reminded me of Saddam Hussein. But Xi just smiling grandmother. You're a smiling grandmother. Like in
I will say that about Xi.
It was potentially a horrific situation. Maybe it was escorted out to get executed.
No, that is the showmanship. That is the Chinese showmanship. For me, that is 100% a message. That's 100% a message sent internally. Right? Yeah, I know. It's a message to send to everyone that Xi Jinping has taken over. So, because there are different factions. There are two different factions. That is the faction of the.
You won't wait 10 years. Come on. He has taken over for how many years already?
But no, they're still infighting. No, he's the leader, but they're still fighting between the different factions. So he's like, with that one move,
settled it once and for all.
Yeah, he's basically making a show. Joey.
Yeah, since you're on the topic of China, I wanted to pose two questions. One, this projected invasion of Taiwan, I'm not saying it's going to happen, and I don't think China plans to do it, but how difficult will it be for China to launch that amphibious invasion, considering that Taiwan and the United States have wargamed this situation, and they are very much fortified Taiwan? Secondly, maybe I wanted people's opinion on Chinese activities in the South China Sea, the 9-dash line. Is it justifiable, considering how the Philippines, Vietnam have been losing atolls, reefs? How do people like Drew? How do you look at that 9-dash line?
Wait, so Taiwan invasion of Taiwan is never going to happen. If there is going to be like a war, what China is going to do is just going to blockade the whole island, and any foreign ships that come in is just going to get supersonic missile, hypersonic missile, and sink whatever fleet that comes into that area. That's it. China has a lot of shore defenses for that purpose. They don't invade the island. It's just it will starve. The island will starve. So the 9-dash line is okay. So there are 5 countries. They are fighting there. There's Malaysia. There's Vietnam. There's Indonesia. There's Philippines. There's China, and Brunei as well. So 6 countries. But Brunei is not that much. Brunei's claim is only overlapping Malaysia's. And they all do it. The blowing up of fishing boats, the harassment of fishermen, all that nonsense. If you actually Google for it, Indonesia will blow up Malaysia's ships, Vietnam will blow up China's ships, Philippines will go sink some Vietnamese ships, and Vietnam will accuse the Philippines fishermen of like using dynamite, and then Vietnam and Philippines will accuse Vietnam and China of using cyanide, and it's a mess. But what's happening there is why China is keeping to that 9-dash line, and it's nonsense. The 9-dash line is nonsense to me because it's so far out. But what China needs to do is doing the same thing that Russia wants to do in Ukraine. They need a buffer zone, because a lot of people don't know Philippines was once a state of the United States. It wasn't even a colony. It was a state, Philippines. So they need a space between China and Philippines, and that's why they've been building military bases on those islands to keep watch in case something comes from in that direction. That is the objective, for them to keep up with this farce of, oh yes, we have this, we claim this whole South China Sea. It's a defensive claim. It's not an economic thing. So it's like, yeah, I don't agree with the 9-dash line, but I can see why they do it, because the US is literally right at their door. That's one of their states there, even though now they claim it's not. Yeah. So, yeah. Yes, sorry,
but he is
No, I was just going to say, I mean, the islands they're building, I mean, some of them are for missiles, some of them will have helicopters, some of them are big enough to take aircraft. And, some countries might think it's fucked up, but it's like, those other countries, they don't really have the money to defend the area or really invest in extracting the resources from the area. The only reason they even have any real sway in the area is because the United States is propping them up. I mean, yeah, Vietnam might be a different case, but like in the case of the Philippines, they're being goaded into fucking with China. And
Remember
they may have some legitimate concerns and stuff, but again, you don't have a fucking navy, you don't have any money. If China wants to build a buffer zone, it's not like they're going to not protect the Philippines from somebody if somebody was fucking with them. It's not like they wouldn't be a good neighbor. I mean, we have bases all over the world, and then we're supposed to be good neighbors. So who gives a fuck if the Chinese have some bases in their backyard? I mean, even with our bases in the Pacific, they can still bomb Guam. So, and they can probably bomb fucking Hawaii too. Yeah. So,
Joey, do you know the sort of the first island chain, second island chain, third island chain, the map of the Pacific from a defensive point of view? Like, basically the first island chain, which includes Taiwan and everything down including the Philippines, is like a line around China that essentially it amounts to a de facto naval blockade, right? Why Taiwan is so critical to China is if it has it, it's broken the first island chain, and it can proceed out into the second, which is like the Solomons and down. And then there's a third island chain, which actually includes the Micronesia and so on. And so the politics actually plays out in all of these places at once, because basically you've got this huge amounts of sovereign territory in between all these little islands. So basically, until you understand the first, second, and third island chain, it's hard to understand why all this maneuvering in the Pacific matters at all. But it is exactly as Drew and Vaughn are saying, it's a fundamentally a defensive thing. China is trying to protect shipping to the Strait of Malacca. There's some fish there and some oil there, but that's a very minor concern compared to protecting its shipping routes. So when you look at how important the shipping routes are past Singapore and up the Strait of Malacca, they're critically important right now. China gets a tremendous amount of food and tremendous amount of oil from those. But now it's rapidly shifting its oil intake from Russia, and it's putting its own oil platforms in the South China Sea, and it's radically reducing faster than any other country its oil use. Remember, 60% of oil is used in transport, and 35% of all vehicles sold in China this year were EVs, and next year it'll be 40, and then 45. They will be all EV by well before 2030. So they will radically reduction of their oil use. So they'll get to that point where they don't need anything that isn't from Russia or isn't from the South China Sea. Food is harder, but Russia is a massive exporter of food as well. So that relationship is absolutely central to both of them strategically. China's also built its railway through Myanmar. It's building that rapidly to get access to the Indian Ocean without the Strait of Malacca. And so it's rapidly removing these food and oil interdependencies. The danger right now is if China were ever blockaded, it really is in trouble for food and energy rather quickly, and would have to escalate to nuclear and to naval sinking U.S. carrier fleets very quickly with its submarines. Like, it couldn't really withstand more than about a month of a real blockade at the moment. That's strategically dangerous because we have American administrations that are very stupid and might try that.
What about the other countries? Because it's not just China. If there is a blockade, everybody will be blocked. What about Japan?
Well, they would, yeah. I mean, basically, it's impossible to imagine how food would get to the Philippines or Indonesia and not, or Vietnam, and not end up smuggled into China, right? It's hard to. I don't think this kind of thing would happen. But this is what some of the
this way too. I mean,
analysts say.
You could look at it this way too. If China ain't eating, neither are you. They might sink fucking other countries' food ships.
They've got they've got the reach to do that.
We're not going to let a fucking cargo ship full of food land in Guam when they're starving.
Yeah, or just hijack the ships.
Can.
Hey, Craig, I mean, your detailed knowledge on the world is phenomenal. But when it comes to the oil business, I know, and oil in general, it's don't be so quick to say that oil is a very complicated business. So even though they have more electric cars, it doesn't necessarily mean the oil consumption goes down, because
it just goes down to plastics, lubricants, medicines. Exactly. But they get all that from. They can get enough for that purpose from Russia and their own sources. They can even turn coal into it at a high enough energy cost, right? If you're willing to pay the money to do it, you can turn coal into oil. It's just wildly expensive to do that, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, like it's what they're doing.
The huge pipelines to Central Asia. There are 4 strings from Central Asia, which are now connecting to Russia as well, in case they don't have enough. We have the Power Siberia 1, 2 strings, and plus Power Siberia 2. It is a huge amount, and also from Myanmar. They're also building a pipeline from there. So
food is way more important than oil. And they can more than the food.
Food is interesting because food the grains sold to Russia grows something like 37% last year, and also meat is going out from Russia. Well, of course, Russia wouldn't be able to support 1 billion people.
But we can sell the Chinese that Ukrainian grain. It needs a home.
Hey, Nunya,
I'm gonna run off again. Bye bye.
See you, man. Hey, Wayne, go ahead and go. Wave your damn hand or fucking stick your finger up.
You're on mute.
Wayne did not. You're muted, Wayne. Wayne, you're muted. You're talking to yourself.
Well, we all agreed with Drew anyway, so.
A blockage of China would create an immense economical crisis all over the world. We still don't have any substitute for whatever China produced, little instruments, little components, and so on. Even so, the biggest foreign investment of the United States, if I'm not mistaken, is still in China. So it's like $125 billion invested in China, and China has less than 800 billion in bonds from the US. So in a way, it's like, it's not that they can really decouple. And if you're looking at that little shit, Mr. Blinken, it's like he understands, he's afraid how far he can go. And I think you guys were talking before how much he was humiliated. But the thing is that he has to be very careful whatever he says, because China still has a lot of things they can really make the US suffer for a big time. So it's not so easy. So we are currently, that's what I meant.
They're currently very tight. The two economies is still too tied up right now. So which is why even China wanted to sink United States. They are also very worried of making the wrong step, and then sinking themselves as well. So that's why all this talk about the bonds and everything. Like if China actually tried to diversify, let's say wheat, they buy a lot of wheat from China to feed their pigs. They have a lot of pigs. They need to feed their pigs. But the problem is that they can't even diversify enough, which is why they had to spend years developing the wheat farms in South America. They encouraging and teaching the Argentinians and everyone to make wheat and everything, and then they start to move away from the United States. But when the drought happened in the South America, they have no choice. They still have to buy United States. So they have a lot of problems even with diversification. So I wrote a long piece about it long time ago. Yeah. So I know a little bit about it. Who is
okay? A couple of major, or at least I think they're major points. China is having a major pork problem. I don't know if you've heard, but they've got every country around China is reporting swine fever. China says they don't have it. That's kind of unbelievable when every country on their border is reporting it. So it's suspected that they're basically hiding the issue, and they've been importing a hell of a lot of weird stuff recently. Another issue is that Vietnam may actually be on the verge of coming apart.
Again?
In what way?
I don't know all the details. There's some corruption stuff going on there that I've caught bits and pieces of. Somebody stole, like $50 billion.
Yeah, they got sentenced to death, so that problem's been taken care of.
No, it ain't, because it's all through the rest of the Vietnamese Communist Party.
I would assume her sentence is what the problem will be solved with as it proceeds. There will be more people that steal money that get executed.
Look at how many people he's had to
what did that bring? But where do you want to go? How does a crisis in Vietnam will perform very negatively in China? Sorry, try to make.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Okay, so that's cool.
I'm just pointing out that there's a bunch of things happening in the area which are disturbing.
Do you know how many people live there? Do you know how many people live there? Of course, there is loads of things happening there. Let's not be ridiculous.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a little bit beyond
in the world the
usual.
Of course, there's lots of things happening.
So I can put some equivalents, like let's say in China, during when Xi Jinping just took over, then he started this anti-corruption drive, and then a lot of people arrested, a lot of top people arrested, a lot of people disappeared. And then it screws up even our Singapore and China relationship, because some of these people we thought that they're going to be the next leader, and then we highly supported these people, and then they got arrested for corruption and everything. But that did not collapse China.
Was that Lucas guy a new guy?
Lucas is he came before.
Okay.
So it did not collapse China. So it whatever a few individuals, it's not going to collapse the Communist Party in Vietnam. Communist Party are powerful because they are very hard to collapse. It's not so easy to collapse a Communist Party unless the global, the economy and everything, until people can't stand it, they overthrow it, or you have a war and then you wipe them out. If not, it's going to be very hard to collapse a communist regime because they are a dictatorship. You try collapsing Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un is also very hard to collapse. How do you going to collapse him? Unless you start a war or something.
Keep in mind also that Vietnam is a U.S. ally, so instability in Vietnam actually doesn't hurt China at all. It gives it an opportunity to cozy up to maybe the next leaders in Vietnam and take them out of the U.S. orbit somewhat, make investment offers and so on. Historically, Vietnam and China have been very, very much at odds because of long history. You can go back, it goes back 2,000 years. But the fact is, if China is the rising power, U.S. is the falling power, the pragmatic move in Vietnam is make deals with China that are too good to be passed up. I mean, I think there's an opportunity to solidify the China-Vietnam relationship and clean things up at the same time, just like there was an opportunity for Ukraine and Russia to clean things up. Now, we know how badly south that went, but if I'm from Vietnam, Ukraine's not my model of future success.
And Ukraine and Russia had a chance to clean things up. When?
Well, there was an opportunity, basically under Yanukovych, that they could have completely ditched their 1990 to 2010 kind of compromises, which is why, in my view, Ukraine was so corrupt, because there was all this post-Soviet hangover, all these old deals from the USSR. They could have reformed all that. Instead, Ukraine took on the corruption from the European side, more or less. It ended up making deals with London. And, it might have been corrupt either way, but there was an opportunity there, I think, that was lost between 2010 and 2014. And Vietnam might have a similar window of opportunity to look at its historic enemy to the north and go, fuck it, you know what? We actually are better off together.
So what you're saying is that Yanukovych should have been able to ignore the people who elected him.
Yanukovych should have been able to make the deal with Russia, and he should have been able to react more.
He had no buy-in from the public on it.
That's false.
He was elected
on
join the EU thing, and he changed.
No.
It's false, Wayne. You don't know what the terms were from the EU. The terms were they had to abandon everything with Russia. They had to basically throw away all their cheap energy. They had to allow private companies like BlackRock to come in and buy land, and that was reasonable to refuse all of that. And we know that it was not a legitimate kind of negotiation because the Euromaidan U.S. coup happened. You don't have a coup happening when you can get what you want by negotiation or public pressure.
You behave yourself, please. You're laughing. Who are you laughing?
Yanukovych, right? So the thing is that his administration.
Well, Wayne's going to deny there was a coup. Next, he'll deny the U.S. blew up Nord Stream, and he'll claim that Bucha was all done by the Russians. And we know the usual NAFO.
Yeah, sorry. I used to think that Euromaidan was a coup. I used to think there was CIA involvement, but ever since Wayne started laughing, I've realized that it was actually all the fucking Russians the whole time.
Yeah. So the issue is during those days they are really going to sign the deal with EU. 100% they are really going to sign it. The problem is just before they sign, they make the calculation and they realize they're going to lose a lot of money because they cannot have both deals at the same time. Both are free trade deals, but the thing is that there is no free trade deal between EU and Russia. The goods are just going to avoid the tariff and go into Russia, which is why Russia said that if you sign that deal, we have to cancel our deal. This is why they made the calculation and
trade deal. At one point, Russia was
you can only have one free
EU member. At one point, Russia
if you join the EU, you cannot be part of the Russian. No, Russia they have
Turkish
this post-Soviet. So Russia they have the post-Soviet trade bloc where everything is free flowing. There is no trade. There's no trade tariff at all between the former Soviet countries. So Ukraine earns a lot of money through.
You know why that is? What?
No, it's not why that is. It is what it
why?
is. And
There's
then,
a specific reason.
No, about why. Now I'm talking about why they cannot sign the EU deal. Because once they sign the EU deal, they have to cancel that deal, and they calculated they're going to lose a lot of money. And the president realized he cannot do it. That's why he said we need to pause. We need to recalculate because this is not going to work out for now. They told the EU side, and the EU is not happy because They wanted this. They deliberately want to mess up the Ukrainian politics, and this president is not that bad because he's really realizing that he wanted to sign the deal. He can't sign it unless you're willing to lose a lot of money. And anyway, he's going to get kicked out. If he lose a lot of money, the economy collapse, he will still be kicked out. It's the same result, so he have to sign. And I just want to talk about Vietnam again. Vietnam is not just have an ally in the United States, but it also is a strong ally of Russia. So Vietnam is not going to collapse anytime soon.
Yes.
I go to jump out for someone else.
Yanukovych was elected by the Party of the Regions. The Party of the Regions was a party that was mostly voted in the old industrial or southern parts of Ukraine, or the Russian-speaking part, the ones that wanted to have better connections with Russia. And if we look what happened afterwards in 2014, when Russia imposed sanctions on Ukraine, yes, all those factories that we see now in these wars being destroyed, they have been stopped since 2014. Because whatever they produce it for the ex-Soviet market. They produce stuff that could just be sold there. The standards are very different. They can't sell those stuff in the European Union. They couldn't. Then everything closed. And Wayne, you are disgraced as a person because a person like Wayne is talking, like Craig is talking, which we have a lot of respect for, and you laugh that way. You make yourself being silly and disrespectful. And this is nobody's laughing at you. People are telling you with arguments things that is not correct about your naval arguments. If I may be allowed to say like that.
I can take it. It's okay. It's like we will definitely be laughing at people on here. I'm fine with that. Let's not worry about tone policing. Let's have it out.
Hey guys, I mean, basically what it comes down to.
Okay, well, if that's the case, I think you're a fucking retard, Wayne. Just so you know. I'm speaking for the people here.
You're not the only one who thinks that.
Come on, guys, come on.
I know.
But Wayne, you should turn off your mic. When you're not talking, you should turn off your mic. I know it's your first
Wayne, you should also turn off your mic when you are talking. That would improve things.
Easier to wake us up. Come on. Thank you, Wayne. Because of you.
Sorry, my microphone is my hearing aids.
Not the only type of aids you have.
Just remember, guys, the Canadians in this chat are authorizing war crimes, all right? Just remember that.
Well, you let a Nazi into your parliament, man. It's nothing new for Canada.
Yep, that's right.
What question?
And we blew up the trench truces in World War I, too.
Nothing's going to top that,
Which countries have been sending warships through the Taiwan Strait?
That's the biggest shit I ever seen in my life. A fucking Nazi in the parliament.
That'd be a war crime, too. Intervening between China and China would count as a war crime. Yes, there's probably Canadian ships involved in that, too.
Yeah, but which countries have been sending ships through the Taiwan Strait besides the United States and Canada?
UK did once, I think. Once.
No, they've been doing it almost once a month. The French have been. The Germans have been.
The Netherlands is.
Well, there's a lot of people.
Hey, well, welcome to our new friend here,
yeah,
Belarusian, clearly.
Yeah.
How's it going, man?
Australians in on the fun as well.
Yeah.
And the Japanese.
Well, I've been earlier on the studio. I kind of approach this problem of the war in a different sense, in the sense that the BRICS has intention to firstly establish a second kind of European Union, but then with only way better applicability of the international cooperation. And they want to do from Minsk the same that, like the technocrats have been doing from Brussels, but then with the adversaries of Brussels. So they are investing a lot in this quarter of this year in the how can you say, a kind of survey or search in Europe for the win in the election of the European Union. And yeah, as far as I know, not everybody is as much united behind the Ukraine. There are a lot of people that I know from my generations that are in favor of Russia, and they will always look for the way to be a dissident from the power. And yeah, I look forward to June and this year, because then there will be the outcome, final outcome of the election in the European Union, and from there on, then we will know whether they can find a sustainable peace, or they will have a very, very long, intense war ahead. So I think that wraps it up a little bit.
About the European elections, I don't think the parliament will change much. Of course, people are expecting von der Leyen to go, but this still doesn't. Von der Leyen probably will have to go. She wouldn't have enough support in the parliament, but whoever will be chosen will still be one that is within some scope of the political will that we see nowadays in most capitals of the European Union. Of course, we know that once the elections came over and we see the results to protest parties winning such a big slice of the parliament, perhaps some countries will start to be more vocal anti-war, but we still don't know. But the parliament elections won't bring much of a difference, unfortunately.
Maybe that's true, but the thing is, the BRICS countries are ready to assist a lot of member countries that want to create economic zones that are quite similar to the European Union, but then how can you say, just with the countries that want to be the economic tiger countries, but then from the West, because the West.
You know, I disagree with this, man. I don't think that BRICS is anywhere near being some kind of anything similar to the European Union. You know, the European Union is this long-running project, right, where it's been really ever since World War II. The ideas of a European community, the seeds of that have been in place. I mean, honestly, you can go back to the post-Napoleonic Congress of Vienna for this idea of all the European countries agreeing with each other and having this sort of equal level of diplomacy. This isn't something that just pops out of the ground. I mean, BRICS itself, it's in the name. It's a fucking acronym. You know, it doesn't mean anything. It's just a combination of those countries which are, you know, scattered around the world, which are rising in some sense. That's pretty much all that BRICS is. I think that what's interesting about BRICS is not the idea of it forming into some kind of, you know, into remaking the whole global economic order anytime soon, but just presenting a different development bank opportunity for the third world rather than going to the West and IMF. That's going to be the most interesting thing that BRICS shows us in the coming decade.
But that's not what I mean.
I have to run. I have a dog staring at me.
Oh, okay.
You probably saw him a moment ago.
Great. Okay, take care. So, Marinus, go on.
Yes. So my point isn't that there will be a second kind of BRICS. My point is that the BRICS have noticed a lot of dissent member states of the European Union, and they want to create a second vehicle, and they want to have the home ground of Minsk as the starting point, and then they want to attract other nations that are capable of improving the trade from Belarus on.
But how does it change? How does that change the European Union in itself? Are you saying that the BRICS are trying to lure European state members into the organization? Is that your thesis?
My thesis is that Russia wants to add the entire Novo Russia. That's also the south, the center, and the east of Ukraine, and then northwest. Northwest is up for grabs, so they can be, as the European leaders want, they can be part of Poland or of Czechia. But what the BRICS countries want is that it will be part of Belarusia, and that Belarus also get Kaliningrad as well, and then Russia is responsible for the Black Sea, and Belarusia will be responsible for the how's the water there called? I forgot. Baltics. Okay, Baltic Sea. So that's how they want to create two divisions that both can be highly productive, and then there's an entire plan to find new allies in Europe, and that's something that I think hardly anybody sees right now, but that's the new development that we're heading at in Europe.
I think it's actually a really good point. I mean, if you look at the map of Europe, if you look at the countries which are kind of sort of trying to align with Russia, obviously they're not really able to do it explicitly, but you look at Hungary and you look at Serbia, obviously, right? Hungary has a border with Ukraine. Hungary very well may have a border with Russia, or close to it in a few years from now. At that point, Hungary also has a border with Serbia. You can imagine this almost being sort of a dagger into the heart of NATO, or at least into the southern flank of NATO. You know, I think that's really the big story. Is the Balkans are going to be in play once again. Romania and Bulgaria are going to be really important for Russia. You know, Russia is going to be in control of one side of the Danube Delta at the end of this war, most likely as well. And the Danube connects all the way through Romania, through through 15 of those random fucking European countries, obviously, all the way into Austria. You know, so we're going to see. You know, I think that NATO understands this to be almost like if Ukraine falls, and it's sort of a series of dominoes that are going to fall, and we might end up in a geopolitical scenario in Europe that looks a little bit more similar to what it was like during the Cold War.
And I agree. I just want to point out that it's like having a bunch of little.
Let that happen.
It's like a bunch of little Kaliningrads, right?
Yeah,
like they could be tiny countries, but they'll be like Kaliningrads, heavily armed little fortresses, like Serbia and maybe Slovakia and so on. Yeah. So that would scare the fuck out.
Financially, there are some countries that are really backing Ukraine, but they know all the money that they stuffed for Ukraine, they will never get back. Eventually, there was Arstovich who said that Russia and Ukraine likely will come up with a charge to the Western countries for all the ruins in Ukraine and Russia, the new parts of Russia as well, and therefore they must come up with compensation not only for rebuilding but also for the safety of the region, because there is too much weaponry around, and it will be hostile for a long time because you have so much clan violence in the eastern part of Europe. So it won't be good for, let's say, even for my home country, the Netherlands. It won't be good for them to stay at the side of the United States, because it will cost so terribly much. There will be a real crisis in the economy, not only from this, but also from the instability from the banking system. It's really a turning point at this moment in history, I guess. Because when for instance, the Netherlands stops obeying to Washington D.C. and London the city and Brussels and Paris, if they stop with that, that will be largely acknowledged throughout the world that It's totally different world that we live in right now. And then I should point to the next speaker, right? That was the new rule.
Oh yeah,
chat base. Okay.
Yeah, we stopped on Vaz and Andrew was saying something, so get to both of them.
Okay, then Andrew, you can start.
No, it's not on the topic. It's some news I was going to say. If you want to continue talking about the current topic, then.
Well, Vaz was saying something on this topic, I think. So
yes, so Vaz should go first.
I forgot what I want to say. So.
Yeah, let's move forward. Also, I think we should try to pivot towards getting to the Ukraine war front line soon. But yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
The Swiss newspaper Blik, citing Ukrainian military, says that Donbass will fall in October. Several commanders who are fighting on the Eastern Front told the publication. I quote, "The Russians will capture Donbass by October. Then a conflict will freeze and we'll have to negotiate with Putin. This is predicted by Sergei, an officer of the brigade of a brigade located in Chasov Yar. Frontline workers named 3 reasons that could lead to such a situation. The first is the lack of people, which is basically mobilization. The second is the U.S. aid arrived too late. And the third reason is the leadership style of Commander-in-Chief Siersky, which the publication calls the paralyzing effect of the butcher."
I think he's someone that shouldn't be taken that serious. Well,
Siersky?
This is a bit wishful thinking. The idea that the conflict will freeze. I think we kind of understood the conflict is not going to freeze. Most probably there'll be a breach in all the fences of Ukraine. If things
Ukraine won't exist.
Yes, the Russians are not willing to freeze the conflict. That was an idea that the Americans have been trying to bring to the table, to freeze the conflict in some way. And the Russians understood it. They said they can't trust anybody in the Ukrainian regime. So why would they freeze the conflict?
Right, but we're talking about a commander in Chasov Yar, right? He's not going to.
He said that. So
he's essentially already a dead man, in my view. If you're sitting in Chasov Yar, people know the actual geography of it, it's important to understand. Chasov Yar is like a hill from which you can see the other 4 fortress towns in the Donetsk Oblast, right? So if you've captured Chasov Yar, you actually can shoot at any of those fortresses, suppress fire anywhere in that site with ordinary artillery without missiles. And we know that the Russians have an overwhelming advantage in that. And so that would be in a conflict where you had a history of keeping to your peace treaties, that would be a good time to freeze a conflict. But this conflict has a history, the Minsk Accords signed insincerely to buy time, and the West admittedly does not have enough ammunition and enough gear, and it has not got trained troops on the Ukraine side. So I do not see Russia stopping or even slowing down. I more or less agree that they will eliminate Ukraine as a military fact, if not as a political entity. It will not be allowed to become an armed state of any independence ever again. It'll either be a union state like Belarus or a part of the Russian Federation, but it will, whatever remains of it, and a good chunk of it, the Black Sea coast, will be part of Russia, as it was prior to 1914 when it was called Taurida. So I think we are agreeing politically it's not going to lose its autonomy, but these tactical predictions of frozen conflicts, that is pure copium at this point.
I mean, I don't have a problem with that statement. I mean, I don't agree with everything, but the one thing he was right about is Ukraine will be out of the Donbass by October. I mean, this, like I said, this is the last summer for Ukraine in the Donbass. And when I say the Donbass, I know it's not geographically correct, but I'm talking more like between Donetsk City and Kupiansk gone, or at least most of it.
Yeah,
the whole motherfucking area, because there ain't shit in the middle to stop them. What's going to stop them? What are they going to pull out of their ass? You can't pull those 30 brigades off of Kharkov. You can't pull all them brigades out of Zaporizhzhia.
Macron.
Look how long that fucking line goes, all the way from Zaporizhzhia east, and then all the way up north to Kharkov. Where are you going? And look, every day, I mean, we're going to get to it. How many places they broke through yesterday?
The river will stop them.
6 kilometers here, 2 kilometers there, a couple tree lines
river
here.
Won't stop them.
Yeah.
The river will stop them, probably.
Will not. Won't stop them.
I mean, it'll stop them because they probably got to regroup and get shit together. But I mean,
but after that,
they're on the run right now. I think, really, in a lot of places.
I don't know.
River means almost nothing for a couple of reasons, but we can talk about that later. I think we agree that in this summer they may not go further than Dnipro and Zaporozhye city. They may not even go to Dnipro. But remember that they have legally incorporated in the Russian parliament Zaporozhye city as well as part of the oblast already into Russia. They just haven't captured it yet. Likewise, the rest of Donetsk Oblast. So they've already declared intent to take those places. They have not declared an intent to take Kharkiv, Dnipro. Well, yeah, but I'm much more interested in the south line, right? Like to me, it's Odessa, it's Nikolaev, it's Dnipro, it's Kharkiv. Because there you're talking about all the areas that voted for Yanukovych and Russian-leaning parties, the areas that are historically much more Russian, closer to 30-40%. How you define who's an ethnic Russian these days, I don't know. Nobody's taken a poll lately. But if the definition of an ethnic Russian is somebody who would rather have a peace under the supervision of Russia than an endless war under the supervision of NATO, I bet you 80% of the people in those 4 oblasts would vote to be on the Russian side of that conflict right now, even if they do identify as Ukrainians.
Well, yes.
So
and
for me, I was thinking, if you are saying they are not going to freeze the conflict, does it mean they'll have to rush all the way to the Polish border? Because if you say that if they need to reach at least until the Dnieper and capture Odessa, if you say it reaches there, then they have frozen the conflict. And they will.
Well, the definition of frozen conflict is
Ukraine.
You can call it a frozen conflict, though. Like, hold on, I just want to I'll let you finish this, but you're trying to talk about an undefined term. If we're calling it a frozen conflict, if Russia draws a new border at Khytomyr and Vinnytsia straight south from Belarus to Transnistria, and you're going to call that a frozen conflict, then okay, I believe that can happen. But that I would think would just become a real permanent new border that would solidify with the Nazis on one side and the Soviets on the other, basically. It would not really be a frozen conflict because it would permanently become 2 stable states. I think when people say frozen conflict, they generally mean that there are people who want to form one country on either side of it, and they just aren't able to because of the intervention of the superpower. Like Korea would be an example of that.
Yeah, but leaving ramp Ukraine as it is, that could be possibly be a NATO outpost, could be very dangerous for Russia. Yeah, there could be cross-border attacks, just like from Gaza to Israel. So I think they might need to take the whole of Ukraine.
There's a lot of possibilities. If I can take the floor here, but I just want to say I think right now we have an opportunity to talk about the tactical situation because for the first time in a long time, I mean, the tactical situation is really starting to shift rapidly. So a lot of this conversation about Odessa and the Dnieper and Zaporizhia and the frozen conflict, and all of that is yet to be decided. And much of that is going to depend on the pace at which the Russians start to advance, and if they really start to advance. Because right now, what we're seeing in Otrorotine is one of the biggest breakouts that we've seen probably since. I mean, I don't even know how long ago it's been. I guess you could say,
or Soledar.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I was thinking about Avdiivka, but Avdiivka doesn't really count. There wasn't really like a breakout through the front line. I guess around Popasna or Soledar.
I mean,
if I can have 30 seconds here, 30 seconds only.
Yeah, please.
So at this point, Putin or Kremlin needs to have a meeting, because at this stage they have actually fulfilled their promises to the Russian people to protect the people in Donbas from bombing, because now they are stopped bombing, because now they are removing that initial problem that removed the Nazis. But now, after they conquer this, they need to have a meeting. What are we going to do now? Are we going to go forward over the river, or we should just stay there hold our forces.
And that's the importance of Krasnohorivka, right? I mean, Krasnohorivka is also a really important battle going on at the moment. That's west of Donetsk. I feel like people are not talking about it as much as Osheretine. But you know, the Russians have taken probably a quarter or a third of the town already, and the battle really just started about 1 or 2 weeks ago. And the interesting thing about Krasnohorivka is that, you know, Donetsk, the agglomeration of the Donetsk city, has several different little towns all around it, right, including Avdiivka, including Marinka, and others. And Krasnohorivka is the last Ukrainian-controlled satellite city of Donetsk, so to speak. Once Krasnohorivka is taken, every single town around Donetsk and one layer around Donetsk is going to be under Russian control, right? And so that's a huge change for the character of the war. Finally, Donetsk will be truly safe for the first time in years, in almost a decade.
And then Putin can say, "I achieved my goals."
No. Okay,
no,
here's the deal. Here's the fucking deal. There's no reason to have a fucking meeting. Okay, you're winning the war. You're ass stomping the goddamn Ukrainians. They ain't gonna take a fucking meeting. It's the tactical situation right now. You got Berdichi, Soyoitov, Soloiza, Ivaninsky, I can't pronounce all these fucking names, Turney. There's all kinds of shit going on. Nobody gives a fuck about Odessa. They'll get to Odessa when they get to fucking Odessa. Putin don't need to have a fucking meeting. They need to be out there fucking rolling, and that's what they're fucking doing, and that's what we need to be talking about. All these little breakouts,
exactly.
What's going on in Oturchi, whatever the fuck it's called. I mean,
wait, I want to partially.
Hey, look, talking about Odessa, that was not partially shit going on the front line. Okay, now that there's something going on the front line, we should talk about it.
Without having a meeting, do you think they move their forces in that manner without having a meeting? Are you crazy?
Can I partially agree with you?
They might have a Zoom meeting or a Discord call.
Let me partially agree with this point. You have a meeting, yes, and the meeting may just be tactical, but if this were a conflict where you had trustworthy players on the other side who stuck to their historical deals, then yeah, there would be this opportunity to end the conflict at that point when they can no longer bomb Donetsk from Avdiivka, right? That would be possible. But because you're dealing with the people you're dealing with who are probably not evil, but stupid on the Western side, you can't deal with the stupid. You have to exterminate the stupid. So the only purpose of that meeting would be, how do we play this for propaganda purposes to tell the West, we could have stopped here if you were a trustworthy treaty signer. Because you are not, we have to continue, and we have to create all of this additional expense, sanctions, fighting, block our airspace, whatever. So if you want peace, you'll have to get rid of your leaders, get rid of your Congress, get rid of these diplomats, get rid of van der Leyen, get rid of Blinken, and we'll happily talk to the next group of people, which would not be very weird because that's what the West has been saying to Russia. Get rid of Putin and we'll talk. Well, it's time for Russia to maybe make the offer in reverse. Get rid of all these people that are too stupid to deal and too crooked to trust, and we can have the conversation. In the meantime, we're liberating the rest of Donetsk. We're taking Zaporozhye city, which we've already incorporated, and then we're going to make our plans to take the next 4 oblasts, and they will probably fall without a fight, considering the state of the Ukrainian military.
I mean, in all honesty, Putin's probably getting tactical updates if they feel like he needs them. They probably took a meeting before this started. I mean, these are professional soldiers. They don't need to check in with Putin, and Putin doesn't need to check in with them. I mean, at this point, around Avdiivka and Berdichi and all that, there's blood in the water, and there's sharks, and they're going after it wherever they can, and that's what they're going to do. There's no reason to take a meeting because they're not anywhere close to the river or anything now. Right now, they need to worry about getting past Shavush Yar, getting towards Proskhorovka, getting all those areas around Berdichi wrapped up, maybe doing some more around Kupiansk, Turney, Seversk. I mean, there's plenty of places for them to work. There's no reason to start thinking about what ifs and, solutions and peace. The Ukrainians have not done anything to encourage peace. They committed a terrorist attack on Russia. They're nothing but a terrorist state. There's no incentive for Russia to stop now. And it's been said before, almost every day, Ukraine does something to continue to justify Russia not stopping and not leaving anything behind, like a rump state even at this point, because they just keep doing stupid shit. So they're going to force the Russians to never make peace because they're never going to stop at a reasonable time. So the Russians are never going to be able to stop because there's always going to be this threat hanging out there that they're going to have to deal with because they're too stupid to stop.
Yeah, but the situation is the situation.
Hang on, Nanya's got his finger up. Let's respect the finger.
Yeah, yes. I had my finger up. So, just quick now. I know you have a great deal of knowledge on the field, and you have been in the army and everything. But Putin and them, they had to consider a lot of other things than just on the battlefield. This is a very complicated choice they're making there. After they made their promise to continue after that, they need to sit down like Russian chess players, take a couple of weeks at least, considering all different aspects of the situation.
Do you think they need to order bagels and coffee for the meeting? I mean, who all's going to be in the meeting? I mean, do you think the meeting's going to be at 9 a.m., maybe 10, or more of a late night meeting? What do you think? I mean, let's get into these details. This is what people want to hear.
Right now is a very fluid tactical situation.
Who cares?
It's not the time for meetings.
Hey guys, well, I just want to follow up on some of the points Craig was making. If you actually listen to Putin, or more importantly, the press secretary guy, Peskov, they've essentially said what Craig has said. I mean, Peskov has said multiple times, once we get, more rational people in the European Parliament, maybe then we can deal with them, but we're not going to deal with this bunch here. That's been said multiple times over the last month or two. The other thing that Putin has said multiple times, at least twice by my count, he's kind of mentioned that northwestern part of Ukraine that Lucas was talking about earlier. He's basically come out and said, like I said, by my count, at least twice, he's all but come out and said, we're going to take what we're going to take. That chunk there, that's up for you guys to figure out. And he's basically called on the European leaders in that area, Poland, Hungary, or whatever. He's more or less told them, you guys figure out who gets what, but we're going to take what we're going to take. And so I agree with Craig. I think at some point, they're just going to say, this is our line in the sand. This is our buffer zone. What you guys do with the rest of it, that's not our problem. Now, moving forward down the road, once more rational people come in the European Parliament, I'm sure that they'll be able to negotiate something, because people in Western Europe are coming to the realization very quickly that they need Russia more than Russia needs them. That's all I had to say. Prada, over to you.
Yeah, so quite true. No, very well. Head Biotech, I'm just wondering, why do you think the war has to end now? It's going so well for the Russians. Why would they stop? I really I'm a bit surprised. Why would they? Because what?
People are dying.
Because the Russians are not stupid. Russians have a lot of experience in warfare. Remember how smart these people are in Russia. There are 300 million of them. And they are not known to be stupid. Of course, they're going to have a meeting before they do this. What I'm saying is that if they take Donbas now, let's say they stop by the river, at that point, Putin, I mean the Kremlin, has achieved their goals. Then they can turn back the time.
Okay. Which river are we talking about? Are we talking about the Dnieper?
Yeah, the one that divides Ukraine in the middle.
But then we would be very far away from the Dnieper.
Look, right. It's more interesting to talk about what's going on right now in the front lines with Okaratina, with Krasnohorivka, with the fucking with the ultimate coke cage, the apotheosis of the coke cage, man. We have seen a tank with a fucking barn on it, man. Come on, can we talk about this?
Just let me answer. I mean,
it's amazing. 20 seconds. Well, Bjorn, I want to talk. I want to talk about the barn tank. Okay.
Yeah, but
I mean, this is amazing.
20 seconds to Prata. It doesn't matter if it's the river or not. The point is, after they have secured their own people in the Donbas region, that was one of the major goals.
Yeah, but we are very far from that. So
but we are but we are in the process of reaching there, aren't we?
Yeah, but then there is no meeting tomorrow.
Let's stop playing Nostradamus.
Everything. You have to study a little bit that geography, because otherwise we are all very confused here. So
the point is, if this was the Ukrainian civil war back in from 2014 to 2022. then the goal would be to simply to protect the Donbass. But the thing is, this has escalated. It's not just a war between Russia and Ukraine. It's kind of a war between China and America, low key. I mean, this is a war between the entire world in a proxy war situation. You know, it's not you know what I'm saying, right? The goals here have very little to do actually with the Donbass. Yeah, okay, this will be a nice thing for the people of Russia to say finally Donetsk is protected and we've achieved what we set out to achieve back in fucking 2014. But there's a lot more that needs to be achieved before this war, considering how much it's escalated, is going to be completed.
They
also said they want a buffer zone.
Come on, guys. They kind of try to talk for like 5 minutes now.
Nice guys finish last. What can you say, man?
So I think you were talking about the turtle tank or the Tsar tank. Go on, Shabbat.
Oh yeah, I just Nanya was talking about. Well, I misspelled it. Sorry, Arcanius. Good eye though. Nanya was talking about that there would be more, intelligent or sane leaders in the EU. I'm wondering, like, where are these people supposed to come from? And I think Craig had made allusions to that, like you'd have that in the United States as well. Where do you think these people come from? You think they just spring up from the ground, or they just appear out of the ether? No, they don't exist. Okay, guys, deal with it.
Well, what I meant was yes, I agree with you. Anybody who runs for parliament, especially in Europe, they're probably like mentally off. But what I mean is they'll have people who are more sympathetic to, coming up with a negotiated settlement with Russia than the current bunch are. Has nothing to do with their intelligence per se, more so their perceptions.
Well,
yeah, I don't necessarily. I don't think necessarily this is a question of intelligence. I just think it's a question of motivations. This isn't rocket science, so that's really not the issue here. It's basically their motivations. Everybody says they're so stupid. They're so stupid. Well, then ask yourself, why haven't you risen to these positions of world power, where you could literally dominate the globe?
Oh yeah, no doubt. They're not dumb. None of them are dumb. It's just, what I meant was get somebody in with a different ideology.
Yeah, there's an easy answer to that question. The easy answer is that
one more thing,
oligarchies
Craig,
want idiot leaders. They don't want smart people as leaders.
One more thing, Craig. Like Joe Biden is obviously a moron, but the thing is about the United States government, Joe Biden is not in charge. All right, he's signing a piece of paper that's in front of him. Right. So the people that really are running the country, people refer to them by different names, deep state being one. They're the ones running the country, and they're not stupid, because if they were stupid, they wouldn't be the ones in charge.
Well, we don't know who's in charge visibly. We can name some visible people who have obviously immense influence through the decades if you go look back. Two people who are fairly easy to trace are William Barr and Anthony Blinken's stepfather and Blinken himself. These guys have an immense amount to do with the evolution of the neocon philosophy, with the operation of the CIA, with the Epstein-Maxwell spy ring, all of that. They're in all of that stuff back 40 years, right? At least. So we know we can name them, but we don't know who's running them, right? The point is, I never said they were stupid at their good job. Their job is simply to maintain this military-industrial complex profit system, right? We don't really know what the motives are necessarily behind that. But when I say a change of the guard, it's not that there's nobody. You could name some people. You could name a couple of U.S. senators. You could name RFK Jr. You could name Tulsi Gabbard. People who are right now on the edge might have a 10% support level 15. That could rise rapidly if it becomes a choice between World War III and them. But more realistically, the scenario I'm seeing is that the people who've been pulling the strings of the people that, the deep state people, the people that overturn presidential ethics, the people who are running Barr and Blinken, whoever they are, the oligarchs that are way back in the pack, these people may say, you know what? We really can't continue with Lindsey Graham out there saying it's a great thing to kill Russians and that's our objective. And then Lindsey Graham's plane goes down. And don't say the CIA hasn't done that to U.S. House and Senate senators before. They have. And many people believe that they took out JFK. So if it comes down to a case of the state survives or doesn't survive based on a few decision makers, going down in the ocean, then maybe they go down. Let's not pretend this doesn't happen every day in Ukraine, every day in the Mideast. And it has happened before in the United States. So that's the way that power would play out. It would not be a case of the public chooses somebody and elects them type thing. It would be the power structure itself deciding that they weren't suicidal enough to take on Russia and China at the same time and defusing it in a really brutal way.
Well, yeah, well, I agree that they don't want to take on Russia and China simultaneously. Obviously, that's what they're doing here. I agree. I don't know who made the comment earlier that it might have been Archimedes, that ultimately this is really a war against China, not necessarily a hot war against China, but a war in which that they're not going to allow China to become have any more global soft power than they already do. So they realize that Russia and China together would be just a little bit too big for their britches, right? So the reason they're continuing the war now is to weaken Russia as much as possible. At least that was the original goal. And if that doesn't work, they'll probably, it looks like it's failing, but we don't know. I mean, also, another reason I would argue that it might be in Russia's interest to end the war, not right now, but sooner rather than later, is that there's always unknown variables that can happen in war. Anything can happen. So we don't know. I mean, Putin could have a natural heart attack tomorrow, and that would cause major instability in Russia. So there's a million different variables that can happen when a war goes on long term. And as much as the Russian people are behind the war, I mean, Russia is a much newer country, so to speak. The current incarnation of Russia is a much newer country, a newer government than the other countries throughout the world. So it's not going to be as stable. I mean, Putin has been in power for a long time. He's kind of, when people think of Russia, they think of Putin globally. This is, so if anything were to happen to him, and let's be honest, he's not a spring chicken anymore. I mean, I'm sure he's healthy, but anything can happen. So I do think that it's would behoove the Russians to wrap this war up as quickly as possible, and I actually do believe that is their intention, is to not win it by the end of the year, but certainly to the point where it's pretty much like Berlin surrounded in 1945. So that's my thinking on it. Now, as far as like the United States changing their goals, I don't know about that. For that to happen, I mean, I happen to be an American. I've lived here, my whole life, which unfortunately has been longer than I wish. But meaning because I'm old. I don't think that you'd have this changing of the guard, as you put it, in the United States without there being a civil war. That's just the nature of how entrenched these people are. Greg, yourself, you said it's multi-generational. You think that there'd be a changing of the guard of all these multi-generational deep state people, the overwhelming majority of which you can't even name. End rant.
No, totally legitimate points, and you could have made many of those points about the USSR too, and the way that happened was totally unexpected and surprising as well. Yeah, empires at their end are very hard to predict and very weird. The way that the French and the British Empire unraveled was also very strange, weird, and unique. So it's just impossible really to say the details. It's very dangerous. But one thing I would point out when you're thinking about these larger geopolitical shifts is most of the world is other people. Most of the world is India or Germany or Nigeria, or like the vast majority of the world's population just doesn't want these power games between the nuclear powers to get that out of control. And so their combination of economic soft power, control of trade choke points and whatever does become critical at a certain point where they tell the superpowers to behave. As far as Russia is concerned, I think Putin laid it out very clearly in his interview with Tucker Carlson. He would prefer to have gone back to the the 2014 world, essentially. If he can't get that, then it's going to be a multipolar kind of evolution along the lines of BRICS versus American blocs competing economically, multipolarity, everyone friendshoring. That's not as efficient economically, and it's a little more dangerous. It's like Orwell's world with the three blocks. But the worst case scenario for Putin is to end up with Russia as China's Canada, just a resource provider and a buffer zone. So Putin would really prefer not to end up as China's Canada, but he's ready to be China's Canada, and a very, very good one if it turns out to be everyone against China. And Xi knows that. He knows he can count on Putin. If it's everyone against China, Russia will be there on China's side because they have to stand or fall together. But there is still a chance to have a much more peaceful devolution from the unipolar moment.
Look, it's better to be China's Canada than it is to be Europe's Australia. You know what I mean? And just be a resource exploited zone for the Westerners.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting comparison that way. I don't think it's totally accurate, but I get your point, right? You know.
Yeah, that's true.
But
yeah, I mean it's more like India's South Korea if you really think about it.
But to your point about the majority of the world talking about their interest, the majority of the people in the world. I mean, I don't mean this to sound in a cruel way, but for the most part, they don't count. The majority of the people in the world can't even read. Okay.
Oh, that's not true.
So, yeah.
No, I don't think that's true. I think most people in the world are. The big story has been the third world has been developing. Like, what the fuck, Andrew? That's hilarious. Has been developing like. All right. Let the motherfucker talk. Poor guy. He fucking printed out a hand to put on his head. Okay, go ahead, Andrew.
Floor.
I thought my hand was
all
about.
Right. That's enough. Thanks for your input, Andrew. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
I thought my hand was about to fall. I just wanted to say that we've been asking for 2 times to talk about the tactical situation on the ground, and for the second time, the topic was swayed away to a more general Nostradamus kind of talk towards trying to guess what will happen in the next 5 years. Hopefully, I will have won the lottery by then. I have become a ruthless millionaire who owns an island with thousands of sex slaves on it. But maybe, who knows? At this point, that's all. That I just wanted to say.
Maybe Wyatt can put up a map of the battlefield in the area of Adivka and.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Anyone can share their screen, and Wyatt can put up the screen. So if you want to pull up a map,
who's the next speaker, please, Andrew?
I think Andrew make a good point. We shouldn't go to magical thinking. It doesn't bring us anywhere. We should go to the facts. And go on, Joe.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a few things on the tactical situation. So far, we've just seen the turtle tanks in Krasnohorivka. I'm assuming that since they are so effective, why haven't we seen them in other fronts? Why only in Krasnohorivka? And then if Wyatt was to bring up the map, there's something he said in his last frontline report. There was a salient that the Russians had made to the northeast of Orichytne, or whatever. And the Ukrainians managed to push back the Russians. So it means that even though the Ukrainians have a low on ammunition, they are still very dangerous and can push the Russians back if they overextended. And then maybe Yvonne can comment on the withdrawal of Abrams tanks from. I heard that they're withdrawing the Abrams tanks because the drone situation is too much. And
are you talking about? Are you talking about that yellow finger?
Yes, that yellow finger.
I wouldn't. I'm not going to take anything away from the Ukrainians as far as they may have pushed the Russians back, but to me that almost looked like it was a pursuit of retreating units down that channel, and it took them to the base of that village. So they probably scoped it out. Maybe they killed and captured some guys, and then I would assume I assumed that, considering the way it's so extended, that they probably either fell back into that. Maybe left some booby traps or an ambush. But I always took that as it was a pursuit of retreating troops, and that's why it kind of went off like that. Because maybe if you look, there's like a channel there and some trees, so maybe they were chasing down guys that were running that way. And that's the only reason it kind of went sideways like that. I didn't expect that to last that long, though. So if they lost it or whatever, I just assumed they pulled out of it because it is, a big extension in your way out there.
What do you think about the withdrawal of the Abrams tanks? You heard about that?
Look, I still stand by what I said a few weeks ago. I think that the Abrams tanks did pretty well. Okay, I mean, after Avdiivka fell, the Ukrainians were in full retreat, and the Russians reached the line of Berdichi, Semenivka, Tonenke within a day or two, if I recall. And then all of a sudden you start hearing about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Abrams tanks being destroyed. That means a lot of them were deployed around Berdichi. And then what happened for about 2 months, the Ukrainians held that line around Berdichi, Semenivka, Tonenke. So I'm prepared to give the credit for that to the Abrams tanks. for holding down the Russians. And now it's they've broken through. But at least for a couple of months, they bought the Ukrainians some time, which is all you can ask.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. They lost 2 challengers, and they were destroyed on the way to the fight. The Leopards all got destroyed on the way to the dance. The Abrams, the only one that met the Russians in combat and survived for 2 months before it died. The other ones, they got all dressed up and got smoked.
To be fair, Vaughn, some of the Leopards, they made it all the way to Moscow. I mean,
are you trying to tell them?
That's good, Archimedes.
Vaughn, are you
They
trying
made it
to
to
tell them?
Moscow. Nobody denies that the Abrams is a good artillery platform in a defensive scenario, right? Like it clearly is. But the maneuver of a 70-ton tank in the mud is zero. And the maintainability of it 2,000 kilometers from your real supply lines is zero. And the training level of these crews is low.
I made a shrine to the M1 haters.
I don't hate it. I just think it's a tank for deserts, right? It's not a tank for that terrain.
It's made for capitalism and conquest. Anywhere, anytime.
I keep asking myself why.
I mean, the reason the M1s got smoked is because they went out there with no infantry support, no artillery support, really, no aviation support, probably hodgepodge ISR. I mean, the Russians probably had a better view of the M1s than the Ukrainians did. I mean, they're watching that first one just drive around. And my biggest bitch was they never had any guys up in their hatches looking around in case drones come. I mean, yeah, you might not be able to do nothing, but I'd at least give my fucking loader a fucking 12-gauge pump and be like, motherfucker, you watch for them FPVs. And if an FPV came, one thing I never saw any of these motherfuckers do, and it pisses me off because as we've talked about the use of smoke. If my boy's sitting up in the back and he sees one of these fucking Baba Yagas come flying down the road, I'm gonna be like, pop smoke, drive through that smoke, turn on my smoke generator, probably fucking turn a 360 and go back the other way. And just try to get away from the motherfucker or make it crash into the ground because it can't see me. And these motherfuckers don't do nothing. They don't try to evade them. They don't pop smoke. They don't have no motherfucker sitting on top of the tank looking around. Like I said, you may not be able to do nothing, but fuck, a dude with a shotgun's better than what the fuck they do. And then what happens? They drive down the road with all their hatches buttoned up, and the FPV comes up, tags them in the track, then they stop and get out. Then they probably all get killed by another FPV or whatever.
Crew experience, there's just no way around crew experience. I love that we're calling them Baba Yagas, though. That's a great name for a drone.
I'm going to run. I have to run now. I want to be on later when we talk about the Israel-Palestine protests, but I just want to ask a question for the chat. And Mehdi's in the background, so he's going to come in for me. I want to just ask you guys to talk more about the El Kharatina salient, how far you think that's going to go, and where you think the Russians are going to, where you think the Ukrainians, are going to retreat to, because there's and I'd love it if somebody could pull up a map as well and have some chat about that, because I think it's really interesting. I mean, now that the Berdichi line is broken and they've busted through like 6-7 kilometers all the way to Arkhangelsk or Arkhangel, whatever it is. Where the fuck are they gonna go next? We might in the next few weeks see a lot of land being taken. All right, but yeah, I'm gonna jump out for Mehdi to jump in now. See you guys.
I just want to make quick point on the comparison of Challenger and Abrams tanks. Is that like Challengers and Leopards were used in the offensive operation when the Abrams were used in the defensive operation. So it's not, I think it's not right to compare them by how long they survived on the actual front line, because one thing is when you're sitting in waiting for the enemy and you actually ambush the enemy, and the second thing when you're coming at the prepared position with ATGMs, artillery, surveillance, and all those things.
That sounds like Challenger and Leopard apologetics to me.
I'm going to agree with that. I think the Abrams is playing a role like in World War II terms, think of the Abrams as like a Stug, like an ambushing tank destroyer that you can sometimes use as an artillery platform, and think of the Challenger as more like a T-34-85, a maneuvering beast that has a good enough cannon to do almost anything you need to do in the field, and is essentially.
I would say the opposite is true, because if you look at the front armor of the Challenger, it's inadequate in the hull. which to me would mean it's more of a defensive tank designed to hide behind something and defilade, whereas the Abrams is designed to reach out and touch you and then close and touch you again and then drive past you and touch you some more.
So are they using them the wrong way? Is that the issue? Is it a crew experience problem there? They should be.
The Abrams was never designed to be used without air and infantry support. That's just not how they designed it.
I mean, it's an offensive tank. It's a defensive tank. I mean, on the offense, it would have all those support elements. On the defense, you would want to obviously have all those support elements. But I mean, any tank could be an offensive tank. But I mean, my thing is they got there way too late. You know, I mean, for what they're using them for now, you might as well just use a fucking T-55. I mean, they don't have any special ammo. I mean, the Russians have a high explosive shell. We have shells, but it ain't like an artillery round.
Andrew, like wait, Andrew, you have no sound. Oh my God, no wonder nobody can hear you.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you voice, but you cannot hear Andrew. Andrew is totally no sound. Maddie.
My microphone fell. Can you hear me now?
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? I waited up late last night for damn OM and turned out it wasn't last night. It was this morning, you bastards. Anyway, there's a lot of, I think, a lot of good things being said here. And it's like the M1, it was meant to be defensive in Europe. It was meant to replace the M68-3. They always thought it would be fighting from a hold down position, and part of the reason why I think they went for the turbine was because they weren't really worried about its extended distance out operating in front of the lines, where maybe you would see other tanks operating, because it's logistics just to keep the fucking thing in fuel is a dead giveaway for the damn thing, and all you would have to do is follow its logistic lines all the way up to where the tank was and just blow a shit out of it. But crew experience, 100%. It was funny. I saw a video and they were talking about which tank was easier to escape from in World War II, and they were complaining about they were comparing the Sherman and all those, and really crew experience is whether you survive or not, because if you've been in a tank forever, you know how to open those hatches without even thinking about it. When you're just been in there for a few weeks, you got to look for the hatch, find the knob, make sure you're doing it right, all under pressure. And that's just an indication of crew experience. I mean, we've actually seen that happen on video on some of them, but the M1, how can you really use it in this environment, whether you're using it defensively or offensively, where unless you have electronics countermeasures that can really start to give it a survivable chance from drones and all that out there, until there's an electronics warfare package that can help ease that pressure on M1s or any tanks, right now, at least on the NATO side of it, we're struggling behind to that. Maybe it's just because they don't want to release that technology in Ukraine. Maybe we have it. Don't know.
Well, I mean, think about it.
A steel shed will do it, though. A steel shed makes a turtle tank. I think they can just copy the Russians then.
Well, you know what? Somebody made a great meme of somebody putting like this shed on top of an M1. Why not go down to Home Depot, buy all these steel sheds, and just throw them on top of the tanks? They're already prefab for you.
Well, I mean, look at when that M1 got tagged by the T-72. They should have immediately popped smoke to obscure themselves, so the follow-on ATGM shot didn't fucking tag them, or it might have missed them because it couldn't see them. But they didn't even do that. I mean, plus, when you pop the smoke, you could have unasked the tank, and maybe they couldn't sit there and watch you walk away and drop the mortars on you like they did.
That's a great point, because not only do you have the smoke grenades that launch from the turret, you also have the smoke generator in the tank, which basically is dumping raw fuel onto the headers, I think is how it works, isn't it? It just dumps the raw diesel
like a hot plate, and that shit pours out. So, I mean, it would be like a couple seconds, you'd have a massive cloud that you could hide in. Plus, if you pop the smoke, I mean, you could fucking hop out of there and run away long before anybody saw you. I mean, yeah, they could guess and lob shit, but at least they couldn't see you and adjust on you.
Right, and it's like for artillery now that they have a problem. You know, when you're going in artillery, if you're in a tank and you're getting hit by artillery, the first thing you do is try to determine where it's coming from, and then move out of the area in a 45-degree direction, whichever way you safely can. Because if you move out straight back or forward, all you're doing is the reason you want to move at a 45 degree is you want to make them correct the azimuth and elevation of their tubes the entire way, so they can't sit on one elevation and just follow you along. You need to, and then you zigzag too. I just woke up. I'm just drinking my coffee. Somebody else go.
Yeah, but like he's saying, they don't do things like countermeasures and shit. You know, like zigzag. You know, you drive 10 meters, zig right, drive 10 meters, zig left. I mean, granted, they can't do that in minefields, but still, there's just a lot of stuff you can see that they don't do.
I think it's Andrew, and then Mike, and then off.
Yeah. You have no sound again, Andrew.
Can we fulfill Archimedes? Can we fulfill Archimedes' wish and finally do a tactical review of the map?
Yeah, I thought we kind of were. We were talking about the M1, so let's go. Let's do the map.
I just want, you know, just bring it up. If no one minds. Yeah, I think Wyatt can do that. Wyatt can't do that. Well, then I will.
All I gotta say, you know, just while we're doing this, is there is no magic tank. Neither side own one. Okay?
Yep.
So just get it out of your head. Everybody that fluffed up the M1, and I'm not talking about you know, like Vaughn, I mean, who's on it, it's a good tank for its purpose. But there is no magic tank that was ever and is ever going to come and save Ukraine.
Yep, absolutely.
So-
and, you know,
so
that is a
Dennis-
problem for the Russian side,
Hey,
too.
Andrew. Yeah, Andrew, where you want to see?
Well, just the Ocheretina breakthrough area. So we can start from there, because there's been actually multiple parts of the front where the Russians have just broken through. Because while we talk about the Ocheretina in Krasnokorivka, we saw that the Russians broke through and reached the defensive positions of 2008, for example. But in Ocheretina, we see that the Russians advanced basically from 5 kilometers back in a few days after a little operation by Storm Z. The Ukrainians simply abandoned their positions. Following this complete, you know, route at the front, the Russians just kept advancing until they entered Ocheretina. They conquered the whole town, and then bloomed out, just like in Popasna. You know, the flower of Popasna. Now we have the flower of Ocheretina. We see how they've bloomed to the south towards Novobakhmutivka, Solovyeve, and now Arkhangelsk to the north. And just to the east, we see the situation developing in Novokalinove and Keramik, where the Russians, after a kind of a hook maneuver east of Novokalinove and Keramik, the Ukrainians were forced to abandon all the localities. So Russians have conquered, what is it? What, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 villages in a few days, in a matter of a few days, in a week, essentially. And this is just on this small sector of the front, because if we go south, just south of this area, we see that Berdichi and Semenivka, due to the pressure put to north of them, were forced to be abandoned by the Ukrainian forces. Now Russians control all of Berdichi, following that geolocation just to the western part of the city. And Deep State UA itself admitted Semenivka fell completely to Russian forces. So this is the whole...
Real quick on that Berdichi thing, too. With Berdichi being, I guess, fully captured, I assume they went past the town and they're up on that road where the fields are, the curves.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that means all the destroyed M1s you saw around Berdichi are now behind Russian lines, because I don't believe the Ukrainians recovered a single wreck.
It's possible. Well, yeah, definitely.
The Russians are potentially in possession of 4 to 6 M1s now.
Well, I think the one of the Abrams is actually from Berdichi, according to the caption of the video.
Yes.
The one with the truck. Yeah.
Yeah, they were all. I think all of them were destroyed near Berdichi.
Yeah, I just don't know which one of those it was, but it was obviously from there. I just don't know.
I think it's the first one, the ugly one.
I'd like to point out something about this and what Vaughn just said, because whoever controls the battlefield is basically the one that gets to clean up all the wrecked and destroy tanks. If Ukraine was doing so good, they would have been able to recover all their M1s. They're not able to. They can try, but how they're going to get them out there, I don't know. You can't go into enemy lines and recover your vehicle.
I believe that one M1 recovery vehicle that was destroyed was trying to recover some M1s when it was hit. So that's the only time I know they tried. And I remember when the Russians ran up there and made the video real quick, and you saw what happened in that video. They ran up, and as soon as they hopped in the turret, you heard a mortar round or something hit. He spun the camera around real quick, said something, hopped out, and they ran off because they're all, but that was before Berditsy fell. But if that's the case, then all the M1s that were damaged or destroyed or abandoned in Berditsy are probably in Russian hands now. So they got at least a platoon of M1.
They really are all in Russian hands now because the whole defensive line fell. And now that's what we were trying to discuss, where the Ukrainians are going to fall off to, right? Because
what is the most
new
defensible position if they have any?
There's a natural step line behind there. That's a natural defensive position. I actually put a picture. I drew it out on a map somewhere. I can't see it on here because it's a fucking sat map, so you can't see the actual terrain. But there is a ledge behind there that they think they're looking to fall back to. And you can see it defined on a topo map. It sticks out a lot more than you would see it here.
And Mehdi, just to add on to that, in that ledge, a lot of water bodies form due to the fact that there's a lower area. So they can also use those to, maybe fall back onto or use as defensive position, because that's what they used in Semenivka and Berditsy. There was these small lakes, these small bodies of water they used as an effective defensive position. They worked very well.
Yep, and you could see that.
Yeah, but the problem is getting to the point now where, they can stop and set up defensive positions, but then they just get fabbed. And the Russians don't really have to close on the ground as much. They just have to maintain pressure.
Yvonne's right. You can't just retreat to a hill ridgeline like Gettysburg and count on them to come uphill at you with short-range rifles, right? Like, if they haven't already fortified those hilltop positions, they can't fortify them sufficiently to retreat to. So my view is they are literally going to pull back to the 4 fortress towns, and they're going to permit maneuver between those towns, at least until they get reinforcements. That'll be the copium story they tell themselves, but in fact, they'll never come out of those fortress towns. They're all going to be surrounded and fall.
I can't think of the name of the 3 towns, but if you go to Prokrofsk, there's 3 towns that run north-south in front of it. And I kind of think that would be the.
He's talking about Slavyansk, Kramatorsk, and Konstantinivka, right?
No, go to where Poskrova is, whatever the fuck it's called.
Pokrovsk. Wyatt.
Can you pull the map into the ceiling a little bit?
It's there. It's there.
I want to show something.
Yeah, it would be.
So this charity name.
It would be like Myra had. Yeah. It would be like Myra had, Lisvivka, those places in front of it, and maybe, or no, actually, or what is it? No, it's actually Nova Dorovka, whatever that one is. You just circled those. Those 3 there seem like it would be good because it gives them enough space to run away and have some breath to actually try to do something. Because those other towns in front of it, the whole front line is so disjointed with breakthroughs. It's like, maybe one unit can stop here and chill by the reservoirs and set up some defensive position, but that doesn't mean somebody's going to do it south of you or north of you, if there's anyone even there. So I think they might, they may not want to, but they kind of really do have to fall back quite a bit so the Russians can't just chase them outright.
The danger is if they did pull back just to a ridge and then got overrun, then they would literally be in a full route. They wouldn't be able to reform
I think they're going to kind of go back far. But the thing is it's so disjointed, this fallback. Yeah. Even if they were to decide on that line I'm talking about, they still have to get there and organize and time to build some shit. And once the Russians get wind of what they're doing, they're going to drone the fuck out of them. So, it's like that's the only thing I can think of. There's a lot of places before that you could set up here and there if you want to slow them down. But, if you stop, you die. You get pounded. So, what's the incentive?
No, I would like to ask Manny, where would you make a stand, Manny? Like where on this map, if you were Ukraine, where will you make a stand?
At least 30 miles back west, at the very least. If you could stop the map right there, there is something I want to point out, and it's a part of the theory of the Russians, and it's actually just military theory, but mostly the Russians do it. If you pull up the map and you go to where they're moving forward now, you will notice that they put the Ukrainians always into a box where they extend the flanks out first. Yep, that's called Germany's box. And the theory is if you control three sides of a box, you control the entire box. So once they're inside that box, that's the problems the Ukrainians have. They never get out of the box quick enough. Because they know, by now we should know that once they extend the sides, then they're going to push up through the middle and push them out. And the reason they do that is because they can control where and how the Ukrainians retreat. Because they're boxed in. They've limited their maneuver to get away from the Russians, but they're also limited into which directions they can go to get away from it. So I would go back to the ledge that we're talking about. I wish I could throw it up here. There is a natural ledge back here. Somebody did mention there's water that runs along it. It's like a natural protection barrier. There are some places up that they can get to it, but it's, if you look at that ledge, it's going to be a problem for the Russians if they make a stand on the ledge. It's one of the beginnings of the next step up. Because we are in a step.
So, Mehdi, are they obeying still to this day their true leader's maxim to never take a step back? I think we know who gave that order back in like 1942 at Stalingrad. Are they still refusing to pull out of hopeless positions like meaning Nazis, always have?
Well, we looked at how did the fortress cities work out for Hitler? They didn't.
Not well.
They just get surrounded. And that's the point of the war we're going to be at now, is that the Russians now can afford to just bypass these really strong places of resistance, because once they're behind it, those places are done because there's no logistical support going to be able to feed them. So now it makes sense just to go by them, let the oncoming forces, your oncoming main force, come up and just dissolve it. As long as it's contained, it can't do anything to you, but maybe observe and maybe call in artillery fire. But even after a while, they're pushed out of that range. So as soon as they run out of bullets, bombs, and beans, they're going to give up anyway. Morale is so low. You can't really expect these places to hold out long. And we see that once they get
you have to run back to the fortresses, because if you don't, then you don't preserve your troops and your morale and your units. Like, even if it's a bad move to the longer strategic picture, you at least survive. So there is a strategic picture. So I would pull back to those towns if I were them, just to keep my people alive. I would forget the idea of trying to actually hang on to any terrain between Chasiv Yar and the fortresses.
Well, they have limited options. You're right. They have limited options, and none of them are good. One is just better than the other, but it's still shit in the end.
The ideal thing, if they were truly NATO trained and committed, would be space for time. And they're obviously not going to give space for time because it's politically infeasible for them to do it, even though it saves their combat power.
Yeah,
the Russians can't just chase them because they don't know what's mined and not mined. And even if it's not mined, it's not like you can't drop artillery scattable mines or whatever. All you got to do is drop a couple, and the Russians will probably slow down because then they'll think there's more mines out there than there are. But that's the thing they should do, space for time, but they won't do it. But that's the NATO doctrine that they were trained at, supposedly. Or one of them.
What is the significance of Prokrofsk? Is it a logistics hub or
it's a large logistics hub?
Command and control center. It's a logistics hub.
Yeah, let off speak.
The ultimate cities in the Donbas were Sloviansk and Kramatorsk. So it's only recently I've heard of Prokrovsk. So it's a logistics hub. Have they built any major defenses between Prokrovsk and?
Go open my map and look at it. Don't ask stupid questions. This is you got defense or not is all on the map, dude.
Hey,
I was on screen.
Yeah, got two things. to Maddie's point about the box, I challenge you to find one time during this conflict. I've been watching the whole time. They never practice breakout tactics. If you watch World War II German breakthrough tactics, they don't do it. They into the Russian line. They don't pull forces from elsewhere and try to break that box. I don't know why that is, but that's one thing. But
they don't have the force, I think.
Guess not, but I mean, well,
I don't know. I mean, the box is kind of turned into a kill box.
Yeah,
because the Ukrainians just feed the box. They don't ever give up the box or clear the box or break out of the box. They just feed the box until the box goes away.
Well, often they at least try to like hold, those lines so troops can move out, and retreat. But yeah, they never try to actually pierce through. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at Robottini. It was designed as a kill zone. And people were like, people are screaming at the Russians, why don't you take a Robottini? Why? They killed it once. The Ukrainians filled it again. They killed it again. Right. Ukrainians sent some more in. They kill it again. Right. The Ukrainians sent some more in. They kill it again. It's just been, Robottini has been one of the biggest, I think, maulers of the Ukrainian force that was out there. And they, like Vaughn said, they continue to shove men and equipment into it when you could see it was a designed kill zone. It was a crumple zone. If you understand what happened in the Battle of Kursk, it was designed to crumple inside so that they would wind up engulfed on all sides by the Russians. It absorbed all their attack force, stopped their momentum, and they were never given an opportunity to try to get that momentum back because the Russians always kept pressure on them wherever they started to open up again.
And I remember when that shit started, and they were making all these NAFO fucks were posting videos of like you'd see 2s and 3s of Russians running away from a little house or something, and they're like, "Oh, they're running." It's like, and I thought at the time, it's like they're making sure you see them running away, so your fucking dumbass drives down there and chases them. Exactly what you did, and you drove right into. Oh, we got 3 guys on the run. Yeah, well, you forgot about the 8 guys on the side with ATGMs and a radio getting ready to light your motherfucking ass up. Because you chased 3 fucking conscripts down the road thinking you just won the battle. Yeah. I mean, they sucked them in hard because remember how long it took for them just to get through the security screen of the first line before they finally touched the first line.
Yeah, and then the History Legends, I think, had a video on this where they had fake trench lines. So they were confusing the Ukrainian forces. Like some of the lines, we literally had mannequins and fake.
And that's where they had the tunnels. So they had covered from the top that blended in, and they would attack Robottini, think they'd push the Russians out.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the Russians would pop up again, and then they finally figured it out when I guess a lucky artillery round, blew the cover off of a tunnel.
I just have one more about the tank. Maybe Vaughn can speak to it. But with the as far as ammunition, M829, APFSDS, and canister shot. So with no HE shell, how can they play the role of an assault gun? Like someone said earlier, like how the Russians brought out the T-55s and the T-64s, whatever, and they use them as like kind of mobile armored SPGs. They have stocks and stocks of high explosive shells that they've been storing up. But as far as I know, they made high explosive shells for the Abrams in Gulf War I, and then they stopped because the doctrine changed. So they have really
Well, you have MPAT, which was a newer one, which is kind of a dual purpose.
Yeah. And
you've got heat. But heat's for, vehicles and shit, and the MPAT's kind of like for vehicles. It could be for bunkers or aircraft. Yeah. But I mean, I just think the Russian 125 HE shell is, that's an artillery round shell, so it's going to pack way more punch, and we just don't have that. I mean, you can shoot a Sable round through a fucking building, but
right.
It'll fuck somebody up, but it's not going to knock the building down.
That's why they pull them off, because there's not much use case. You just going for anti-armor, right? The Abrams fuck up a T-72 if it gets dumped, but they didn't get many chances, so they took it off.
Yeah, I mean, really, there's just not a lot of places for it to do anything.
Right.
When you're a tank commander, you got to make the decision of what round best will take care of the obstacle in front of you. We always treated heat as dual purpose because it was really you know, either you got, you know, like Vaughn said, it's for light-skinned vehicles, IFVs, things like that. But if you don't have anything else, it's heat, because it is an explosive round. So it does do something. But we at least during my time, I've never seen canister carried or us use it for practice. It's an odd round that's usually not distributed out until it's necessary that it has to be used. But as
my understanding is there's not much 120 canister in any kind of inventory.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's very odd to make it, but what I'm wondering is that, you know, one of the things that I would like to see is the U.S. working on a new heat round. I mean, we see the heat round that the Russians are using now that is effective almost out to 7,000 yards, 70. You know what I mean, 7 kilometers. Anyway, and that's the thing. We don't have that same punch that they have with their heat round. So, and it gives them an extended distance over NATO tanks, because it can fire and hit something and destroy it from 7,000 where maybe we can't. And the problem is that if you want to use a saber round, it bleeds off its energy around 5,000 meters, and then it can't penetrate. It's just going to ricochet off and not do much damage of anything. So NATO in itself has put itself in a quandary, because it doesn't have the right rounds for the necessity of fighting this war like we once did. And there's the problem. I mean, because doctrine changed, so did our ammunition selection. Now look where we are. We're fighting in where we used to train to fight, where we used to have the right ammunition to do it. But when we went to coin and all that, everything changed. The ammunition selection got different, because of the sphere of battle would be different.
Yeah.
So you'd be carrying rounds that you didn't need to carry. So.
Yeah. That's all I wanted to say, y'all. Thank you.
Very few people had World War I trench warfare on their bingo card, right? Like, that's the problem. One of the things about heat, just briefly there, is it is for soft skin vehicles. So IFVs, trucks, you know, fuel trucks, they're a wonderful target for something like that. So if that's your ammo mix, heavy on that stuff, you're shooting at roads, you're shooting at supply lines, you're having a great time right now, because of the mud, people are sticking on roads. So I can imagine the Ukrainian supply lines are terribly torn up by that heat ammo. And that's probably why they only had a couple of Bradleys left to haul back to Moscow, is because they probably are mostly Nazi cookers at this point, sitting off the road, blown up. So yeah, it's critically important to have that kind of ammo if your opponent is going to do any kind of maneuver warfare or attempt it, because they have to move around in these vehicles. If it's slow and they can move around as infantry, that ammo is way less effective. But in any, let's say the Russians broke out and headed straight for the Dnieper and for the river, and maybe they head for Kiev again, maybe they cross the Dnieper. You're going to want a lot of heat to stop the vehicles that they move across. If you don't have it, then you're not stopping them. And I think we are looking at that situation as early as this fall, a breakout with IFVs from the Russian side.
Well, actually, that's one of the things I was curious about, what people think about. I believe that there will be a Russian offensive this summer for the reasons I mentioned previously when I talked. I don't know where you guys stand on that. I'm curious if you believe in yes, where, or if you believe in no, why.
It already started. But I had another question about the tanks. Look behind me. I have a turtle tank disguised as a hose. See? That's my question, because the Russians starting to get inventive. It's not really a question. I know already. I think the answer, but for the people that are watching, maybe the question is going to be the turtle tank. They put some anti-drone tech on it. They disguise it to not make it looking like a tank, and it's actually pretty working, except if they're putting their videos on social media and giving their location out and then start getting bombed. Happened with the first one. So we already seen more than that one tank in the beginning. A few weeks ago, we see already a few tanks disguised like a turtle tank or like a hose tank, each thing. It's working.
What it's mainly doing, though, is it is soaking up one of those scarce heat rounds or explosive rounds to blow the thing off before you can hit it with armor piercing. So it's like requiring a double tap to take the tank out. And the crew is then warned because their shed blows off, right? So things that look dumb like that can actually have a tremendous impact just by making them fire at you twice to actually hit you.
But the question that I want, so it's working-ish. The first tank, I think, had also an anti-mine system in front of the tank, I think. So that works.
Well,
Actually, at that moment is the most important tank because you need to clear all these mines out. And it's going to be the principal target of the enemy.
Well, that's another thing about the mines. Apparently, that's one of the reasons why the Russian advance is going faster now, like the last week, 10 days, is because apparently the area that they've broken through is not as heavily mined as before. Either the Ukrainians were stupid, lazy, or didn't have enough. So these areas are not as heavily mined. So I don't know if anyone would experience in the military wants to speak to that.
I think it's easy to say.
Yeah, that's important. It's important point that the front line was Divka, so that was prepared defense, and you wouldn't mine 20 kilometers behind your front line, which is where they are now. So these are unprepared defensive positions. This is the third line. Yeah. Well, they're saying a second line defensive line, which is not usually mined. It will be mined right before it's reached. So that's why, I mean, this area that they're going through, it's not heavily mined. They have to quick mine it or send a drone to mine it in front of the Russians or do the remote mining, any type of remote mining they can. That's what why it's so low. And that turtle tank is actually mostly effective against artillery shrapnel. That's why that turtle. That's why it's mostly so good. It's if you carry the troops on a tank or on IFV, action for the troops against artillery shrapnel, against drones. The majority of the drones wouldn't reach most of the people underneath it, or the electronic equipment on the tank is also protected. So that's
and then you can have 20 guys with shotguns shooting at the drone too, right? They can all be on the tank blasting away at the incoming drone.
Another thing about battle tank is that can I or
yeah, go ahead, Dennis.
Mehdi, I think wanted to say something.
One of the things about the turtle tanks is that there's an emitter on top of them. If you haven't seen an isolated picture of it, it's to the front, and that I think is actually the system that is making the turtle tank effective. And when we saw them being used, you notice that we saw the other tanks or vehicles came up right behind it and tried to stay close. To me, that shows that it was trying to stay within the coverage of whatever those emitters were. I'm just guessing here. Of course, I don't know, but there's a lot of theories of how you were supposed to attack, whether you should be 50 meters apart, 100 meters apart, stuff like that. And that's all theory because it all changes out on the battlefield. But I think that the turtle tanks represent something that we may be seeing a lot more of, and where maybe you'll see those systems now go on to individual tanks within say a company. And those tanks will be going out with the platoons as they go out and do their jobs. But like Yuri said, we're beyond the front lines now. We're beyond where it's a static defense, where it was all built up. We're in the back where now it's dispersed and it can be broken through because you've got units dropping out. When the units drop out uncoordinated, they wind up leaving other units' asses hanging in the breeze to be cut off. So those units are forced to fall back, even though they don't want to. They have to because they have no choice if they want to keep a coherent line. And that's what's going on with the Ukrainians. Is I mentioned something called the sucking vortex of retreating men. is that once men start to retreat, uncoordinated and unauthorized, others that see it, if morale is low, will tend to follow it. And is that what's happening? And they're just keeping a good lid on it. Is basically you got AFU all across the line retreating without orders, and they're being forced to follow it back. Even the regular units that are online that maybe want to fight, they have no choice. They have to fall back, or else they're going to get cut off themselves. So there's a lot of tactical shit we don't know going on, but we'll see what happens going in the future.
It looks like Russians are chasing them and attacking those retreating units, just as they were supposed to settle on the new lines, and you need time to settle new lines, right? 2-3 days. Well, they don't get to have those 2-3 days, so they've been attacked right when they're still grouped in one spot, and FAB are so effective with it, especially the RBK, that those cluster FABs, they are very effective to scare everyone off. So just as they're being settled, they've been attacked and they have to pull back. But I think the old 2014 defensive line is over there, Karlovka, by Karlovka Reservoir. That's a big obstacle, right? And going to Pokrovsk, that's the best option that they will have. Those are the old 2014.
It is something that I have been. If you guys remember when I reported about when they first conquered Adivka city, then they were attacking the BOT line, the Bataji, Olivka, that line. Yeah, I complained. I say that the Russians did. I thought that they should push through. If they want to attack, they got to chase, and then to do the breakthrough. Don't let them settle. But the Russians let them settle, and then they just crash into the wall. So now you see the Russians are not settling. They're making one breakthrough after a breakthrough, and then they immediately conquered one place. The other force will continue to push, and this is how you see the lines keep collapsing because the Ukrainians have no time to rest. They kind of prove my point. I think Lambo is raising his fingers. Lambo.
Yeah, I already have almost cramps. No, but first about the mines, it's impossible to mine completely Ukraine because the front is already, 1,200 kilometers long, something like that. So after a while, they need to decide specific points. After a moment, the Russians are going to be on territory with no mines, so they're going to be progressing much easier. I think tactically from Ukraine, the more flat environments like more farming area are not going to be that mined. So for the moment, we can see very big pushes because of that until the Russians are going to get to a new defensive line and maybe it's going to be more mined. But there is a lot of things that playing, like you see the Russians going very aggressive. So they find the way to play with the turtle tanks that actually pretty working. You have more and more planes flying around. The Sukhoi 25s are very active for the moment. The Kh-52 helicopters are more active for the moment. Then you have the Sukhoi 34s fabbing the shit of Ukraine. They are fabbing crazy. Ukraine actually managed yesterday to attack an airfield, and they destroyed the hangar full of these fab kits. So Russia is going to maybe lose a little bit. It was actually stupid for Ukraine to attack that hangar. That was successfully okay, but they need to maybe more attacking these Sukhoi 34s on the same airfields because these are more difficult to replace than these fab kits. But yeah, Ukraine is trying to do something about it, but it's not working in my eyes. These fab kits are easy to make, easy to produce, not expensive at all, mounted on existing bombs that they already have in stock. So also, these cluster striking with the fabs also working very good for the trench lines. And these are all things that you combine together that allow the Russians to push that hard like they're doing now. Like John said before, when they're going to start the offensive, the Russians, I think they're already busy. I think they're not going to be a major offensive. The offensive is already there. They find the time now to move. They have the time also to do it because Ukraine is lacking so much assets, so much ammunition. the biggest problem is actually manpower. That's going to be a very big problem for Ukraine. You can send billions and billions to Ukraine, but if you don't have manpower to use these new equipments, you're fucked. You have equipment without people and not well-trained people. So we also, when we are talking about the Abrams tanks, Mehdi say the point, I think, that the biggest problem was a lack of training of the crew. Very important. Very important. A well-trained crewman of a tank, Mehdi is going to be able to say that, is fast, scared if they've been attacked by the enemy or something like that. So your mental is very important as a soldier, and a tank needs to be very scary to work in a tank and to be attacked by drones. So you need to not panic, and you need to find a solution very fast, an exit way, maybe in forehand before you enter the war field. You need to already know when it's going to be fucked. How do you going to escape? You don't need to think in one way. You need to have a plan B, a plan C, a plan D, if something going wrong. And if you're lacking training, you're lacking concentration, you're panicking too fast, yeah, you can't work like that. The decision of the United States to pull off the Abrams, for me, is stupid. It's just stupid, because it's less armor for Ukrainians, plus the Russians. And I already said that for a long time. That type of warfare we're seeing now, you can really do the comparison with First World War, because they're using a lot of new tactics. They're trying out new things. The evolution of the war is so big, mechanically, electronically, compared to the First World War. But it's a whole different situation, because we are speaking about more than 100-year difference. But you can see evolution during the war of some weaponry. The Allies is thinking new systems. The enemies are thinking about new systems. They're trying it out, figuring out if it's going to work or not. We're seeing that with the drones. We're seeing that now with the tanks. Because even the Russians are... Avon, I need to continue to speak. So you are next.
I mean, you talk about the whole goddamn war for 10 minutes. You don't break it up.
Last time I spoke, there were people speaking already longer than me. Fuck off. I just spoke like for 3 minutes now.
You're talking about everything. Can you talk about...
Yeah, I just summarized the situation.
You can just say Ukraine is back.
Pick one goddamn topic.
Yeah, but fuck off. It's the same topic. We're still talking about the evolution of Russia.
No, we're talking about front lines.
We're
talking about the front lines.
You're speaking about the front lines and the tanks, so yeah, you mix into yourself up. I can't do about it. But the evolution now with the Russians, with the tanks also, as the new crew transport, I forgot the name about these tanks, coming new types out with more armor protection, the blast-off panels is going to be able, if they're going to put that on the front line, to get even the troops further and the front line, because these drones are going to hit the blast panels that these type of tanks didn't have before. Only the T-72s, the T-80s, and these other type of tanks, the attack tanks that had that. But the crew transport tanks were the older, cheap version, so it's always going to help them out. It's just going to say, like, we've seen this evolution going very hard, and the best learning team of the war for the moment is Russia. They're trying the most new things out, and it's working. In a cheap way or in an expensive way, it's just fucking working. So yeah,
if someone interested, Lambo is talking about new, old/new ERA system on BMP-3s named Cactus. It's like specially designed to be placed on light vehicles, because like there is a problem with ERA, typical ERAs that you can place on usual MBTs, is that on the light armor, when explodes, they will actually damage the armor of the carrier. So they just figured it out.
Yeah, the one that just now going to win the war is the one that's going to have the most weapons. One is Russia. Always say it. Russia is always going to win it, and yet, and the difference in time is going to be only by how fast Russia can do it. But Russia is changing the tactics and improve everything, and that is for me a fucking big game changer. That whole complete package with the tanks and with everything. Ukraine doesn't have it. That's it. Fun.
I was going to make 2 quick points. As the DPA was happening months ago, there were stories about how the Ukrainians did not have positions prepared behind these areas that were potentially at risk for breakthrough. So the fact that they don't have them now is coming home to bite them in the ass. And my other point was, I'm trying to remember because it's been so fucking long.
Oh, so bad. Oh, poor Von.
Oh, I was going to say, in regards to the frontline troops, also, it's been very obvious that the Russians have concentrated heavily on reinforcements in the rear. So not only do these troops not have troops to fall back with, there's probably literally no one coming up because these battalions are being decimated by FAB strikes. How many brigades never showed up because they're all dead or wounded? And how many brigades showed up that were like companies and battalions? I mean, they've made a very concerted effort to destroy all the reinforcements and resupply while they destroy these guys up front. So, I mean, really, what's out there to even fall back to and create a defensive line out of? Because once you stop, you're dead. Straight up, you're fucking dead. You're either getting droned or fabbed, but you're getting something.
And that's the biggest problem with these fabs. You're not allowed anymore to stay in your fucking trench. Because if they spot the trench and they see there are people in that trench, they're going to fab it. And bye-bye, trench. That's what I am saying. It's just you can't speak only about tanks, but for the moment you need to speak about everything.
One, you didn't name the next one.
What I'd like to bring up.
Sorry, it was many.
What I'd like to bring up is, to Mr. Lambo, what he said is that, and I agree, the Russians are taking lessons learned on the front and getting it turned around to active defenses on the battlefield far quicker than NATO and the AFU are. They just have probably more resources to do it. So as soon as they learn something that works, they try to get it into their R&D and then out onto the front to help the soldiers out. We'd be in R&D for years with the MIC trying to make money off of it. The other thing is that Russia right now has the operational momentum, and it means that they're going to want to keep it. The people who were saying they would stop and pause don't understand the situation, I think. I could be the one that's completely wrong, but they want to keep the operational momentum, because if they give it up, if they stop at, say, some predetermined line, and they allowed the AFU the time to rest, refit, regroup, then they have to go through this whole process again of gaining the momentum, fighting them in a meeting engagement, then trying to get through it again. That's the reason why the Russians are trying to keep the pressure on and close to the AFU as they can, to like Yuri said, not letting them regroup, letting them reform, letting them to rearm. They're going to be in constant strain trying to protect themselves and moving forward. The Russians learned in World War II that if you have mobility over your adversary and you push on them, you can push right through them because they don't have the mobility you do. So we'll see how it goes, but that's my 2 points on that.
Super chat.
On that super chat, I can say that GLMS bomb is actually not that numerous that were given to Ukrainians, and how much it's obviously only equipped with GPS guidance, and that's easily interrupted by electronic warfare by Russians. So it has to rely only on inertial guidance, which is not that precise. So it's wasted by missing by a few hundred meters their targets. So it turned out to be useless while highly expensive. So probably it will be useful against some Middle East country, but not with advanced enemy. So that's one point. But on the question of offensive, by Myrat Harulin, the Russian offensive started right after Ukrainian counteroffensive. It's a 3 phase. By now, it's entering 3rd phase. I know it's hard to comprehend on that long timeline. The first phase was taking over artillery advantage, artillery suppression of the enemy. That's what they did by the New Year's. By New Year, first phase of the offensive was successful suppression of Ukrainian artillery. So, in order to base it for some kind of consistent attritional push against the lines to attrition the enemy in the front line. That's kind of turning off now, and it getting into the active phase of moving in. But I think it was supposed to be by Easter, Orthodox Easter, to start the 3rd phase of the offensive. Maybe there's a 4th one, but they didn't mention 4th phase. So now they're breaking through the lines. That's the third phase of the offensive. So this is the 1 year long offensive. This is the strategic thinking of the Russian army. This is Myrat Hairulin, that everyone who knows appreciate what he says. So that's the explanation of the long strategic offensive by Russia. And now we are seeing a very active attempt to start active offensive, to go from Belgorod down around Kharkiv. That's probably that 3rd phase, or we're just guessing now what phases should be. I'm guessing actually. So next one, Mehdi.
I think you brought up a good point. I've been preaching that it's phase warfare for the Russians, and he's completely right. I mean, phase warfare also means they change up their equipment and unit structure to represent what they're going to be fighting through in the future. And it gives them, that is the reason why that Russians choose phase warfare. It goes back into the history of their doctrine, which their doctrine states that they know and agree that warfare will be stagnant at first, then it will go mobile. If you read the literature about how their doctrine was founded, you will see that it's in there. And this was the compromise that they made when they were deciding what doctrine would be. And it's the format for the deep battle doctrine that moved forward from there. And if you really think about war, it happens in separate phases. And the Russian doctrine is, I think, quite right in matching it, because then they're always prepared to be able to adapt to the battlefield as it is, instead of just forcing in your equipment in there and trying to help make it work. They bring in equipment that is designed to make it work, whereas we don't. We just use all the same equipment and have it do everything. It isn't the same. And hopefully we'll learn a lot of lessons from this.
We have that super chat from Green Gold. Yeah. What are your thoughts on the ground launch a small diameter bomb turning out?
What kind of bomb is that? Is it mortar? I'm actually not sure what bomb is this. Is he talking about?
It can be mortar also. Small.
It was some kind of piece of ordnance that could be fired like out of a artillery tube or a HIMARS or something. It was supposed to be like super accurate, that replaces something that they had that they couldn't use anymore. Or, I don't even know if they ever used them anywhere. I remember them talking about it, but I don't know if they ever even used them.
They may be
it's a bomb with a rocket-powered bomb with a wing, with wings. Elongated.
Yeah, and it like GPS guided or some shit. I mean, I think that's all there was to it. It was just something like real accurate bomb.
But so far, I think it's very, very useful, right? I mean, even the Russians are using it. They have this guided artillery bombs that was like, I think Krasnopol or something. Like they are super accurate. Dennis,
but it's not bomb, it's shell. Like there is a difference between them. But yeah,
so ground how to be a bomb.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny because in World War II, the Russians actually had shovels. This is a true story. I have a picture of it. shovels that turned into little mortars. Each guy carried 12 12 shells with them to launch from the handle of this. And in the German diary, when they wrote about it, was scared because they were worried that the Russians would their infantry would be using these things en masse in attacks. And if matter of fact, there's a video that actually expresses this, but it's pretty funny. The small diameter bombs, I still don't understand the concept behind it. If it's too small to do damage, so what if it's accurate? Okay, you hit the target. Okay, it didn't do anything. That's nice. You know, that's the only thing I can think about it. I really don't know how effective they really are.
Well, depending for who's using it. Like some Russians officers are complaining that there is no infantry carried like 60-millimeter mortars, which could be used by platoons, right? Every platoon or even a squad could use one. It would be really handy. It's a little bit step above those AGS-17 40-millimeter rounds. So it's very good weapon for the infantry. Easy to carry, and one person carry it, another one carries ammo or something. More than that, so it's effective, you know, for a little bit, slightly enforced protection for the infantry to go against the slightly enforced protection, you know. So or somewhere in the field, people walking, you know, just like the AGS rounds are good. I mean, there's also interesting adoption from Croatian war here. You know, what the AGS is, those grenade launchers. Those innovative grenade launchers. You stick a short pipe on a barrel, very small short pipe that can fit a grenade on it, and fire it with just a bulletless round, right? And it will fly the grenade like 200, 300 meters. That was a Croatian invention that was used plentifully here. It's like handmade addition for the barrel of any gun you can use. So to throw a grenade 200 meters. So instead of using automatic grenade launchers like today they using in Ukraine, right? It's very. It used to be very effective weapon and used plentifully in 2014 and 2015 in Ukraine. I know they've been loving those grenade launchers, using them. I don't know how many numbers, but there is plenty of videos how they're using to shell above the house, you know, in the next house yard. So yeah, Greg, you wanna go?
Yeah, just on this topic, I don't know quite what the intent was about ground launch. They could have meant the M777 guided artillery shells. They could have meant mortars or whatever. But taking it the most generally, the history of this is the Russians did used to overwhelmingly provide mortars and rockets to their frontline infantry. In the 80s, every fourth man carried an 80-millimeter mortar, I think, in the Soviet forces. So this is kind of a doctrinal thing with the Russians, that having that close support firepower in the squad is really important, so that infantry can make motion on their own and not wait for any kind of artillery backup. But that maybe is of less use now with the ranges being so great. I really just wanted to mention what Mehdi said about the phasing. That's the nature of the terrain that the Russians obviously fight over the most, which is East Europe, which is it's flat and it's muddy. So General Mudd decides that basically all through from the frozen time to the dry time, and vice versa from the dry time to the frozen time, that you're going to have mud in those fields. And so everyone's going to have to move their supplies by the roads. And so you're going to use your aircraft and your artillery or whatever to destroy the supply lines. As soon as it's dry, you're in a completely different game. All of a sudden, your enemy can be brought into much greater supply because they can move all kinds of things over the dry fields. They don't have to stick to the roads. It's much harder to intercept them. So the timing of Russian warfare is basically kind of the same as it was in medieval times. You assume that the cavalry, which is your main weapon, can't do anything in the mud. So, you know, you're in this kind of positional warfare. And then you have these periods of maneuver warfare in the winter and in the summer when you can count on being able to go across this terrain. And this has governed battle forever. This has governed battle back to Agincourt, when the British set up on a hill, the English set up on a hill and basically let the French go ride themselves right into the mud and get exterminated, with basically grossly outnumbered force was wiped out that way. So if you know how to use mud, you're going to win in this kind of flat plain rural warfare. And that's really what the Russian phasing is about. So, you know, between fortresses and mud fields, there isn't really a lot of use anymore for the sort of the close-in conventional mortar kind of stuff. So maybe it's just falling out of doctrinal use because of the very, very long ranges. But the phasing is because of the terrain. Always look at the terrain and the weather before you decide.
This phasing is settled around decimating attrition in the enemy. That's settled around.
But I can corroborate what Craig said.
There are times when you can do it and times when you can't, right?
Because the current timing is exactly when the Russians actually launched the offensive, you know, in the beginning of the war, and then then after that they pause. They expected that, you know, the muddy season will stop the Ukrainians. End up the Ukrainians actually attacking during the mud season, during September, which was a surprise to the Russians, because the Russians were actually they're preparing for their mobilization, and they actually don't have much troops in Ukraine at all. You know, it was all the front line was meant by the militias. So, Maddie.
No.
Maddie, you're muted.
Maddie, you're muted.
Thank you for letting the old man know. You guys know I kind of disagree about General Mudd because I think it affects both sides not equally. And I wonder, and what we know of General Mudd and operations in Russia all comes from World War II, which is all the German perspective of it. You got to remember what position the Germans were in. They were being forced into retreat. The Russians were still moving at them. So General Mudd was not affecting Russia as much as it was affecting Germany at the time. Here's from the Corson Pocket by Zetterling and Franklin. The only tracked vehicles had any reasonable progress, but most division was stuck with its wheeled vehicles in deep mud. Now, there's another, I got a whole bunch of these. I'll just read one more. Similarly, the 17th Panzer Division reported that only tracked vehicles could negotiate the roads. Now, if you remember at this time, the Russians had far more armor available to them than the Germans did. We got to remember the Germans were retreating on foot, trying to use their trucks. They had to try to use keep their tanks full of fuel because they were the only things they could use that actually could be a reactionary force that was mobile enough to help them stem some of these Russian attacks. And what was happening, some of the Russian units blew so far through the German units and got to places so far ahead of their own logistics, they wound up getting cut off and massacred at night because they just couldn't defend themselves without any infantry. It got to the point where some of Russian leadership didn't know where these units were to send them logistics. They had went so far ahead. And the problem with some of them was only one track would have communications. If that tank got knocked out, there was no communications other than sending a tank back to tell them where you were when they were told to keep on the attack. So they never did. And that's the thing, is there is a misnomer about mud and what can and cannot be used, because mud does not affect tracked vehicles the same it does wheeled. It also, for wheeled vehicles, it almost it increases their fuel usage by a third because of all the slippage and shit trying to get through the mud. So there is another consideration. If you're low on fuel, trying to retreat through mud is not going to be your friend either. It's just going to use up your resources. So I suggest people go read, because the more you read about it, the more you understand that, you know what, it's not necessarily that people are frozen in place during the mud. It comes about who has the track vehicles to keep moving forward.
It's not only by reading that was important. Also now you can watch a lot of documentaries on YouTube that are very interesting. A good point on these tanks from the Germans. They were too big. Just take the example of the Tiger tank. It was a very big, heavy tank. And the Germans had a very good manual. And in that manual was also written how you needed to see the ground pressure before you go with your tank over a field. And so in that manual, and that's not a joke, it was written with pictures that you need to have 2 tank crews on the ground. One take the other tank crew on his back and put just 1 foot on the ground. Just say it like a flamingo on the ground. If he was sinking down in the ground was not good enough for the Tiger tank to pass through. It was written in the manual of a Tiger tank. That was a very big problem for the Germans. They had that wonder tank, the best tank ever made during the Second World War, but it was too heavy and it broke down very quickly. Also, the Germans also didn't have enough of the supplying of spare parts for broken down tanks was also a big issue for the Germans. That was a very big thing. I also have one thing about the mortars for the Ukrainians. Why there's, like, for the super chats, why there is maybe less effective results from these small bombs, small mortars. The Ukrainians has a very big supply problem, and if they got supplied by mortars, the diameter of these bombs were too big. We saw videos on the Telegram of Ukrainians passing these mortar shells into CNC machines to get the right diameter to pass them in the tubes. That's how bad the problem is with Ukrainians for the moment. That's also why Belgium, here in my country, you know, I'm from Flanders, for the other super chats, not French, Dutch. The Belgium actually don't give any shells what do they have, because we just don't have the same diameter that Ukraine uses. So what we do is paying the Germans to build new shells for the Ukrainian that use maybe German equipment or NATO equivalent equipment that Ukrainian use. And that is also a big problem because they need to be fabricated. It's not stockpile that you give away. So that does take a lot of time for the Ukrainians. Ukraine just have a very, very big shortage of a lot of shell types and launching systems. That's a very big issue.
Just to reinforce what Mr. Lambert maybe was saying, mud affects people, different terms differently. And just to iterate what they were talking about World War II, remember the T-34 and KV tanks, they had wide tracks to deal with the mud and the snow. But the Germans, especially the initial tanks, the Panzer Mark II and III, they had narrow tracks. Even though now they tried in the Panther and the Tiger to have wide tracks, copying the T-34, they were still too heavy to maneuver in the muddy situation. Yeah, that was all.
A little history about this. The T-34 was actually studied at Aberdeen Proving Grounds in the United States. Russia let them have one to study. You know what one of the things they didn't like about it was? It's wide tracks. Believe it or not, it's wide tracks. On a M68-3 like I had, its ground pressure is 12.9 pounds per square inch. And that's what gives it the ability to be able to ride across mud where wheeled vehicles can't, because they only have these 4 little patches that touch the ground. The tank has an entire plank of tracks that it rides across. So that's how tanks have an advantage, is that they don't put the same amount of ground pressure on the ground. The one thing about it, and it relates to today, is that the West has been telling us for years how much better our equipment is in engineering. And we heard this during World War II, how much better German tanks were engineered than the Russians. Let me ask you a question. If they were so much better engineered, how come half the time they would lose 30 to 40% en route to a battle? You know, let's look at the Panther. They had to delay Citadel to get the Panther to be able to be run worthy, which means that they had to ship in engines. They had to send engines for Germany to replace the engines that were in the Panthers at the time, because they were known to start catching on fire before they even made the battlefield. This was a big problem for Germany. That's why I laugh when I hear about, you know, Germans have better engineered vehicles. Well, if they had better engineered vehicles, they would have been on the battlefield, but they weren't. The T-34 could be relied upon to be on the battlefield in fighting with. You know, you can have a great tank, but if it doesn't make the battlefield, what's its purpose? It's just a lump of steel that you got to maintain.
Yeah,
and there's the big difference is that we assume we have better engineering. The Russians take into account the environment it's going to be in and its durability. You know, and I'm sure we do too, but, you know, not like them. They designed their equipment for purpose, and they designed it the simplest way to affect that purpose for, you know, just for economic costs and such like that. They don't throw thousands of things on a tank, taking, you know, like 3 months to get a tank from the production line, the start of a production line and out. You know, they make the tank. That's what you go fight with. They return with the lessons learned. They come in, they enter the lessons learned, they put it into the production models at that time and turn them out once the whatever the lesson learned is engineered enough to be on the tank. So, you know, there's a lot of things I wish people would read a little bit more about World War II, because you would see a lot of what's happening now has already happened, and we're just following the same patterns. You know, it's predictable at this point.
Well, no question. And we said right at the start, when the Challengers and the Leopards and the Abrams were being discussed, these 70-ton tanks, you know, designed more for, you know, European and Mideast theaters, are just not going to work as well as the basically wide-tracked 55-ton things that can go over Ukrainian 55-ton bridges and maneuver the mud better. The equipment mix is designed for the terrain. And yeah, it's down to the specific vehicle ultimately. Like, you could even have a tracked vehicle, but if it's too narrow a track, then, you know, then you're going to sink. So infantry cares less, obviously, because they can advance in mud. But any kind of vehicle, particularly wheeled vehicles, you have this bunching up on the roads effect. So if you look at the actual equipment mix on display, you know, you discover it. But the comment I want to throw in here is the diplomatic one, which is, if your army is designed to fight on the flat European plain with mud as a consideration, you're kind of telling everybody else that you have no intention of it going all the way to Paris or Lisbon. You're kind of telling everybody else you have no intention of invading the Mideast with it. Whereas the American idea of let's build something that can go anywhere and do anything really does express the imperial intent to leave the option open to invade anywhere. And that's a message that's actually not lost on, like, the BRICS countries, that Russia's mix of gear is designed to protect Russia. It's a defensive thing that works great on its own border terrain. And it's not designed to be dropped off very, very far from home and go invade people that have nothing to do with you and don't want you there. And that's, you know, really kind of a significant signal to send to the world when your equipment is really all designed to defend on your own borders only. And I think that's not lost on the world. It's more tactically effective there, but it also sends a signal you've got no intention of coming and messing with you in your own hemisphere or your own deserts or whatever. Yeah. I mean, the Russian gear is useful in those places. For some countries can buy it, but it's not designed for it. It often needs a fair bit of adaptation to work in other terrains.
I have actually an answer for the super chat also, the last one, that rhymes thing, and I'm going to combine it by give the answer to Greg. So history doesn't repeat itself, but often rhymes. That's why I'm saying the example of First World War or Second World War you can use, but First World War is even better because of trenches. But also, simplicity always wins against complexity. That is a major point. Like I say, well-engineered doesn't mean it's well-produced also. That was a big problem in Second World War. Germany was in a rush. So they engineered something fantastic, but they didn't have anything to repair it. The after factory control. So if they build the thing, the control of is it well built or not. Russia has, in simplicity, always been up to date, the best learning guy. If you just look like the T-34, and that's actually the answer about the T-34 was in Second World War a very simplistic made tank, so very easy to maintain, very easy to produce, so it make it also faster to produce compared to another thing. The Russians now, up to date, are still working like that. Just look at their planes. If you just look at the plane like the Sukhoi 27 platform exists now in multiple platforms. Sukhoi 27, the Sukhoi 30, the Sukhoi 30 SM, the Sukhoi 33, Sukhoi 34, Sukhoi 35. They all have the same base platform. It's an old platform, but it works. It's solid enough. And they evolved that platform to make multiple type of planes. The tanks is the same. How many platforms is shared one base of a tank to other type of tanks? Until now, also, if you look at the latest, the T-72, I think Mehdi can explain that better. Russia has a good platform, and they use it for the most things possible, that they don't need to engineer something whole new. And it's you also win time in that. So it's simplicity wins always. Mehdi or Joe first? I don't know. You want to Joe?
Oh yeah. As they said, that comment that is usually attributed to Stalin, though he's not the one who said, quantity has a quality of it in its own right. So T-34s versus Panther and Tigers, you know who won. Even Shermans were mass produced, and that's why in the West, the Western allies won in the Western Front. I don't know if I can change topic a bit, because we're talking about tanks, mortars for over an hour. I was looking at this envisioned NATO weapons that are coming into Ukraine. I was looking at the F-16. Okay, I'm not saying it's a game changer, it will win the war for Ukraine, but it might, I think it might complicate Russian air operations. Okay, let me just explain. If the US was to provide the M120 Abrams missile, which I've seen has a range of about 100 kilometers, could they now start intercepting the Su-34s and Su-25s that are dropping fabs from about 70 kilometers away? I'm not saying it's going to change, they're going to, but just like HIMARS in the initial stages of its deployment complicated Russian logistics. If the US was to provide such an air-to-air missile, it might temporarily, as I'm insisting, temporarily complicate Russian air operations. And then the Czech president said he had secured funding to buy 8,000 artillery rounds. So where did he get these artillery rounds from? Okay, that's my two.
One thing about the tanks, and I'll just end with this, is that there comes a problem with resources too, because German tanks at the end of the war were not able to produce the same armor they were at the very beginning. They ran out of the materials, so their armor was faulty, and at the end, the Russian tanks were able to penetrate them without any additional type of rounds. They could just flat out penetrate them then. As to what was just said, I don't see it happening that way because of the R-37 missile. It can double the range of any NATO missile-to-missile system. So it'll be able to strike those F-16s long before they're even in operational space to even fire those missiles at what's coming. It's just a matter of does Russia send out protection with them? I mean, I'm not saying you're completely wrong. I'm sure, it'll happen. Like if it happens suddenly and the Russians are not ready for it, that time may be successful. But after that, the R-37 just outranges anything we have right now. So I can't see it really having that effect.
Yeah, I was going to say, in the DPA world, there's a guy out here who's an F-16 Viper pilot with like 1,000 hours, who would be great to come on here and talk about these possibilities with the F-16 and the AMRAAM, but he's too much of a NAFO chicken shit to ever come on. So he hides in the forums and talk smack, when he could come on here and be a fucking star and explain people the realities of the F-16, and nobody's asking him to give up classified information or anything like that. But he could talk in breadth and depth about the particular subject, explain realistically what it might be able to accomplish versus what people are promising. But like I said, he's too much of a chicken shit. So we have to go by what we know. And the AMRAAM is an excellent missile, but it does not have the same range as the potential R-37. And you can assume that upon the arrival of any F-16s in the theater for Ukraine, that from that point forward, all bombers will be escorted by fighters. And those fighters will be able to track the F-16s with the A-50s. And maybe at some point there'll be shots exchanged. If the Russians fuck up and get close enough for an AMRAAM shot, I'm sure they'll take it. More than likely, the Russians will be able to take shots at the F-16s. So that's my best guess on what would happen. I mean, the F-16s may be able to do something, but I think the Russians could respond fairly quickly. And just because they have more resources and their missiles may have better range, kind of negates the whole air-to-air thing, unless somebody really fucks up and they get close.
You see, Ukrainians are training on Yak 59, 52, so you don't know what's going to happen.
So the F-16 is not that much special as compared to, let's say, MiG-27. So so if MiG-27 cannot survive the war, then F-16 can't survive the war. And let's say they are better than MiG-27. The Russians, we haven't even talked about the Russian air defense systems. You have the S-300, you have the S-400. They're going to bring in the S-500s. And the S-500's missiles are, I think, is also super fast. I think it's hypersonic speed type of missiles. There is zero ways F-16 can survive.
I mean, I didn't mean to gloss over that, but that's
And then like what Vaughn say, the bombers. The bombers themselves are fighter jets, and then they can be also accompanied and escorted by the Sukhoi 57s, which the Russians say very little about them because Sukhoi 57s has been operating, but they don't say anything much about them. They only say that they has been used, but and it could be a fact that the moment Sukhoi 57 enter the war or enter into the dogfight, the F-16 don't even know what happens and they die. Very similar to how a F-22 or F-35 enter any air-to-air combat. Most jets don't even know they exist, and then they suddenly just explode. So, Lambo.
Oh, I have very, very, very new news from this week from the Belgium news. The Belgium government decided to already deliver very fast 4 F-16s. Normally, they want to wait it after the elections, 9 June, so after the new government. So I already said the previous open mic, 2025, going to be normally Belgium delivering some F-16s. Now, for the moment, we already have 14 F-16s active, and I forgot which country, not so far away of Ukraine, and the Baltic country. I forgot. Not so far away of Ukraine. So they're going to give, I think, together with the Danish and the other ones and the Dutch ones, they're already providing a little bit more of F-16s. They're going to supply also we have a big stockpile of missiles, so they're going to supply the missiles that we already have in stockpile, and they invested by using 200 million euro of money that is on from the Russian interests on the Belgian banks. They're going to invest air defense for Ukraine. They're going to be built by Germany. But just to say, I seeing the F-16 coming before the summer, not July, but earlier. You're preparing for it. They're going to come, but I just don't see it happening on the battlefield very well for the F-16s. That's my point of view.
Okay, I wanted to change the topic instead of the different weapons. The VIB Union discussed with History Legends on the latest video about possible Kharkiv offensive by Russians penetrating from the Belgorod to Kharkiv. But because there's so much of the different preparation, like the destroying TV tower, communication tower, so much devastating bombing of the equipment and gathered troops, foreign mercenaries, command centers in Kharkiv. It sounds like preparation for the offensive, and it will be very effective. And I believe they would want to have Kharkiv before Kharkiv and the Donbas and Zaporizhzhia, Kherson, all the oblasts taken before any talk of negotiation or any possibility of negotiation will happen. I believe that they wouldn't go without Kharkiv. They will do referendum, and Kharkiv Oblast will be also Russia. That's what I think, especially because they put so much effort and talk about having that buffer zone for Belgorod region, for the Russian proper. So that cannot be attacked anymore. But of course, yes, there is not going to be any stop. It will keep going until the Ukrainian capitulation. But this is the next line, especially because they would need to go through Izium, go back to Izium, and then go Donbas region to be freed. To go also they will need to have the Izium approach to the Donetsk, to Slavyansk, to Kramatorsk, and so on, from two sides, not only from the south. That will be very advantageous. I think it's gonna happen. Maybe not so soon, but it will happen in some time. That's my possible development. Wyatt was negating that, but maybe Wyatt wanted no. Okay, Craig.
Yeah, I was on Joey's point still. Remember that this whole glide bomb development happens really by surprise, spontaneously during this conflict, right? So the first versions of it are pretty crude. And I think it would be a serious mistake to imagine that the range extension on those has reached its limit. So I'm pretty sure that they're figuring out every day how to get an extra kilometer out of that and how to launch them with a little extra speed from a little extra height. And they will be able to stay out of range with the assets that count. They'll either figure out how to do it with the fighters, or they'll figure out how to do it with the bombers. The Tu-160M2 can carry quite a load of those glide bombs, and it has a very high operating ceiling, and it flies at Mach 2.3. So if you can launch those at Mach 1.5 or something and get an extra 12 or 15 kilometers out of them, you'll stay out of range. So I think that'll have absolutely no effect on the war whatsoever. To like those new extra missile range, it'll be outranged quickly. As to Jer's point, if you're going to actually do a big summer offensive in the dry season, you're going to need to maintain multiple credible threats, so your enemy has to divide their forces and doesn't know what you're about to do. Making the absolute, no question, they're going to make every appearance of a big threat on Kharkiv. They're going to make every appearance of jumping the Dnieper and taking Nikolaev. They're going to make every appearance of making a play for Zaporozhye or even Dnipro, and they're going to make every appearance on the Belarus border that they might strike the knife right down to Transnistria. All of that is going to look real. As for what they actually do, we'll all find out at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, to your point and kind of what other people were saying, I don't really think there's going to be like an announced offensive. I think that the offensive already started, and it's the pressure campaign. And the pressure campaign creates opportunities, and the opportunities are what we see as the offensives. Because, I mean, that's where you're going to get the big arrow moves, the territorial take. It's going to be where the pressure campaign's going, and then all of a sudden something finally gives, and then they bloom out. And then, you know, like you said, then they got to react to that. Then somewhere else they break through and it blooms out. It doesn't have to be some massive, because it's already crumbling, and at least in some places. So, I mean, I would say obviously the Avdiivka, Pokrovka front, you know, with whatever you want to call it, That's going to develop into a large-scale offensive. You know, what's going on around Chavis Yar is probably going to develop into some kind of large-scale offensive. And then you've got the fake offensive, maybe real offensive pressure campaign in Kharkiv, and then you got Kupiansk, which is probably a real offensive. Seversk is probably going to develop into a real offensive, but that's all those middle areas where you already know they're already stretched to the max. So I think it's more like the pressure campaigns, the offensive, and it just creates opportunities that they exploit as it, you know, just as they move along. Like right now, Avdiivka is really good for them. Maybe next week it'll be Chavis Yar, and the week after that it might be, you know, around Seversk. Just depends on how they want to rotate it. Plus, like you said, they can pretty much fake an offensive anywhere they want, anytime.
Yeah, I think, Jordan, I also saw that clip and the possible 3 axes of advance that they were discussing along Sumy directly, attacking Kharkov, or going south through Liman. But anyway, my idea was that maybe this could be Maskirovka, because this issue of a Kharkov offensive started popping up once the Ukrainians started attacking Belgorod. That's why now there's this supposed Russian build-up around the border to create a buffer zone. But I think the main focus of the Russians will be first to conquer the entirety of the 4 oblasts that they captured, that they already annexed. And because there are so many big cities in Donetsk, there's still Siversk, Chasiv, and even larger cities like Kramatorsk and Sloviansk. I think maybe they might need to concentrate on that first, and then Kharkiv is they're just trying to shape.
Kharkiv is a nice pickup, but I kind of agree with I really think they'd rather have Liman first than Kharkov, because Liman gives them more opportunities for other places. Kharkov's just like a one-trick pony. You know, everybody knows what's going to go on there. So, you know, if you get Liman, then you start threatening all those towns he's talking about. Plus, you can come down towards, you know, everything, Bakhmut, New York, you know, everything. You can just start pouring down through or you can swing up north a little bit and act like you want to go towards Kharkov. But really, I mean, like he said, I mean, Liman's probably more important at this point than Kharkov is.
At this point in the war, also, you're looking at psychology, right? Like, I agree more with Vaughn that you push the pressure everywhere, and you don't decide where the offensive is real until you see where the enemy is collapsing. If you get a big encirclement or a big surrender,
look at those boxes that somebody drew earlier. That's perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, if the box works out, that's your offensive. If the box doesn't, then you move to another box.
Yeah. Let the enemy's weakness decide what you do. As long as you can uniformly keep your supply lines up and your pressure on, you'll just choose based upon where they're ready to collapse. That's how you save casualties on your side, and that's how you inflict captures and losses on them. It's an attrition war. There's actually no reason to strategically plan anything. Just work the tactics.
I mean, look at that whole thing around Attorney. That whole thing looks like a breakthrough, and they squirted through there and just went wherever they could go until they got stopped.
Yeah.
Or they just didn't want to go. And then it turns into something bigger. Or maybe it putters out in a day or two. Yeah. But then Chavis Yar breaks wide open.
So I will still maintain that the Russians have no reason to start the Kharkiv offensive. There is zero reasons to do it, because that is not part of their objective for now. Because the aim is to demilitarize Ukraine. And now Russia have perfect defense line, perfect offensive lines that the Ukrainians have no choice but to throw men and equipment at. So if you start a Kharkiv offensive, you're starting a new front in a now heavily defended front where the Ukrainians have prepared for a Kharkiv offensive, because after they retook everything, they have re-entrenched everything. You do not know what kind of trap they put in. And then the force that will be attacking would be probably more newer, more greener than the other forces that have been seriously fighting over at the front. It's just no point. It makes more sense to just continue to grind the Ukrainians wherever the front line are right now, to the point where the West give up supporting Ukraine. We are almost there. That moment almost came because the US Congress almost did not pass the bill. If they had not passed the bill and the European support collapse because they cannot see the American support coming. Then the Europeans give up on Ukraine. Then you will probably see this massive big arrow offensive start because Ukraine is doomed by that point. There is no arms, no ammunition coming. No, they're not going to get enough weaponry, equipments. Then it will be just hot knife through butter. It will be very easy for the Russians. But for now, at this moment, we are talking about another $20 billion of equipment coming, and an unknown number of shells that will be coming as well. So, and then we still have the F-16 and everything. There's no reason to start a new front where you get your soldiers killed. You can just fight wherever they are right now. The Ukrainians may not be able to start another Belgorod offensive because they tried once and it went super horribly. So I think the Russians will wait and see what's the next move from Ukraine. I think the ADF guy. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say. I mean, there's supposedly 30 brigades up there.
I was quoted.
Sorry, there's 30 brigades around Kharkiv. So if you could just keep them tied up there, that's as good as killing them.
No, I base this only on Putin's promise for the buffer zone for the Belgorod. All the logic you presented is perfect. I have no issue with it, but it's even though it's illogical and sacrificial to do the buffer zone for the Belgorod, but by taking Kharkiv and the area. But yes, it was a few months back, like 4 or 5 months back, that were promises given by Putin, about this. It's already past due to start that buffer zone. But I base it only on that, on his promise, promise.
It will be meaning. So I can tell you why it's not meaningful, because let's say they spent soldiers dying to create this buffer zone. The Ukrainians can just attack from Sumy. They can just attack from Chernihiv, and then it will be just another Belgorod all over again. So the Ukrainians have limitations. They can't attack into Russia that easily because the West just don't want them to escalate the war, and they did it anyway, and then they failed, and then they have to go rethink. And then now the main problem with the Ukrainians now is that they cannot hold the defense line right now. During the Belgorod offensive, they still managed to hold back the Russians a little bit, but now it's breaking. So all resources is going to go into these defense lines. I don't think that there's any threat over in the Kharkiv region anymore. If they go on another offensive in the Belgorod, that's just stupid because their lines at where they are strongest at is breaking, and then they go and spend soldiers and equipment at the weak front is just a waste of time. I don't know, it's Craig or Maddie. So
let Maddie go if he's on topic here, but I was going to stay on topic.
I think, Wyatt, to what you said, it really just comes down to the economics of war and men, is that if you don't have the manpower, you cannot hold extended lines. It makes it, not only makes you weaker, it makes you more susceptible to being trapped and just wiped out. They should have fallen back a while ago, at least beyond the Dnieper. If they really wanted to try to save Ukraine, that's what they should have done. Traded space for time. That is really what they needed. And everybody, they sort of felt they had all the time in the world. Well, they did until they didn't. And it happens just that suddenly, I think. And they've never prepared, like we say, why didn't they prepare the secondary lines? Well, if you need all your men on the front to defend, there's really nobody behind you left to build shit. They're in a quandary. They need to fall back away from the Russians to get some space, and they just aren't doing it. It just amazes me that they're sacrificing this army in this way. It's almost murder the way they're doing it, I think.
If you look at, I think it was last week or the week before, there was
Those are on topic.
Yeah, there was stories about ghost units and how a lot of guys are hanging back, and you got 30 guys manning checkpoints on like 3 house villages on each end. Here's something to think about. The Russians don't really have any motivation to go into Kharkiv. And if you're a soldier just trying to ride out the war and not die, Kharkiv might be a good place to hide out. Yeah, you might talk a big game about an offensive, but how many units are hiding up around Kharkiv in those 30 brigades? That's a lot of brigades sitting off the sidelines in places where they could need them desperately right now. And now it's like, well, we got to stay up here and guard Kharkiv. I mean, how many of those guys are hanging back because they can get away with it because they're part of the Kharkiv defense or whatever? Or they're making reasons up to stay there and not go south.
Yeah, absolutely right. No question at all that at this point, soldiers at the front line, seeing the politics in America, seeing the will in Europe, they're literally all at that point when they're evading.
Also on that too, all those units I follow on their social media, the ones that are recruiting actively, like their selling points are guaranteed good training, guaranteed competent officers with cohesive units. It's almost like they're guaranteed you come join our unit and get trained up and sit out,
right.
Like there's no rush to get you to the front. Like maybe these guys are trying to make sure they save manpower so they're around at the end when the negotiations start, and maybe they can either fight for their little piece or negotiate the way.
There's another subtle element to that, which is we may be, and this would be a black swan. I'm not saying it's like higher than a 3 to 5% at the moment, but this is still on the scenario map. There's a chance that units are being created with the explicit idea that they survive a significant regime change in Kiev that will turn around and become pro-Russian. Like if you've got a unit of all people from, who knows, from Donetsk, they could turn around. And I think it's not too early. Now would be about the right time to start looking at a list of scenarios that end the war incredibly fast. And I'd list you easily 10 of them. Like just quickly in 1 minute, I can list 10 of them. First of all 5 of those cities, Kharkiv, Dnipro, Zaporozhye, Nikolaev, Odessa, if you have an uprising in any of those cities, a pro-Russian uprising, then the war is freaking over right there. So even if you give me a 2% chance of that uprising across the 5 cities, you might be talking a 10% chance right there of the war just ending by that, right? Here's another one. If the Poles decide for whatever reason, and they're having big internal problems right now with Ukraine, and they signed a bunch of deals with Ukraine, they decide they're actually going to go and take the terrain that Putin wants them to take around Lvov, and they move in, and they break that whole mythology of sovereign territory, solidarity in NATO, the war is freaking over. And the odds of that are probably significantly higher than the cities going involved. It might be 5-10% right now of that happening. Any of the countries that are wavering, Slovakia, Hungary, actually saying, look, end this war or we quit NATO. Probably a low chance, 1-2%, but who knows? Orban's going through the European elections right now, and if he has a big enough mandate, he may actually make that move. Like I'm already up to like 20-25% of that one of these scenarios happens this summer. Like because there's a lot of them. There's a lot of ways that the whole Ukrainian project can fall completely apart. So, again, back to the argument, keep the attrition up.
Also, aliens can show up. If aliens show up, also that's another option for you. If you want multiple options.
Well, you can behave as if there are no under 5% scenarios. That's a childish thing to do in the military. The military should plan for low probability.
But why mention them? It will be unexpected. It will be unexpected.
Because there's a lot of them. Because there's easily a dozen of them. At this point, waiting.
Happen.
Yeah, okay. And when one of them happens, what will you say?
I have actually more question about.
Well, it's kitty time to leave off all the scenarios.
Ukrainian destiny is determined already. It doesn't matter how quick, why. It's already determined, right?
Exactly. By that logic, there's no such thing as a nuclear war because at any given time, it's only 1% likely.
About nuclear war.
You want discussing what will happen if aliens. That's what you're discussing now. That's my point.
I'm saying your entire attitude towards military analysis is nonsense if you're going to leave off low probability scenarios. At any given time, a nuclear accident like a radar blip can cause a nuclear war. That's a low probability, high impact event. Everybody in the military includes those in their scenarios. And when there's a lot of them, a lot of different ways for things to go
That's
wrong,
a nonsense.
that's when you end the conflict.
You know that. That's a nonsense, right? That's a nonsense. So many ballistic missiles or cruise missiles are going on. What's happening?
There's easily 20 incidents where that almost happened.
You know why not?
Almost is not happening, you know.
Yeah,
it's never going to happen.
Yeah, until it does.
I mean, if I could just cut in real quick. I mean, you could both disagree with each other, but you do have to factor in. You have the pressure campaign, which isn't just on the military; it's on the civilians, and you've got Zelensky's term ending. You've got the disarray in the military that seems there. You've got the suffering of the civilians. I mean, it may be low probability, but there's a lot of like death by 1,000 cuts that could cause people to rebel. I mean, there's nobody in Ukraine that doesn't know somebody who's dead, wounded, or missing. Or multiple people. So I'm just saying, I mean, there's a lot of things building that could cause.
Just those 30,000 people, you know.
Widows were rebelling. The possible mobilization guys were rebelling. So many rebellions are going on. They're all squashed. Okay, that's what
until one isn't.
No, it's
I mean, I'm not saying you don't get squashed, but
I have a good
happening, but it's all destroyed. They're very careful about it. But what I wanted to say about where the Ukrainians should do to extend their existence for longer and to give a possibility for negotiation is to do what Surawikin did. They need Surawikin, right? Which is what I was thinking Syrskyi was placed in, to do what Surawikin did with Russian.
Can I jump in just for a second?
Undefensible positions. And
can I say one thing real quick?
Best
because I gotta go.
To pull back to. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, look, man. If you have 24 people or 23 people in a room, there's like a 90% chance that 2 of them share a birthday. Okay, but if that doesn't mean that it's likely that any 2 people share a birthday. But when you have 20 or 30 unlikely scenarios, it kind of adds up to being one pretty likely scenario. That's all.
And did you want to say something? Oh fuck!
What
bullshit! To repeat what Greg said. What the fuck?
But I have a question
just math.
That's
just math.
Okay.
It's just math.
Can I ask my question?
It's
about recruitment. Not my.
You're talking about math. I'm talking about reality. Okay.
Yeah, but I have also a realistic question.
No, you're not.
It takes fucking turns, and then it'll be easy.
Real way to.
You speak longer than me before.
To do what Surawikin did was to pull back to possibly defensible position, which is outside of the Donbas Republic, Donetsk Republic. That will be a good position and take away any argument from the Russia, because Putin is so legal based, legal bound, that will get out of the new Russian republics, right? And if they position outside of the Donetsk Republic, it will and stop shelling. All right, that will be already some frozen conflict. I wouldn't give much of the Russia to excuse to keep going, right? Because they're outside the Donbass. That's what would extend the existence of Ukraine. That's my position on what they should do.
Well, and one thing it would do is, for the first time, it would make the Russians come to the Ukrainians to die instead of the Ukrainians going to the Russians to die. They would finally make the Russians react to them, but they won't do it.
No, they won't do it.
I just want to say, I have something. Actually, when just now earlier, you all talk about frozen conflict. The only way frozen conflict can happen is when 2 military is of equal. They are balanced. They are of equal power. If you have a one side stronger than the other side, you can never have a frozen conflict. It will be the stronger side just roll over the weaker side. So all frozen conflict is frozen because both sides are equal in power. If not, then that you can't have a frozen conflict. Like you can conquer whole of Donbas. No, okay, Russia conquered whole of Donetsk. You still can shell into Donetsk, right? Then you will still have more excuses to continue to attack. Yeah, unless the Ukrainians stop, but why stop there? For the Russians, why stop there? Mehdi.
Oh,
sorry, Lambo.
Oh, really? Fuck off.
Go ahead, Mr. Lambo.
No, yeah, it was just because it was on topic about the recruitment issues for Ukraine, because Ukraine just lost about 40,000 military, and Russia already 500,000. If you need to believe the Ukrainian propaganda, but they are complaining about recruitment. So I don't know how many men living in Ukraine. It's like 99% of them are women, if you need to believe these numbers. But how big is a chance that Zelensky or the successor of Zelensky is going to cry to Europe to get all their men back to their country? Like Denis Wawilov, that air hostess pilot. You know what I mean? There is like a recruit, because we need to use correct numbers, is like 500,000 dead Ukrainian at least, and wounded probably even more. If you more logic number, so they have a big recruitment issue. Nobody wants to get into war, so they need to get to how do you call that? You need to it's not volunteering anymore that you're going to do. So they're going to be forced to go to the I think they're already been forced to go to the fronts. But the problem is going to be that big, and if you have the war longer and longer, that you need to find your people from somewhere. So we have a lot of refugees in Europe. How big is the chance that Ukraine is going to cry to Europe for, please force them to go back to Ukraine, put them in the planes for us? How big is the chance that's going to happen? I think it's going to be a realistic thing in the future if the conflict continues. So I just need to have your opinion about that.
That's one of the scenarios Vaughn talked about, where the civilian side of this just breaks up into infeasibility of supplying more troops. I mean, you don't see this happening in Russia. You don't see them conscripting people and having to drag Russians back home to recruit them. One way to tell, okay, I'm going to acknowledge a little bit of Jur's sort of dismissal here and say, there's obviously unexamined low probability issues on both sides of any conflict, but I can't name any on the Russian side that would cause them to change their mind. I mean, if Putin drops dead tomorrow, everyone in the United Russia thinks about the war the same as him. The people are pretty united for it. You're not seeing these kinds of social pressures evolving in Russia the way they are in Ukraine. And the real way to see how important these low probability scenarios are when the Americans are desperately pursuing them, going to China, begging China to cut off chip supply to Russia. I'd say the odds of that happening are lower than 5%, but that's literally Blinken's only hope at this point. So when you see the Americans betting everything, including their own humiliation, on low probability scenarios, whereas none of the risks that are accruing to Ukraine are accruing on the Russian side, that's when I start to see the pending collapse. I just want to put it in numerical terms. As Archimedes said, when you have a lot of ways to fall apart, that's when one of those ways is going to knock you apart, unless you're wise enough to quit before you completely collapse.
Mehdi.
We are at the times of Hitler in the bunker moving around units that doesn't exist, trying to save his own ass. The only place that it can be pulled from the fires of failure is going to be in a utopian world, because in this existence it isn't going to happen. And the manpower issue is a huge thing. I mean, we see NAFO going around. Yeah, wait until the F-16s and NATO gets involved. Well, NATO has its own manpower problems. They ain't got nobody to send either. Re-enlistment in the United States military is through the floor. Enlistment is even worse. None of these countries in the West are going to allow a draft to supplement a war in Ukraine. Not after what we've seen and what we know now. And like was just said, Blinken Blinken's at the point where he's rolling the dice, putting out, low probability ends to this, when the reality is this whole thing ends when Russia says it does, period. And that's just the reality. Are they going to exact a price from NATO for all the shit they put them through by continuously supplying weapons that are killing their soldiers and keeping Ukraine alive? They're going to want some type of restitution for this. They've already said there's going to be justice, and if you look at their wording right now, they're talking like it's almost a certainty. And what they're signaling out there is no place U.S. officials can go that they're not going to reach out and try to get them. They want them for justice. They already have the trials going on in the Donbass and in Moscow. We just don't hear about it. But they're getting ready to name some very high-level people, and this is where, I hate to roll it in here, but this is where BRICS comes in, because they know the UN isn't going to give them a fair trial. There's only one place they'll get it, and it's where the war for international influence will end up. It's going to be BRICS versus the UN. And if the UN somehow shows the world it's not willing to do its job and it's going to play cover for the West, then to the rest of the world, UN just basically, it doesn't exist anymore, and BRICS will take over. We're at that point, I think, but I don't know how
that credibility is right up there right now with the ICJ case on Israel. Is kind of the ICJ deciding, is there going to be international law or isn't there? And if it turns out that there isn't, boy, does that ever give BRICS a mandate to come up with a real system that works. And there's another one of these low probability scenarios. If Orban feels like he has the political support to do it, he could actually launch a case at the ICJ tomorrow for the genocide by conscription of ethnic Hungarians in Ukraine. They're already being returned to Russia rather than being returned to Hungary rather than to Ukraine. The Transcarpathian conscripts were all thrown into the front line to be wiped out, and they've done that to other ethnic minorities, including the Roma and, of course, the ethnic Russians. So if that case hits the ICJ, then there's a genocide charge against Ukraine, and it could become as unpopular as Israel, if only out of political convenience as an excuse to abandon it. So I think the odds of that are fairly low while Orban is still trying to keep Hungary in the EU, but it is on the list of things that could be done tomorrow credibly. It's kind of on there on the list with Russia helping Syria take back Golan, which is legally part of Syria. These things would shift the attention completely away from the theater and into international law issues 100%. And nobody would be thinking anymore about arming Ukraine. They'd be thinking about how to save world peace and stop the slide to World War III. I mean, it isn't just in the Ukraine theater where these probabilities exist. They exist around it. And the ICJ is really critical, Mehdi. I'm glad you brought that up, that if it doesn't do its job in the Mideast, then are we ever heading for a very variegated world where a lot of things get resolved by force that shouldn't be?
Russia already in the United Nations already declared that tell the West to prepare that the next negotiation is going to be the surrender, the term of surrender. So they basically signal that the Russia is going to go all the way. So if not, there's no way that unconditional surrender means no. So Lambo.
Yeah, just fast first the super chat. Yeah, Ferdinand was the trigger to start the war. That's it. I have a big theory, and I'm going to hope it's going to be that one. Is the delivery of the F-16 is going to be the decisive one. If the F-16 doesn't work, it's going to be very fast over. NATO is going to wake up to say, Ukraine, sorry, but we can't do anything anymore for you. It's going to be, that's my theory. It's just like, we give you the best things we could give you. It doesn't work. So it's going to be game over for Ukraine, and we need to negotiate with Russia. That's going to be the surrendering. And I just don't see it happening for the F-16s. Russia is preparing it already for a long time. They have their strategies against these F-16s or Mirages for the French if they're going to get them. And for me, it's going to be that's the last resort. If the F-16 doesn't work, after 2 weeks or 1 month, they're going to say we stop everything. because it's going to be impossible already for Ukraine to win the war. And I just don't see it happening with the F-16s also. So that's my theory.
You know, if you go along with what Lambo's saying about, you know, the F-16s, they show up, they don't do anything, they fail, and then they decide to cut. I mean, what they need to do is hire somebody like me so I can be on TV explaining why the M1 didn't work, because you didn't do this and you didn't do that, or why didn't they do this or that. So I'll be interested to see if they do bring people out to explain why the Ukrainians couldn't use this system well or that system well, or why it didn't work or whatever down the road. But I mean, if they, you know, that's, you'd want to spin it, you know, like I said, like what I said was true about why it was getting taken out, but it's still spin.
Yep. And who else want to say anything? Mary? Oh, Mary just finished. Yeah. So yeah,
I wanted to say.
I forgot.
I want to add another speculation when we are about speculations. Yeah, I was thinking about nuclear power plant reduction in Europe. It's illogical, completely illogical. And I was thinking last week about only logic reason to phase out nuclear power production would be in preparation for the war, right? You wouldn't want to have nuclear power plants if you were having a war. You would risk, you know, meltdown or even the hydrogen explosion and radiation spreading around all of the Europe. So in case of the wider war, or let's say World War III, you wouldn't want to have nuclear power plants, right? Like we can see with Israel and Iran threatening each other nuclear facilities, just without, you know, having the nuclear radiation fallouts without using nuclear weapons. That will be huge risk. So I would say it's like a long-term planning of the Europe and the West to have a nuclear war, to have a World War III. It seems like that's only logic for phasing out nuclear power generation in Europe. It's a huge speculation. It just it got my mind tingled last week. That's what I was thinking about. Craig, you want to go on?
It's mostly cost reasons driving that, but you're actually right that it is there on the low probability, high impact scenario list that Ukraine gets unlucky with its shelling of plants for show and actually lets loose a lot of radiation and discredits itself in that behavior, or somebody else does it. It is on the list of very, very dangerous outcomes that would change minds about the war. So although I don't think that it's planning to have a war with those assets there, if that were the case, you would certainly not be putting LNG terminals in, which are also wildly explosively vulnerable. So I don't think that's why they're phasing them out. They're phasing them out because they're wildly expensive to maintain, wildly expensive to refurb, and fundamentally just don't compete on cost with combinations of renewables and hydro and storage systems. But it is on the list that every nuclear power plant is a very, very large contamination risk waiting to happen. And the ones in Ukraine certainly are all in danger.
Ukrainians are not risking anything if they cause some radiation contamination, because they any of their mistakes, they will always propagandize it as Russian, blame Putin, right? They have no mistakes, so they always get out of any war crime. Even now, the Security Council talking about completely destroying human rights in Ukraine. it doesn't phase them out. They don't care. They'll always blame Putin. That's
the West will
the
fall
case
for that.
for the Europe. Yeah. So they're not risking anything. So, another reason to go, I don't think it's nuclear power is so expensive as you claim. I think it's one of the cheapest one besides the hydropower. But it's actually decentralizing the power supply by using the solar and the wind generation. In a case of the war, you will decentralize and enable usage, just like we see with Ukraine. They have a centralized power generation, like 4 or 5 reactors at the same place, 4 or 5 thermal turbines in the same place, highly centralized. That's what makes it easy to damage it. Well, if you redistribute the power generation over a large area with the solar, with wind, you can have pockets of the energy supply
way
in
more
the case
resilient.
of the war, right? Yeah, to have resilience.
But I still think that it depends on, like, if you look at like who is your adversary. Like if you look at Russia is not even hitting the nuclear power plants in Ukraine. So the threat analysis is like, the risk analysis is a bit weird unless you are expecting the enemy is going to hit your nuclear power plant, like in Israel or Iran or Syria. Then I think the calculation might be a bit different. But if, let's say, Russia now strikes all the nuclear power plants, then of course no one will ever dare to build nuclear power plants ever again. Von, someone messaged you. Would you go on TV to talk about M1?
Yeah, I wouldn't go on TV and lie about the war. And the main reason would be is because the longer this war goes on, the better chance of me getting nuked is. And I don't want to get nuked. I don't want my kids to go fight over there, get nuked. And I just found out I was going to have a grandkid soon, so I'd like to live long enough to enjoy that kid. So
congratulations.
For me, the longer the war lasts, the worse it is. So no, I would go on and talk about the M1, but I wouldn't lie about the war because it's too risky for everybody to keep it going.
Oh my freaking God. Von is the grandpa. Oh my God. Maddie.
Congratulations.
I'm good. Yeah, congratulations, Von. That's awesome, brother. I'm not going to bring up what I was originally going to bring up. I wanted to bring up, the problem with the AFU and their ammo and their resupply ammo, because we can see right now, even as it is, they are having a real hard time keeping supplied with enough rounds to be able to fire at the enemy. Can you imagine how much the expenditure is going to be if Russia just opened up on a full front across the line? And this is the one thing that I think that some people on the West, they just don't get it, is that once you're out of bullets and beans, you ain't fighting no more. And they can give them $61 billion, but dollar bills don't go squeeze triggers and hold lines. Those are what bodies do. That's what ammunition does. And unless you can convert dollars into munitions and men, it means nothing for these guys at the front. And this is all just complete whitewash, I believe, because look at what happened when one of the first videos of the turtle tank went out there. Look at the amount of munitions they fired at that damn thing. Do you think they could sustain that for a long period of time? Hell no.
The other thing I noticed about that was, they really didn't shoot a lot of munitions at it. It was like a few shells, a cluster round from a HIMARS probably. And then I've seen a couple other things where they sent FPV drones to blow up mortar positions. And when they hit the mortar position, there was no secondaries. So I wonder if there was even any ammo there, and that's why they were left behind in their camo positions, because it was next to a building. So you figure they run out, they do a few shots, and they run back in the building. But they hit 2 of them, and there was no secondaries. And usually when they hit a mortar or something, you usually see some of the propellant or something cook off. And I was wondering about that. Are they running out of ammo? And so there's just shit laying around because there's nobody to shoot it or no ammo for it, so they just leave it. I mean, if you can't use it, why carry it?
Yeah, why lug it around when you're
They
retreating?
use all kind of munitions. Yeah. They obviously suffer from supplies. Those munitions that they used on those tanks, it's really all kinds of it. Whatever they had, obviously, they just don't have good munitions anymore.
Well, I mean, look at even the FPVs. They're all jerry-rigged RPGs or blocks of explosives or grenades or whatever, mortar shells.
Now, could they be holding it in reserve for once they get back to secondary lines, and we're maybe misreading this? I don't think we are. It may be a little bit of both. That could happen. But, just by looking at the condition the men are, you got units just dropping out of the line. Morale is shit. I really do think that if the Russians do a concentrated effort, whether it's across the line, I think it'll be across the line, but there'll also be places that they actually try to penetrate in. Yes, I'm the idiot, still believes in the Kershawn Crossing. I may be the only one, but there's something about Kershawn that is there that I think that causes the AFU to pay attention to Krinky and waste lives there. And that's the only thing that makes sense, is they're worried about them crossing. And that area is there for, the AFU is there for disrupting those plans, not necessarily to get in front of it, but to disrupt it, because
You're not alone, Mehdi. I agree with that. Yeah.
It's just hanging right there, and the possibility to me becomes more and more, grows more and more as time comes on, because they got everything shifted north of there. Really, they need that up there. That's where the attacks are happening right now. What is actually in the south? And if you want to take Odessa and you want to be able to supply it quickly and get there quicker without fighting against the terrain, you would go through Kershaw. You would cross there. That's my read of it. I could be completely wrong, but I still believe it's going to happen.
I agree it's going to happen. I just think that the timing is going to be along with the Kharkiv offensive. So it's going to be the point where when the entire West just give up on Ukraine, and then when the whatever ammo that was already sent is running low, like current situation, that's when you see all the fronts all start to light up. You're going to have an invasion through Chernihiv, an invasion through Sumy, and an invasion through Kharkiv, and a crossing over the Kherson front. At one shot, within 1 month, Ukraine will fall. That's what I think will happen. Mehdi?
Well, look at what they're doing. They're popping off in all these different places along the line. Think of the logistics problem that they have, because they got to keep ammos going to these units to keep their defenses up and be able to defend themselves. And they, let's just think of logistics itself. How many trucks and vehicles do they have available to maintain this full front logistical system?
Look at all the attacks on the rear. How many trucks do they even have making it to the front with ammo or people?
They're using cars. A lot of the time, they're using just normal civilian cars to transport. Yeah.
But I mean, they can't provide any defensive firepower or anything like that. A car is a car. It's not built to be out running around in wartime conditions, and it'll eventually fail. But, even still, though, I don't know what the Russians are waiting for. I think they're going to make a statement whatever they do, they're going to make a statement with it, I think.
Just got to wait for it to dry out. I mean, think about it. It's been ramping up since the election. The ground's drying out every day that goes by. Just wait till June and July and August, dude. You'll get your fucking wish. I mean, them motherfuckers are going to be rolling then, because there ain't going to be nothing left.
No, there's a reason why the Russians cannot attack now. Because the aid is still coming in. The political will is somewhat still there. And if the Russians do a massive offensive, it's going to corroborate the narrative that the Russians are these evil invaders, and then everybody will start to get triggered and then start to get afraid, and then they will start to go into wartime economy. The idea is to bore the hell out of all the Europeans and Americans. Everybody gets so bored and so sick of it, and then they keep losing their economy, but they are never going to war economy. They're going to be like this limbo zone. That's what the Russians is betting on, and it's going to make it so boring that everybody just gave up. And then when all these politicians that is now encouraging this war all get voted, half of them get voted out. I don't think everyone will get voted out, but maybe 1/3 get voted out. The entire alliance will go into crisis, and then they will stop to give aids to Ukraine, and that's when the Russians will strike. And yeah, I think that's what will happen.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think actually something important about that is news takes a long, long time to get in people's heads, right? Tucker Carlson, in his interview with Putin, flatly said the U.S. blew up Nord Stream. And Putin just, sure, he didn't actually even have to agree with it. But how many Americans have seen that now? Like tens of millions? And when they start to realize that the entire planet knows they blew up Nord Stream and starts to realize that any attack on gas infrastructure, like LNG tankers or whatever, could happen because the Americans started it. I don't honestly think the Russians would deliberately attack nuclear facilities, but I also don't think that if Ukrainians do it again and actually cause a radiation leak, that it would be covered up anymore. I think that would be a great excuse to stop supporting Ukraine. So if you left a boring 2-3 month period where new evidence comes up that the U.S. blew up Nord Stream, or new risk identified for LNG, or Ukraine, proven to have been shooting at the nuclear plant, or the big one, Bucha, proven to have been a follow-on false flag where the Russians only killed 50 people and the Ukrainians killed 350. You just let things get boring enough. Let all of the theories about these things get to the ignorant people. Let them be used as political fodder in the election. Remember, there's two guys, Trump and RFK Jr., who do not want to continue the Ukraine war. The Greens don't want to continue the Ukraine war. So you got three candidates, actually, any one of which could lay out the case for this to the average American. So, there's a boring news cycle is great because all the exciting stories will be the things that we all know, but that the American public doesn't know. And they've got months and months and months to be worked on, because if everyone's looking for an excuse to get out of Ukraine, man, they got about 50 untold stories that could run tomorrow on MSDNC or CIANN and completely change faux news and change the narrative completely. So yeah, boring is great right now.
You could run a concern piece about the retarded kid Vosha and how fucked up that is, and people will be fucking talking on, fuck those motherfuckers. If I saw Zelensky, I'd kick him in his fucking ass, I mean, that's one instant one right there. Just show that guy.
Look at the Gaza stories, right? It's been individual horror stories about kids have largely driven the public opinion on that. So if you start telling similar stories about Ukraine and its futility and the harm it's done, then it would be very easy to abandon the war politically.
And not just that, you may have whistleblowers. When some people within the government had enough, they are working on, they have access to all this top secret information. Just a few person just come out and just say, they just reveal the shit that is actually happening within the scene, and it may not even be military. It could be just economics. Someone from the Fed or someone from the State Department just come out and say, actually we are all broke, like seriously broke, and then our government is still spending money uselessly. That could also mess up everything. Or just the corruption. It could be the corruption or how they're going to wash all this money that's supposedly going to Ukraine, but actually is going to certain companies and individuals within the country. That could also destroy a lot of this stuff. I think it's Maddie.
No. Craig interrupted after you were talking last time, and I actually haven't spoken since I came on. For several reasons, my finger has not been respected, so fuck you. Now, since I am speaking, my mic okay, I hope. Okay, cool. I agree with Wyatt that Russia won't be making any big offenses, and because I still don't think that Russia has changed their overall strategy. They have absolutely no reason to conclude a war, and all of this optics, sure, maybe that helps, but I would say the more real reason is to just look at the overall geopolitical stage. Russia is advancing despite being tied down to the Ukraine war. The West may be able to respond, but they are apparently more tied down to the Ukraine war. And so going over to what would the Ukrainians be able to respond with, because they would still have time to respond. And if you set the issue with ammunition aside, one thing we are seeing is going up is drone production. One thing we are seeing they can retrofit is cargo planes. for example, see drone motherships being utilized in a manner, for example. And also on the flip side, you know, you could also, there was a very good suggestion. I actually put the super chat earlier for, you know, drone carriers instead of aircraft carriers, to which a couple of people in the live chat suggested submersible drone carriers. So I mean, we have a whole conversation there about how drones can be more or less easily retrofitted. We don't need to be talking about like all these 400-year investment plans of a brand new navy. You can take existing vessels and you can retrofit them in a manner where the smaller drones, bigger drones, depending on the vessel, and you know, also regarding the cargo planes. So yeah, what do you guys think about that for, you know, adaptation going forward? Because we've seen this being pretty much the theme of this war ever since it started. It's like, whoa, oh, well, let's do this. Well, then let's that. And now we have coping cages, which is very good for my coping, of course. Yes, Mehdi.
Well, I'm going to reply to what I was, and then I'll reply to you. The one thing I think that we're discounting is that, you know, Russian deep battle also includes time, and the timing of events and when they do things. Like, you know, some people complain, like, why didn't they blow up this bridge? It's been there and they've been using it. Well, they left it there until they could operationally use the situation for themselves, and the Ukrainians couldn't correct it, because if you bomb something too early, the solution is made and takes precedent. But if you do it at a time when they don't have time to fix it, then it's a real problem. So, and that's the kind of thing, is that we got to understand that the Russians, if they have plans, they also need time to let it develop. They also got to need time to let the Ukrainians move into the situation they want them in before they move themselves. And like Albert Wigler said in the chat, you know, right now the Russians are just using their weight. It just their sheer weight to make the Ukrainians expend ammunition, just trying to keep them in place, let alone what happens if they really want to move forward. So there's a lot to it. But as to drones, the one thing is, though, is that we still don't know how effective the drones are. We just see when they are effective. What if it's only a 15-20% effective rate, where just building a missile would be 50%? You know, and that's the thing is we see things happening, but we're only seeing snippets of what we're allowed to see. And if we could take it in whole, where every drone was seen and how many times it missed and it got knocked down by EW and stuff, it may be that actually tanks are fairly the right thing for this, because they're the ones that would be able to generate the power to have EW systems that can radiate out. Whereas a person, you can't really have that. You don't, you know, unless they find a way to make the way you walk generate power. But the tank can generate the power to fuel those type of systems. So I would hold back. I'm not saying that drones are not effective. They're obviously effective. It's just that what is the real percentage of how effective they are? And then you got to take into account weather, you know, and a cost, because what if you want to have drones, but how much does one that operates at night? All the resources to build the thermal imager and a thing, how cheaply can you get those made? It comes down to a lot of things. And so drones are not always perfect either. And I'll just stop there.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, another thing the Russians could do, which they haven't really done on the propaganda side to undermine the West, is they could, you know, especially with the young people, if they're trying to like de-escalate things and take the wind out of NATO sails, is they could start running social media campaigns with clips from people's GoPros, so these young kids can see what awaits them in Ukraine or wherever. You can watch a guy get off a Bradley and blow his leg off and then climb back in with a tourniquet on and the bright red blood. I mean, I could see him doing stuff like that. And then in regards to the drones and, you know, drone carriers, I mean, you show me a drone aircraft carrier and I'll show you a drone aircraft carrier hypersonic anti-ship missile. I mean, the drones are obviously cool. They're going to have a big effect on things. There's all kinds of varieties that can go on. And the launch platforms are going to be interesting, but whatever they come up with to launch them or carry them, they'll come up with a counter. So it'll always be ongoing. But, you know, a drone carrier would make sense because, you know, if you lost it, it's just robots. But I mean, it might not be worth doing if somebody could just shoot a fucking cheap missile at it and blow it up. So you'd have the same, what's the point of having a navy of robots if it's no better than a navy of people?
Picking up on both of those, I mean, decoys, right? Huge issue in warfare. Mehdi's right. A tank has got a pretty powerful generator on it, and if you're building a diesel-electric design, it's even more designed for that. The expensive part of a air defense radar is the receiver. Sending out the actual radio waves isn't that expensive. You just put a big transponder up. It doesn't even be a transponder, just a transmitter. You can fool those air defense systems into thinking you're an S-400 system when in fact you're just a T-55, right? You can fake that all you want and generally cause them to waste their missiles on you. Look what Iran just did to Israel. They piled 300 of their lowest end ordnance on, and the cost of interception was approximately 50 times the cost of the ordnance used. So you can break your enemy that way. Use 300 of your low-end ballistic and low-end drones, and that cost them, let's say, $60 million, I think, and it cost about $3 billion to intercept them. So, just keep doing that, and just that one attack. You look at the amount of money flowing in just to counter one attack with a whole bunch of low-end ordnance like that. The Russians are certainly capable of doing that over and over again. And if they can also lure in with decoys, lots of fake ordnance use, you may find that that 60 billion gets whittled away in an incredible hurry. The other point I wanted to make about conscription was the U.S. is in a worse conscription situation even than Europe because it's not directly threatened, so you don't have that motive. You can't trick people into thinking they're about to be invaded. But Americans also don't want to sign up and find themselves boots on the ground in Israel, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Iraq. They already know these places are not worth fighting for. They've been there already. And I don't know if anybody noticed this, but Turkey and Iraq just cut a deal for a trade corridor from Basra up through Turkey to the Black Sea. And this week, Iraq passed the same kind of anti-gay laws they have in Saudi Arabia and in Africa, just as a giant FU to the United States, probably. Why else would you do that the same week you sign this deal with Turkey? So basically, the United States is being told to F off in very clear terms in ways that are actually disadvantageous to minority religions and LGBT people and minority races in countries the U.S. was involved in. So we're seeing a collapse on the diplomatic front as well. And I don't think Americans want to sign up and end up boots on the ground back in those places.
I thought it's funny. Give me a second, just a short 10 seconds. It's funny that you talk about they ban LGBTQ, then you have Kosovo, we are now going to pass a law to allow LGBT. It's like the contrast is so weird. Mehdi.
Well, look at how Blinken was received in China and how he was escorted out the door with no fanfare whatsoever. Basically, it was, you know what? Fuck you. Do not let the door hit you on an ass on the way out, because they're done talking to the United States. They know that Biden and them are struggling, scared, cornered rats, and they're going to keep them in that position. They're not going to do anything to help us right now, and if you really think of it, what have we done to deserve it? In a way, we've told the world, when we said that, when what's-her-face went out and said that Minsk 1 and 2 were just to give Ukraine time. Well, why would anybody trust us anymore? Any type of accord. And that's what I mean. It ends when Russia says it ends. But this is what I mean also about this war carries on further because, because of it, you got China and Russia going together. You got the U.S. now trying to pretending like it's going to threaten Taiwan. How we go to war there is going to be absolutely mind-blowing to me to support it. But if we can't do it in Ukraine, that's going to be 10 times worse. And it's just the thing. We are being ruled by cornered, stuck rats, and it makes them very unpredictable. And I just hope, like Vaughn said, there's a world left for us to have grandkids to raise. I I just think diplomatically, just like you were saying, we're just shut off. The nations of BRICS are basically saying, no, we're good without you right now, and it's going to maintain that way. It's only going to get worse.
I think it's interesting because it could be a case. I just suspect it could be the case where all these politicians, all these leaders, that is pushing for wars and everything. They are not military people, and they don't understand that the US military is no longer what it was 20 years ago. I got a feeling that is the case, which is why they're pushing for wars. They thought that they're gonna win or they can at least get in a certain status where they can actually earn a lot of money. Like then things didn't go the way this is moving, and then they got a bit surprised. Like in the Ukraine war, they got a bit surprised. This is not enough. They are like surprised, because they have been winning so much in Afghanistan, in Iraq, even in Syria. It's like they just use a little bit of resources, they can gain a lot of military success. They just struggle to stay around. I think it's Mary, you want to respond immediately?
I'm just going to say, we've heard that there's been Chinese advisors actually embedded with Russian troops. It's been said. Nobody's confirmed it, but it's been said. But we got to also remember what's being learned in Russia and in Ukraine is getting passed on to China to make them more supportive. Remember, they I don't know which one said. I think it was Xi that said that Russia and China are joined at the hip. And we just it's a new world. We have to realize that. And the Russians are willing to share whatever it is with China that they can, as long as it doesn't give up their own technology. They'll tell them, hey, this is what's happening there. And that's why I say there's been advisors there. We heard this in the beginning, but I don't know how true it is. But I've heard it come up again and again recently. So I'm wondering if it is actually true that, they've been not advising. I'm saying the wrong word, observers. There's been observers there observing what is going on. That's why I'm not advisors, observers.
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick, I mean, the problem with most of these pundits is they talk like the Desert Storm Army is still on the battlefield, and it's not. That army doesn't exist. All the equipment's all. I mean, if we had that army right now, then yeah, we could talk some shit. Because, we had 2,000 F-16s and hundreds of A-10s and hundreds of Apaches and thousands of other bombers and fighter aircraft and thousands of tanks that were like running assigned to actual units. We had divisions. We had probably a half a dozen more carriers. I mean, we ain't got all that shit, but these dumb motherfuckers still talk like it's 1991. And that's the problem. Like, I've said it before, the West and the U.S. especially, they've been living off all that Cold War stockpile forever. And you can see how it finally bit them in the ass because, they closed down shit because they didn't think they needed it anymore, or they, destroyed all the tooling like they did for the F-22 because they weren't going to build anymore. They close lines, then they want to reopen them, but all the people that work the lines are gone and all the equipment's gone. I mean, it's just a nonstop. That's what's annoying. It's just one idiotic fucking decision after another. They can't possibly ever do anything right.
May I chime in here, please? I just want to kind of give a cup of coping to our American fathers here on the panel here, being worried about World War III and what is going to be left. And it kind of goes a little bit to what Wyatt said. The leadership might be living in a world where they think that they're invincible and whatnot, and then you also see like kind of plenty of paradoxes going on all the time. Look at the sanctions, for example, circumvented, etc. It's gonna don't you worry, there's gonna be plenty of people who don't want shit to hit the fan. And this is also probably what explains, to the last point you said there, Vaughn. This is why you kind of see all this stupid nonsense coming, this pure contradictions that keep banging each other time and time again. Right? You like, sort of like, not to deviate here, but Craig kind of mentioned this thing with the ICJ, and maybe Russia and the BRICS make another one, but that won't really make a difference from what the UN already is. You will see a whole lot of parochiality being involved in the UN frequently. And further, like you can see further fault lines. Just look at the Sudan civil war. All the parties involved there, generally speaking, where you would consider them allies, they're almost on opposing sides. It's like Iran versus Russia, for example. How do you make sense of that? Well, they're also boiled down in the Ukraine war, right? So don't you worry. There will be always plenty of tugs and pulls that is going to prevent things from falling apart. And if it does fall apart, at least you can be feeling, you can be coping with the fact that there were plenty of people like you and us that were, want to be pushing back and pulling back and what have you. So yeah, that was pretty much it. Head bicycle Björn, by the way, nice to see you. Hvordan går det?
Hi, coping.
So you raise your finger, right? You want to talk?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So let's agree on one thing. This war is just fucked up. It's just terrible, and I'm afraid that the reason behind the war is just something we don't even really want to know. I'm afraid so. As Juan said, it's just fucked up. And I just realized now that earlier we had this argument about the meeting thing, and you had a poll on the meeting issue. So I was talking about an internal meeting within the Kremlin, not a meeting with the enemy. So there was some misunderstanding there. I just want to go in and just clarify that, because we were like yelling at each other for 5 minutes, and we were just misunderstanding each other. I was talking about an internal meeting before
we do that anyway.
Yeah, but
we enjoy it. It's okay.
But
no, you get it. Yeah.
Let's agree that this war is fucked up, and I'm afraid the reason behind the war is just so ugly, so we don't even want to understand it even.
Well, we actually have had plenty of conspiracy theories going on here. So if I may refer to one that Jesus, aka Gabriel Rio, said, and that was that the idea was to depopulate Ukraine so they could transit the Palestinians over there. To which Euro coined it, seems like it's going to be a fight between Nazis and terrorists. Cool. So, if you have anything to add to that, because I've kind of noticed you like to be a little bit out on the conspiratorial sphere. So, yeah.
Yeah, but
the people that are from there are the Zionists are from Lviv and Odessa. So you could see Nazis versus Zionists, for who controls Odessa and who controls Lviv.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest conspiracy right now that I see recently was that they say that the Ukraine plan is to create a greater Israel. My brain just want to melt, but yeah, I don't get it. Like, it makes no sense to me.
Zelensky talks like that, though. He says he wants Ukraine to be literally, he says, quote, like Israel, unquote. And that's where the European Ashkenazim are actually from. Lvov and Odessa were their capitals in 1941 before they were wiped out in the first phase, the Holocaust of bullets. So that is a real historical fact. And if the position of the Zionists in the West Bank is untenable, which I think it is, and maybe in the whole region is untenable, then a depopulated Ukraine is a place they can go and take over. So their allies like BlackRock are already sitting there. So, maybe that was the plan all along, to move 1 million people out of the Mideast and back into where their grandparents were from. It's not an infeasible idea. As far as the motives are concerned, though, I'll tell you one thing. The motive of all these wars is not the well-being of religious or sexual orientation or gender minorities at all, because a different kind of diplomacy would have done a lot more good for the Christians in China, for the Uyghurs in Xinjiang, for the gays in Iraq. You know what I mean? Like, they could have approached these problems much better than they have.
And all of them in Muslim countries. All of those you mentioned in Muslim countries.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. You're not serving any of those minorities in positions of potential or real oppression if you just throw them in as pawns and as threats, the way that Blinken did when he just casually repeated CIA nonsense about the Uyghurs before he showed up in China. Like, you're just hurting those people.
But one thing about Ukraine, that, though, about the theory is that's assuming that you would win to be able to do that. right now, Russia has a big say in what's going to happen in Ukraine. So it's hard to predict anything because I don't think Russia is going to allow any of this shit to happen. They'll allow what they want to have happen. And who's there to enforce, to stop their will from happening? You know,
but as Naomi pointed out, actually the largest number of dual passport holders in Israel are in fact Russia-Israel dual passport holders. So Putin may well want that as a buffer that wants peace in between him and the West. Like, that's actually possible. I agree with you. Russia would decide that. Yeah.
I'm not sure what is this Switzerland peace summit thingy meeting. What is it about? I saw it, but I saw people complaining about about it. Like Zelensky's claiming that Russia want to derail this peace talk or what. I don't understand.
The other conferences they held were literally drawing maps of how to carve up Russia into new CIA-controlled countries and who was going to successfully loot what minerals from where. It's completely insane nonsense, as far as I can tell, these conferences.
One other thing about that theory is that in that theory, you're basically killing your own men, but you're expecting to win the war to be able to do what you want. I don't know how that works. How can you destroy your entire army and expect to control the ground so that you can invite this whole other population in? It just doesn't make sense.
Just look at Hamas. They are able to make their opponent yield civilian casualties. So I mean, it's pretty strange. You don't really usually see that in history, but
Russia handles things different than we do.
But just an example, you can definitely have your own casualties be a way to, but you kind of need a certain political or PR, moral, whatever mishmash around that to kind of make it work. And I guess that's working for Ukraine as well.
Well, that doesn't work on its face though, because you don't have people to fight to be able to win to do that. You're ultimately gonna lose. Military math tells you if you do not have bodies to stand in front of another, the other soldier, they can walk right across and into your line. You know, that's what I mean. I understand what you're saying, but you have to win somehow by defeating your own army is what you're doing. To me, it just doesn't, the math doesn't work out because at any point the enemy can take advantage of your dwindled, diminished army.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, in all these situations, remember this: when you have a sufficiently motivated indigenous people, historically, they have, in many, many cases, fought literally to the last man, and in some cases have even managed to use the empathy of their opponent to survive. I mean, look at Little Bighorn, right? Custer. Everybody who knew anything in the United States knew that Custer had slaughtered a civilian population there, right, just before Little Bighorn. And the fact that that happened really had a big effect in the United States thinking about indigenous peoples. Were they really going to be seen or understood or written in history as literal genociders? And there was a sufficient blowback from Custer's tactics and the extermination of that many civilians that it became almost an impossible situation to sustain. Maybe the reason that the indigenous people survived in the Americas, even through the 20s and 30s, which were very racist times, were because of the empathy evoked at that moment. And this is in the indigenous tool bag, that when you have no other weapon to use, the empathy of the civilians on the enemy side who realize that could be us. If we become people that are that merciless, they can exterminate the working class too. They can harm us too. And so this is just something that's there in indigenous versus colonizer warfare, and in almost any case you can imagine.
How can we apply that in the Ukraine context, though? Because the Ukrainians would say, well, we are indigenous to the land or whatever, and the Russians say, like, no, we are the indigenous ones. So it's kind of like, vaguely comparable.
I don't think it applies directly, but they're both storytelling that, right? The Russians are saying, we've been here for 250 years. We conquered this from Crimean Tatar slavers in the 1780s along the Black Sea. And the Ukrainians are pointing to a 1,000-year history. And the Russians are pointing to the invasions from the West and financed by the West, like the Teutonic Knights, for instance. I mean, everybody's telling their story about being more native and more defensive, right? So that is playing into that conflict a bit, but you can really obviously see it playing into the Palestine-Israel conflict.
Right. So, for example, having women, that Ukrainians having women in the army, that would be perhaps an example of that, where you are, the Russians are, as far as I understood it, the Russians generally try to target like the more professional troops and also field troops and whatever, at least in the beginning, and later on they kind of just indiscriminately start taking whatever that was in the uniform. But now they're, as far as I understand it, they will try to kind of avoid the females. Like, would I kind of just trying to get into it, like what Mehdi was saying here? How do you kind of like, you have to you fight your own army, or you have to kind of lose your own men to kind of win?
Well, that one's easy to understand, because up until now, the only women that have been on the conflict on the Ukrainian side have been volunteers. That is to say, almost all of them would have been fanatical or at least deluded nationalists who wanted to be on the front line. So I guess if there was a all-women supply unit right now, they would be probably more like Azov wives or something, and you might want to blow them up. But if when you shift to conscript army, it's totally the opposite. These are people who were forced to be there, and your public sympathy will go down if you hurt a lot of them. So you'd prefer they surrender, you'd prefer to rout around them, you'd prefer to cut them off, right? So the difference between going after a volunteer army that is specifically the people that have signed up voluntarily to be your enemies, versus a conscript army where you know damn well that many people there don't want to be there and are high surrender risks or high surrender opportunities.
That is a fair point, but if we consider that the war is entering its third year and may very well go on for a few more years, probably not. Yeah, sure. We kind of can see a lot of cracks. We can easily see that, like you mentioned, 20 points here that can maybe turn it all over. But they may also very well not happen, and it goes 10 years down the line. Now, then the effect of indoctrination. So, maybe not to segue too much, but are you guys familiar with how kind of like the airwaves, so to speak, in the Ukraine, or like how is kind of like the pattern of indoctrination going? Because if you get them to become extreme enough, as someone in the live chat here said that I'm wrong, the Ukrainians deep down know that they don't belong to the land. Well, maybe, but look at the Israelis. They pretty much are very convinced, and so you can argue with a few million other people. This is a very subjective thing. So indoctrination can work perfectly here, objectively, for getting the people quite committed for the war. But so like, do you guys know much about what the Ukrainian population themselves are subjected to, like as a matter of propaganda and indoctrination? Like Die Hard, also the style thing. Like, is that the kind of norm, or is it like more veering to it? Like,
for my my own understanding is that the Ukrainians don't really care about politics, like generally speaking. Like because for my theory is that Ukraine is too corrupt a country to have that much honor. No, because when if you have a country that is not corrupted, early days United States, where people really believe in the ideas, then you will be more. You have a lot of honor. You're actually more like you will fight harder. You really care about the politics, the changes. But when you're a very corrupted country, you've seen it all. You've seen it all. Then no matter what the politicians say, you will not trust. So it doesn't matter what the propaganda is being put out. Nobody cares. Nobody will believe in it. Mehdi?
Well, to your point, though, I mean, who wants to live in a constant battleground forever? You know what I mean? If the indigenous population, they form, their militias, and they continue the war on a low scale type of nature, I think the population is going to be sick of not allowing their kids outside to play. They are constantly under threat of being shelled. I think there comes a time, just like soldiers, civilian populations get spent when it comes to war, because it's their resources that they use, that they breed, that are being used to fight the war. And eventually it affects them. And if it's brought right into their home and they're seeing it day after day, who wants to live in that type of world? I think that it could happen, you know, and I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but I also think that there comes a time where there's a balance where people are willing to say, all right, enough is enough. You know, one side has to win, one side has to lose, because we cannot suffer as a population continuously right now at this level. And that's kind of what my thinking is that yes, it could happen, but eventually the population just gets sick of it and they'll stop it themselves.
So, do you want to change topic? Just now, Archimedes wanted to talk about the protest, the Israeli-Palestinian protest thingy at the colleges.
Well, I mean, we have had, I should just commend everyone. We have had almost 5 hours on the open mic with just Ukraine. We have stuck to Ukraine pretty consistently all the way. So, I mean, you know, either we could maybe go for a closing, or maybe because I'm not sure the protest on the universities, I'm not sure if that's a big topic, but, well, a new dude. Hey, Halfcast, please introduce yourself.
Hey again, my name's actually Sean Stevens from New Zealand. And yeah, I've been watching the show for a while, and I think it's awesome. It's awesome what you're doing. And I was just watching it. I know you want to change topic. I just want to stick on the Ukraine just for a little bit. I was watching this. I think it was a BBC TV program in England, and I was just watching how hawkish they all were. And like you see all these, there was one from I think he was the Minister of Defense. Another one was I don't know, he might have been a Tory or the other side. Each one of them, you could tell they're only in it for themselves. So you can tell how easy it is for them to just sort of like fall in line and just go with the hawkish way of thinking. And it seemed real. And even the presenter, the way that he was asking the questions, like there's no counter argument to what's going on. It's just one way. It's just like there's the evil guy over there, and we have to get rid of him. We got to start getting troops here now. We got to build up this army. We got to start doing all this crazy stuff. And I was just thinking, man, this is pervasive throughout the whole of the media, even our media here. And like, we're even though we're New Zealand, we're still part of NATO, really, because we sort of basically follow America and kiss their ass, basically. Even though I think American people are awesome, but the leaders are like, you know, crazy. Okay, Mehdi.
All that happens in the United States too, and you're so right. There's never any context given, or the Russian side of it presented when they do these things. And the experts, if you notice, are never held accountable for what they say, because how many times have they told you things that never happened, or the exact opposite happened? Yet they're still up there presented to you as an expert, although the map keeps on growing red westward, and everything they told you this would never happen, but it is happening. How long do they get to stand up there? Because there comes a point when you're a colonel or you're a general and you're up there saying this stuff, if you think that's what happened, that is what's happening, and believe that is what happening, right there scares me that you had the command that you did, because you have no clue what you're seeing, and God knows how you would command your men, or you're flat out lying to the people, forgotten your oath of office, and you're just working for the cash, which I think it mostly is. They like the fame, they like the money. The problem is, though, is they're flat out lying to the American people, because some of these guys know exactly what's going on.
Yeah,
but it's the world. It's not just American people; it's the whole world.
I mean, you look at some of these generals, these retired analysts and shit, and they know damn well what they're saying is fucking bullshit. They know fucking damn well, because they have sources, they have access, they have security clearances. You know, like they always make these fantastical claims. Oh, they've destroyed 1,000 Russian tanks. It's like, you know what, dude? I'm trying not to cuss. Show me the satellite.
They're talking about training bloody English troops.
They say, oh, there's 100,000 dead Russians. Show me the fucking graveyards. I mean, I can see satellite photos of Ukrainian graveyards that are massively expanded. So show me the Russian ones. I mean, they just talk. They just make promises, lie, and they know it. I mean, all those guys know it.
They must know it. I just can't see how they can. You know,
Great.
It's unbelievable.
The only real explanation is either.
Well, one second. I'm just acknowledging a super chat. The Iranian Putin put it. Ben Hodges never told no lie. That was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the worst as far as a joke.
He might be the worst. He even went on Perun, which is like a real new low for an American general to go on a gamer's YouTube channel to talk to the champion of all omissions, Perun. I mean, what's next? Peter Zeihan? These people have no accountability. With respect to the Ukraine war, the guy I'm going to point the finger at is Timothy Snyder, a think tank creature who snips at John Mearsheimer for predicting some things that didn't happen, but a very large number of things that did, especially around Ukraine. I mean, Snyder is just a joke. He's a champion of omissions. He wrote a book called Bloodlands about Ukraine. I picked it up in the bookstore. I flipped to the back to see what he said about Crimea. He has exactly 3/4 of a page on Crimea. Doesn't mention it's transferred from Russia to Ukraine on 15 minutes notice by Khrushchev. Does acknowledge that it's done for agricultural management reasons and not for demographic reasons. Doesn't talk about its autonomous republic status. Doesn't talk about anything important. Doesn't talk about the Black Sea fleet, the fact it was broken in 2010, like nothing. This is supposedly a book about Ukraine by an expert, but the omissions are literally lethal. Like if you actually think this is the real history of Crimea in Ukraine, then you are completely unqualified to write any book. But in like a 400 or 500 page book, this is the mention when this is the issue that's like the biggest issue. Like it's very, very deliberate. So I'd say these people know exactly what they're doing. They're being paid to omit critical and central facts from their fake history and their worthless analysis. And they're all getting paid by the back door through think tanks, and they all belong in criminal charges at the ICJ and the ICC. Every last one of them. The analysts lying to you every day on TV, they should be charged, like Goebbels was charged.
Mehdi.
Now you made me forget what I was gonna say, you bastard. Oh,
we didn't say anything. Mehdi,
do you think the West is going to back down, or do you think they're just going to push it?
I got it.
Just keep pushing. Sorry, man.
No. I'm the one that forgot what he was gonna say. I'm sorry. I'm the old man. Welcome to the group, and I'm glad that you're here. What I was going to say, my question is, how much of the Ukraine, the battle, the continuous slaughter of these people, just mindlessly, it seems, by the West, all be driven about Crimea and a lot of things that you said, because Crimea now controls what the U.S. can do in the Mideast with Russian Zircon missiles. If they're there, that means they can; those hypersonic missiles can reach any carrier fleet in the Mideast. So, how much is it? Because they seem to have this fixation on Crimea. I think Ukraine is just the way to get to Crimea for them. And I think it's all about that, because that influences so much area that the West cannot afford to have Russia there, because once they're able to do that, they can influence anything that the United States tries to do in the Mideast. So do you think it's connected, guys? I think it is.
It's strategically important, but remember, the unsinkable aircraft carrier concept is obsolete. You can do these things with strategic bombers going Mach 2.3 at 40,000 feet, and boost your missiles with that. You don't want to launch missiles from your unsinkable Crimea. It really is not tactically that important. What really is important, though, is getting to the Caspian and screwing up the China BRI and getting in Iran's back door and having a corridor through Georgia. I think NATO is actually crazy enough to think that it's the North Atlantic, Mediterranean, Black Sea, Caspian Sea Treaty Organization. They want to get all the way into the Caspian and screw up China. That I literally think it's that crazy.
So I wanted to add on to just now the topic about those experts on the TV or on YouTube. I'm once upon a time I also just a normal person like you guys. Then I'm just interested in geopolitics and war and stuff, and I just talking in the YouTube Facebook group and everything. So then I have this platform. Then I'm super disappointed because this Ukraine war exposed so many experts. Like this war exposed so many people, and it's not obvious if you're probably on the outside, especially if they didn't discover DPA, for example, and then they happen to be watching some of these pro-Ukrainian channels, and you probably will believe them, because you don't have better information, right?
They're
because
very convincing.
Yeah, because you speak English, then you can't read Russian, and then you're not bright enough to realize that you can right click and translate it to English, everything. Then but it's because I cover the war on a daily basis. Then I realized that many of these experts, they'll be on TV or YouTube, they are talking rubbish, and it just made me lost so much faith in experts, especially on YouTube. TV, I know TV. Always there's a lot of bullshitters, but on YouTube as well, because I used to learn so much things from YouTube from people, and I realized that a lot of these so-called experts, they are just you and me. They're just like I'm just like you guys. I'm just another person. I just happen to spend time to do the mapping. I report on it, and then the channel blew up, and I have the platform. But the reality is that through the DPA Open Mic, it's clear. We have so many experts. They are just normal people that nobodies, like what I call nobodies. We are all nobodies. That is actually just as good, or if not better, than a lot of the YouTubers. Which is also why I spend so much time investing in DPA Open Mic, because I realized that a lot of these experts is just nonsense, and it's very painful because a lot of these experts. They know how to sell, and they become very popular, and then my platforms don't grow because I say things that people don't like. I just dropped the small clip about my Q&A where I talk about China. Then you see all the comments that what the fuck, they cannot agree because they already have a presuppose of what China is because they watch other YouTube channels, and be it pro-Russia or pro-China or anti-China, they already have a certain narrative, and they already pick a side, and they didn't realize that both sides have right and wrong all at the same time in their narratives. And when I come in the center, then people get triggered. It's like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. But the reality is nobody checked. Where did you yourself get the information from? How do you learn about China? Nobody asked. How do you learn about Ukraine or Russia? Did you really follow both sides and put the information together? Did you fact check the people who teach you the information, who taught you this information? Go back to 6 months ago, 1 year ago, what they said about this particular thing. People don't. So and sometimes it's really our fault. The reader's fault that we don't fact check. We don't put them into account. We don't make them accountable. People still go and watch the YouTube. Like the Dennis Davidoff kind of thing. People still support him. Despite he sees a lot of weird shit already, or any of these like reporting from Ukraine or all these channels. All their headlines, their thumbnails, they say all these positive things, but the front line keep moving backwards, and people still watch them. Sometimes it's our fault. That's just what I think. I think Maddie.
It's entertainment.
Sorry. Yeah, but Maddie.
Well, it's hard to watch people stand up there and just talk out their ass when you know for a fact it's different. I mean, a lot of people, a part of it is they think because some of these guys are officers that they've been through all the training, they know all this, but they don't understand how the officer corps in the United States military works. You need the people who know what's going on, or the NCOs who spend the whole
Mehdi, you're dropping out. You just disappeared in the background. Not really. You kind of almost muted.
Let me disable certain.
Hello? Hey, I just wanted to say real quick, I had to leave for a second on the pundits thing. I mean, that's the other thing that was kind of ridiculous is all the history channels and the so-called like war channels that cover stuff. Yep. How many of those motherfuckers just turned into NAFO pieces of crap?
Yeah. They're changing history
They can't even do like history now. It's like even if they were covering World War II, they got to throw digs in at the Soviets or something just to get even with Russia today. It's kind of ridiculous.
I saw a movie the other day, and it had a bloody a guy, and he's got a
like
United States flag on one shoulder, and on the other shoulder, it's like a blue and yellow round tag on it. This was on Netflix. It's like how obvious they have to be, you know. It's just they brain the way they try to brainwash people, you know. It's insane.
The super chat says, if they lie to me about Ukraine, why would I believe them about China? Well, exactly. They've thrown all their credibility away. And what about Israel? Everything Israel said, which turned out to be a damned lie, exposed even in the own Israeli press, even admissions by the IDF that some of these things said about October 7th, for instance, were complete fabrications. The American press still hasn't flatly admitted to people are fake. There were no beheaded babies, for instance.
No.
You just can't believe anything they say about these geopolitical conflicts now. Nothing.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem with propaganda, though, is that if you're only given one side of an issue, that's all you know. And in the United States, if we only know one side of the issue, how are we able to determine what's right or wrong in this? Because all we're told that everything going on is all about democracy. Well, we know that's not the case, but yet they still tote it out there and lie right to your face about it with no repercussion. And that's the thing is, as a population, we have a lot of people who don't know the truth, which could lead us into, you know, a nuclear war. I know I'm exaggerating to a point, but understand the ignorance is there. That they wouldn't know any better because they know none of the background. They know none of the facts that are actually happening in front. And what I wanted to finish with is a lot of people put a lot of weight in people who have, you know, stars and bars on their shoulder. I want you to understand that officers don't usually spend the same amount of time in their profession in the tank, learning how the tank works like an NCO does, because an NCO is born into the driver's seat, goes through every position and comes out through the top, a tank commander. And a lieutenant is basically given familiarized training, plopped in the tank commander's seat, maybe spends a year or two in position, then moves on.
I used to train second lieutenants when they got their first officer's basic armor course. They're retarded. They'll tell you shit like M1 tanks float. And privates that are very senior, you know, lower ranking to them can tell them that they don't. I mean, they're dumbasses.
I was very surprised about the Portuguese military experts. Well, they came from a very old school where honor actually plays a very important place in the way they express themselves and they live their lives. It's a bit old Republican stuff. And they all were not very pro-Ukrainian from the beginning. Understood pretty much what was happening. So in that case, it's impressive. So they had to go pick up all other types of NAFO in all types of self-made experts, which sometimes said really stupid stuff. And I remember when you guys probably remember as well the evacuation from Mariupol. They didn't surrender. They were evacuated. And I remember looking at the television on discussions, stupid discussions, where these NAFO people, in front of facts and reality, would spin the whole reality just to explain us that they were being evacuated. Well, they were being evacuated to the enemy. Oh, this is so, and people really believe that. And even I always give a good example. You guys saw that amazing video where made by Ukrainians during the Russian elections, where they so-called Russian militaries went to the cubicles and were spanking people that didn't vote for Putin. And the videos were really bad, and anyone could see they were really bad. And I think we didn't even discuss it very much because it was so bad and stupid. Why everybody understands this is not real. But the thing is that I had people telling me about these stories, and like, oh, go look the videos again. They are completely fake. But the thing is that not everybody has the same eyes. And the other thing about propaganda as well is that people in a society, they want to converge, they want to integrate, and they don't want to spend time wondering about things that is not right. They believe they want to be good citizens. They want to be with their friends, and they understand as well. I noticed that during the pandemic is that if your narrative, if you start telling things that goes a bit around the corner, people will ostracizate you. They will not want to be with you.
Exactly.
And this is the moment where people actually confine. They will say any stupid stuff. They will go around the official narrative just to be in the group. Nobody wants to be an outsider. And during the pandemic, this was really a stuff that was experimented on people, how families even split because a son couldn't agree with their fathers, and and still holds in many cases. People still didn't make peace with that, with those terms. And with the Ukrainians, war is exactly the same. How easy it is to manipulate people. Nevertheless, I think resistance is coming. It is becoming more and more difficult for them to keep lying to people in things that are so dangerous like war. And this is also something that is impressive about these last 2 years. The narratives, if they were like 5 years ago, they would tell you, you are crazy. Making peace with weapons. You see, the way there are politicians talk, they are so crazy. 5 years ago, we would say these types are marginals, they are communists or they are fascists, whatever they are, these are radicals. And nowadays we understand radicalism as mainstream. So people are waking up slowly, especially when they put you against the corner and tell you, perhaps there will be a war. You have to be prepared for war. A third world war is coming. And people say, whoa, these people are playing with my life. This is becoming dangerous. And that's how I think people are waking a bit, I hope. Well, many people are expecting much of the European elections. I wouldn't expect much, but the results will be there, I think, nevertheless. But these people in the European Parliament do nothing. Maddie, sorry. Maddie.
I'm trying to find a mute button here. I'm glad you're back because I think you described it very well. There comes a point where the people are going to go, wait a second, you told me everything's all right. Now we're on the brink of Third World War. What happened? When did the Congress pass our declaration of war against Russia? Why are we now threatened by Russian war? That's the thing, is that they don't know the truth. And when it comes and hits them, it's going to hit them like a sledgehammer because they've been misled so far for so long that I don't know how they're, if some will even accept it. And you made a great point, is that, once we hit that level, it's about how does the population react? Do they just continue to go along with it? Or do they take action to stop it? When your kids and your family are now threatened by World War III, I think you're going to have these people are going to have a different look at the politicians and those that have been telling them everything's fine. So good points, I thought.
I think it's actually, there is a little bit of a change, because even like the show that I mentioned the other day, I'd go through the bottom of the chat, and pretty much everyone as far down as you can scroll was just saying these guys are nuts. And I've also got a lot of, got a plane flying overhead. I've got a lot of friends and family, younger family, my kids and stuff, and they even know what's up. They know what's up more than a lot of the older people here, who just watch the news and they basically think we're crazy. We're like, no, it's not the way it looks. It's that, I don't think Russia would just go and invade Ukraine for nothing. Doesn't make any sense. But they don't see it. They, all they see is there's this evil guy, and all of a sudden he's coming for everybody. And then there's China. They already, been trying to get us to go against China for a long time. And we got our foreign ministers up there now in the Philippines, right next to China. And he's talking defense. And we got nothing. We're New Zealand. We don't have anything. But it's like, it's just madness to me. It's just, it's madness, basically. Yeah.
Coping.
Thank you. I just want to chime in with a little counter to what both Trata and Mehdi was saying. This is not to say that the arguments weren't valid. I think time generally will be leaning in the same direction as they were saying. But a mitigating factor, and that's precisely because time has an effect. For example, just speaking from Norway, there are plenty of people here who, their opinions and stance haven't changed at all. Some would even just say outright, no, I just don't like Russians. That would be an enough reason for some of them, and others would. But the vast majority, and this is not surprising. Of course, this is something we see quite often. Those who were very fervently into the idea of kind of like, oh, we must defend ourselves against the evil Russians and whatever, they wouldn't necessarily go away from that stance. What they would rather do is that, oh shit, now it's even more serious. We have to get even more serious. So you actually do have an amplifying effect for war, and while this will, for a variety of reasons in different countries, be going down or be probably overwhelmed in one way, you should not be expecting popular support to be ending and sufficiently ending, or at least be against the war anytime soon. At least that's not something I'm seeing from my vantage point. But things in Europe seems to be significantly more serious. So. I'm pretty sure that Norway and the United States, like Canada and stuff like that, we are probably not going to be having a lot. No matter how much money they pump into it, the population is probably not going to mount a sufficient amount of resistance for quite a long time. I mean, look at Afghanistan, look at Iraq, look at so many. And even though you could say war fatigue kicks in, you also have the fact that, when you have people suppressed and pressured, they also have less time. That's one reason a whole lot of people simply don't have the time and the headspace to be catching, we put our spare time into it. We also have maybe a general interest for things, that we call it what we've been disillusioned, right? But we shouldn't be expecting that, because what can very easily happen when you have a bunch of people, being pressed and unable to actually become properly informed? They become more confused. And so demagoguery and all that kind of stuff can kick in. So, I didn't mean to kind of rain on the parade here. I was actually trying to bring kind of a coping at the end, then I forgot it. Sorry, Mehdi.
I thought you made good points there, but I think maybe one of my biases, I'll put it on myself, is that it's my age. I grew up during the time of the Cold War. I was trained to fight this battle somewhere in Europe as a tank commander. So I have an idea what this type of warfare would look like, where people who follow, younger generation, they weren't trained the same way, and they didn't live in a time when Russia was your threat and Russia was going to could nuke your home at any time. We grew up during that. So I think it makes me hypersensitive to it. But I think someone's age has an effect on how they look at it as well. Because I remember those times, and living under those times as a kid, you don't want your kid to live under those times of a threat of nuclear war at any minute. It was put in front of our face back then so much more than it is now. If you didn't know what level we were, DEFCON level we were, they made sure they told you every night. They told you about the nuclear clock ticking. It was always present there. Whereas now it's not a fixture of what goes through the mind of the younger generation, because it's just never been there for them. To them, that whole threat was removed years ago. And therefore, we train differently because of it. And I think that we need to get back, and we really need to focus our doctrine on being more flexible and not just being able to be shoved in C-130s and flown everywhere, which makes it great. It's deployable, but the shit is light, so it doesn't survive on a battlefield. You know, so there's a lot of decisions we have to make as a country when this ends, even. So, you know, maybe it's an age thing that my bias really comes out because of, you know, the conditions I lived in as a kid where this threat was always there. So I'm more in tune to it, maybe. I don't know.
Before Pirata takes the word, can I please just chime in on the age part? Because in Norway, this is probably recognizable for most of you, but Norway, in its particular context, it will be easily understandable for people outside as well. Now, the older generation, generally against Russia, both Cold War reasons and anything else thereafter. Now, everything else thereafter for people like my generation is, you know, Russia is, you know, was once upon a time the Soviet Union. Most of us recognize they're not anymore, but they're very corrupt, they're very imperialistic. You know, we have been fed for decades that, you know, they have these things here, the stones there, the war in Chechnya and whatever. They had their overflights in Norway and our tension. You know, these kind of things are one of the reasons many Norwegians are, you know, whether you consider reasonable or not doesn't really matter. It's from their perspective, they kind of like, okay, well, Russia is actually like, and then you have the younger generation. Now, here you may see a pretty radical change to that. However, it should be noted that this is not necessarily like this is tends to be corralled into a general anti-Western sentiment that isn't particularly conducive. Like it quickly falls into symbolism and contradictions, and then you end up with the culture war thing. So that's kind of like the younger generation are just basically on the culture war sphere, if at all. Because I'm just talking about those who even care. The vast majority of Norwegians are profoundly apathetic. That makes sense. So sorry, Prata, I actually used a lot more words than I intended to.
No, I'm going through the same background. You are right. So this propaganda keeps rolling, especially if there is a strong cultural background behind it. So we have two main, in Europe, we actually just have two main engines moving these hate for Russia. I remember Chiang Kai-shek made a very interesting speech in 2019, before the pandemic, and he said, the Europeans are obsessed with the Russians. They keep talking about the Russians. They don't see. But the interesting thing is what happened in the European Union after 2019, which I've been saying, it is the takeover from North Europe and Eastern Europe in many of the structures of the European Union. Now, the Nordics, which includes Norway, they have a problem they created with the Soviets, but it's not from the Second World War. It's not from the Cold War. It's older. It's from 1920 and so on, which is a real fear of the Soviets, because these countries were having in this time, or a little bit before, real problems with people's rights, syndicates, and so unions and so on. Well, not so much perhaps in Norway, but Sweden and Denmark had, and they had all these conflicts.
The biggest cooperatives and syndicates that you would find in the world, either that were or they are still, like the biggest co-op in the world is in Norway. Some of the biggest syndicates as per proportion was also in Norway, and that was by necessity due to this sparse distribution. But yeah, we were definitely in that, and that was, and you're absolutely correct. It caused a very genuine fear among the upper elite, the monarchy, the aristocracy, and so forth, about the rise of communism and so forth, because socialist values were already well in place for practical reasons. And so when the ideology came into play, and so the propaganda machine was really ramped up from. So you are correct. It started from the very beginning of the Bolshevik Revolution.
Exactly. And Finland had actually a civil war and almost turned into also a communist country. So something that people forget. And from then, there is a kind of international incorporated hate for the Russians somehow. It's always there. And it was in the last years a bit created over the idea that the Scandinavians or the Nordics, they have the better living standards. They are a kind of elite all over the world. Everything is very organized there. They live better than everybody in the around the world, and they are very rich. Which actually forget what happened. That just happened 100 years ago. Before that, it was not like that. So they are leaving their amazing moment, their golden age at this moment. But anyways, yes. And then we have the Baltics and Poland, which are moved by a hate of past events when they were dominated and so on. And these two areas, regional areas, they are different approach, but very similar on how to deal with the Russians. And it's very rare to find a movement or a political party that makes them more reasoning against all this propaganda. It is something different as you get further away. Then it's more easy for people to get away from such sentiments because they don't have it on the background. And I see, for instance, that in Germany is waking up. France, Macron cries anti-Russian slogans, and the population laughs at him. Meloni never try. The Greeks never try. The Bulgarians, whenever they try, the government falls down. It's quite interesting, the Bulgarians, but that's because they have the opposite. They tend to love the Russians historically, and it's falling apart. Depends in which societies. Also, the United States, especially the older people, they lived with that Cold War propaganda. Perhaps it's more difficult for them to distanciate from it. But never to go. If we go to another conflict, which is much more complex, which is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, we saw how the reaction was not so much manipulate. It was not so possible to manipulate people's minds, like it was with the case of the Ukrainian-Russia war. It was much more difficult, and because people knew and had sentiments about that conflict for much before. So we see that propaganda not always works, and yes, and it depends from place to place. Sorry. Go on, Juan.
Yeah, I was just gonna say those are all good points, and I'm not trying to be a dick or nothing because we know everyone hates Russia. But Archimedes is here, and you just mentioned Israel, Palestine, and there's been a lot of protests in America, so we should probably hop on that real quick if anyone wants to. The crackdown on the American free speech movement, I guess. If you want, I don't care.
A lot of people are comparing it to 1968, right? It looks like 1968.
Personally, I think it looks a lot more like 2020.
Yeah, they're bringing in a lot of heavy weapons and stuff when they're confronting these students. Doesn't look too cool.
We haven't had a Kent State yet, though.
And I don't think that we will, to be totally honest. I have, I would be happy to be surprised, but I'll just say I think that.
You'd be happy to be surprised because you want a Kent State.
Well, because a Kent State would mean that there is an actual, an energetic response against the Zionism that's going on right now. I think that they're protesting. They're saying that the Palestinians are being killed, but I don't think that they're actually going to do anything. I think that most of this is completely performative. I think that most of this is being used by the DNC in order.
You don't think there'll be a moment that galvanizes anger like Kent State? Yeah.
Well, I don't think that they're going to be angry. They're just going to be sad and they're going to cry. I don't think that the mettle of the college students today is similar to what it was in 1968. I don't think that there's going to be violence. I think that the cops are going to show up and they're going to.
I don't know, man. It depends on who goes there. You could get some elements that do into that. Maybe just really just pissed off with the system.
Yeah. Well, I could be wrong, but I see this as much more similar to Black
Lives
Matter.
Happens with all the protests.
I would call it Brown Lives Matter. I feel like is what's going on right now, and they're just crying about the poor Palestinians. And what's going to happen is the DNC is going to say, "We've heard you, and it's really sad, and we're going to be very, very rude to Israel and tell them to stop killing these poor brown people." And then they're not going to actually, well, they might do a little something. They might give them some bologna sandwiches or something, that are halal, and that's going to be about it. In my view, I don't think that these lefties, these college lefties, are going to do anything to actually turn the needle in. I said the word left, Gareth.
But you see just
except not participate, right? They're not going to sign up for wars.
Well, they're still going to vote for the DNC. They're still going to vote for Joe Biden and his regime. They're going to, in fact, vote for Joe Biden even more because the Republicans are jumping over each other in order to show how much they love Israel. Right. So
that'll be votes for the Democrats. I'm not satisfied that it's votes for Biden.
It's going to be
let Betty throw it.
I think. Anyway,
it is kind of. I think they're being used first of all. I think they're being used first of all to get what they by the DNC. I think it's just up there. It's not catching on like they want, and I find it funny that these places. Remember, these are colleges. These are supposed to be these places of diversity and inclusion, and look what's happening there. It's all about another person's religion and race. I mean, I understand the Palestinians issue. Don't get me wrong. I get it. I don't think Israel should be bombing through buildings to get to Hamas. Through children and women. That's wrong.
I mean,
but to continue on, once they start. I mean, even the Patriot Front showed up to this shit. Right there tells me there's some federal involvement right there. I can't. I just, it's not organic, and it's not gonna be organic, and I don't think it's ever gonna reach the level of Kent State because there's nobody else behind it. They thought they could draw people out, and it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked.
What about around the world? How there's a lot of protests.
Let Gareth have a chance to speak.
Thank you. As your local expert on revolutions, I disagree quite a lot with that. I don't think that the protesters had any particular desire to pull people out. And I would point out that we've had two different explanations for why the protesters are there. The one is that Archimedes presented is that they're concerned with the issue but will be suborned into the Democrat Party. And Vaughan's was that they are being used by the Democratic Party as some kind of cat's paw. And I think that that this is all too abstract. It is a real reaction. These kids are seeing stuff on TikTok that is no longer mediated by the gatekeeper conventional media that everybody agrees is basically in sympathy with the military establishment and the media establishment and so on. I mean, they are very incestuous. The media get their influence by talking off the record to the military, and the military get to have a second career by being a TV pundit. We've talked about how the TV pundits don't know shit. There's a lot of stupidity going on there. And it's just not as deliberate and systematic. I think we have a tendency to overestimate how organized reality is. Reality is actually mostly spontaneous and chaotic. The people who are doing these protests are doing it for real. They really care about these things. There are a lot of Jewish people in the protests, and in a sort of echo of something that's recently been going on with the Labour Party in the United Kingdom, we're seeing the wrong type of Jew being arrested. If you're a Jew who is anti-Zionist, then you're a bad Jew. But if you're a Jew who is pro-Zionist, then you're a good Jew. That whole thing is being manipulated, but it's being manipulated by Israel as a national entity and the United States as a national entity with its own strategic interests, which it pursues in the region. Thank you.
I mean, that wasn't me that said the Democrats are using them. But I mean, given the situation and the fact that it's an election year, you can assume that there's all kinds of interested parties mixed into this organic or grassroots protest. And they're all going to try and make some kind of thing happen for their own benefit, whoever they are.
Well, we've already seen to that point. We've already seen interviews with protesters that basically admit they don't even know why they're there.
Hell, somebody told me there was a clip of some Jews yelling "Kill the Jews" just to try to frame the Palestinian protesters. So I mean, There's all kinds of, see what I mean? There's all
That's
kinds
a
of
classic
assholes running
Mossad
around.
psyop. That happens a lot. Yeah, that's actually sad. But the false flag capacity there, like I don't think Jewish Voices for Peace invited the Patriot Front, right? But probably like the IDF club did, right? Like there has also been incidences of accusations anyway of Israel sympathetic students doing things like, or agents doing things like spray painting a swastika on a synagogue. This has been going on since the 40s. It's largely what was done in order to drive Jews out of Iraq and out of Morocco and force them to move to Israel in the 40s. This is a very old game of playing up this a kind of a fake anti-Jewishness in order to drive sympathy for the state of Israel. A very, very old game going on there, and it's sadly going on in some of these protests too. But I agree completely with Gareth there that this is organic fundamentally. It's people reacting to what they see firsthand on TikTok. And I think it's what was missing with Ukraine, that people didn't necessarily see for 10 years in Donbass what was happening there. I mean, it was out there, but it was suppressed. With Israel, it hasn't been suppressed.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to have organic because of what you're saying and all the imagery and stuff. But I'm just saying, I mean, there's obviously political people and bad actors that are going to use this as cover to push their own bullshit. So that's why you're seeing, you know, fake ass dudes like Patriot Front showing up, you know, or, you know, whatever, you know, guys yelling, kill the Jews, but they're the Jews yelling, kill the Jews, just trying to stir up shit.
I just want to have a quick reaction before you all continue. So my first reaction when I saw this kind of thing was that I just ignore it. The reason I didn't report much about it is because I know that this is already weaponized. And the best part about all these protests is that everyone wants it. Everyone. The Chinese wants it, the Russian wants it, the Jews wants it, Israel wants it, and the Palestinians want it, the pro-Palestinians want it. Everybody wants it because the pro-Palestinians wants it because it's anti-Israel. The Israel wants it because it's anti-Israel, so that you can get more sympathy. The Chinese wants it because it messed up the United States. The Russian wants it because it just gives more problems for the Americans to solve. The Republicans want it because you just smash the Democrats thing. Then the Democrats wants it because you just boost them. Everybody just wants this protest. And then for me, it's just like, what fuck, man, this is just stupid. And the only comment I made was that these students who if they are students there are just wasting their time and they're wasting their money of their parents. But Prata.
Yeah.
I
So
go toilet.
guys, this remembers me a lot. The East Timor crisis in '99. So in '95, I think the massacre of the cemetery of Santa Cruz shocked the world, and many organizations, especially students' organizations, started to organize.
Can I please just chime in something succinctly responding to the three other panelists here very quickly, because it's all three at once. One came with kill the Jews, Craig came with, well, there's some old psyops and whatever, and Gareth said organically, and yeah, like Wyatt said, you can tie them up a little bit. And age-old anti-Semitism isn't new by definition, right? And you have that also with the Muslim population, who are tied very closely to the pro-Palestinian. So you can definitely have very genuine anti-Semitism being stirred up. This is how you can, for example, like the thing in Sydney, if that was a psyop, and that looks like a little bit like one, where you have like one guy coming in there and he just starts shouting, gas the Jews. Among Arab Muslims, don't be too shocked of hearing those kind of things. It's like, you can just, if anyone who looks into it, you will find that being a norm. Not a single Arab Muslim is going to be denying what I'm saying here either. So, who is doing all this intent? Are there masterminds behind this? Are the Zionists and pro-Palestinians? Actually, on this one in particular, because it's kind of like you don't have too many like very clear incentives. You mostly have a whole lot of optics. And I agree more with Gareth here. I think when it comes to the protests specifically, forget what all the geopolitics of the Israel-Palestine conflict and all that. As for these protests and stuff, information is fair going through. Among the younger population, they will watch more social media. So where propaganda is more propagated there, you will probably have the effect. Look at the older generation. Why did it look like that? Well, that was because they saw this. The information they saw, based their opinion on it. So, what is right or wrong, that's kind of a different matter. But when it comes to how are these doing, these who are coming in on these protests, I don't. I'm pretty sure that Prata is going to be going back to the Timor-Leste thing and give a framing of how you can
TikTok, man,
time and time again.
No,
TikTok blew it up.
Well, anyways, yes, of course, people are being framed and being used. That happens all the time. Any social event is always taken over by someone that sees any interest on it. So I think here is something a bit else. There is something more spontaneous about it. I was giving an example about the East Timor movements because they were extremely big back then and nobody was expecting it to happen. And I was trying to give stories for you to realize or make a cut. But nevertheless, like I was already cut it, it's pretty much like this. The Palestinian conflict has been there for a long time. And people have been protesting or trying to pick a side, more or less the poor Palestinians and so on. When we see this image suddenly out of nothing, people already have been accumulating capital of knowledge about the conflict. And this pretty much happens around student movements and organizations and so on. It looks cool to be pro-Palestinian. I'm not saying something bad about that. It's how it is. Leftists normally tend to support a lot the Palestinian movement. It has nothing to do with these Islamists because when the OLP and so on was there, these Muslim or the Palestinian movement was pretty much left-wing. There was still nothing really Islamic about it. It was, like the Kurds still today are. They are very left-wing and they tend to be supported by left-wing organizations as well. But the thing is that there is something very special that what really nobody would, it's not just the previous organization, the previous knowledge, the previous combative feelings about the group that is being unfairly treated. It is about unfairness, because this is one of the most important feelings we have from the societies that compose nowadays, which is the belief that the world is fair, that if something happens to me, there is rules, there is law. I can go to the police, I can hire a lawyer, and I will have my rights back. And when we see this image, they are so bad. It goes deeply inside you and you want to revolt. And the Palestinians have been organizing, and or student movements and the left parties and movements have been organizing. So it was very easy to suddenly maximize, amplify everything. And someone gave a good example. What about the Donbas? Because there was nobody that was interested by the Donbas back then. It was just the Russians. And there was nobody to amplify all that unfairness that was happening in there. But about the Palestinians, there was something different. Also with Ukrainians, why people went so much with the propaganda was because all the Western propaganda was about how unfair the Ukrainians are being treated. They are being raped. They are being killed. They are being ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. And people believe, no, this can't be. How can it be in the 21st century of war? It can't be true. And this really moves with people, and people get very angry, and they came out of the streets. And this is almost spontaneous. And then you have all the opportunists. You have all the opportunists coming over, trying to take it out, like you all guys. And normally they seem like they're like chaotic. And that's what we're seeing. There's nothing organized about it. It's just chaotic. Everybody trying to get a bit of it because they see there is the momentum. There is a lot of strength in it. And it is not just in the United States in universities. It's also in Germany in the big cities. And these are not just students. People with 40 years old, more or less. So go on, Archimedes. Sorry.
I know Gareth has had his finger up. I do want to respond more or less directly to what you have to say. But I'll ask if Gareth wants to go first. I have a fairly long point to make. So if you want to make a quick point, please do. You're muted. You're muted. Uh-oh.
Praise Allah.
Okay, thanks. I should be on now. On the topic of the organization and sort of command structure of protest movements, it should be understood that they will develop one themselves. and they will very soon run into a whole bunch of literature about the command systems of protest movements, which they will be able to draw on. So they should not be considered as some kind of just some sort of object on which pressures are applied. They do self-organize and develop their own theory of how they should interact with the various pressures that are being applied to them. And that's an important factor to understand in spontaneous movements. I think that's the most important thing I wanted to add. Thank you.
Mike.
I'm sorry. Can I just jump in because I don't want to get too far away from this point that Prada made, which is that.
Oh, that is
whatever it was, the CIA didn't like it.
Hello.
Game over, bro.
It's good to see you guys. I just want about to say to you guys that firstly, I will start today by saying nice to see everybody, and I will say rest in peace to those people who have died from this war, and those who are about to die. So that's my first thing I'm going to say. And my second thing is about to say, I see you guys been talking about the China war earlier. I mean, China or not Chinese. I just want you guys to know that the Chinese war already began. People just don't pay attention to it. The first front is open.
Okay, Mike.
People
Can
do
you
not
wait
pay.
a second for us to listen to Archimedes because he had a point? You're changing the
I want him to
topic.
come back to that. I want to know.
No, I'm gonna run everything down to. I'm gonna run everything
we
down to the
want
old
to
points.
listen to you. But, let's listen to it. We can go after Archimedes to you, but you
Yeah,
are
let's
changing the topic.
Yeah,
So
let's
I have an answer. I want to speak on this topic as well.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and pass it to you, Mehdi, after I'm done. But I have a couple of things to say. I mean, Prada mentioned something pretty interesting about how these people have this sort of doctrine of believing that the world is essentially fair, and then becoming extremely upset when they are presented with examples of unfairness. I personally, I think that type of worldview is a little bit shallow and a little bit pathetic. Now, I think that these protests are largely organic. I think that these students care a great deal about the fact that these Palestinians are being oppressed, right? They care a great deal about giving as much sympathy as possible to these Palestinians. And I believe that it's the exact same energy that led them to protest for Black Lives Matter 4 years ago. That's why I said this is basically Brown Lives Matter, right? And just like Black Lives Matter, it's going to have pretty much absolutely no effect, right? Now, these students, right, they it's interesting that we mentioned Kent State, because that's also exactly what's going on in the mind of pretty much all of these students. They desperately want to be in the 60s. They want so badly to be boomers going to college in the 60s. More than anything, that's what they want, right? They are sold an aesthetic of the 60s college student playing guitar and hacky sack and protesting the Vietnam War, right? And bringing about an awakening and taking LSD. And that is what college has been. It has been sold out, and that aesthetic has been commodified into something that is sold to people as to why you should go to college, right? And then they get an opportunity. They're presented with some oppression, and they're like, finally, it's time for me to do what the boomers did and be a hero and fight for the end of oppression. Effectively, it's an affectation. It's shallow and it means nothing. They're interested in the aesthetic. They're interested in the good emotions that they get from protecting oppressed people. They're not actually interested in helping oppressed people, right? And the best example I have of that is the fact that these students will constantly will point out the racism of the Zionist regime in how it excludes Ethiopian Jews, and yet almost none of them give a shit about the Ethiopian Civil War, right? In fact, the entire Zionist project itself was built off of this exact same doctrine of constant liberation, of continuous liberation, that of sympathy and oppression, right? The Jews themselves were the highest, most oppressed group of all. And that's why we became madly obsessed with the Zionist project, right? That's why so many Americans love the Zionist project, right? And so they're using that exact same energy that fueled Zionism now to be anti-Zionist. And ultimately, I don't think that that's how you undo Zionism, is by doing the same energy, right? Because then after a while, the Jews will just get a little bit more oppressed, and then we'll be back to being Zionists, right? You don't actually get to the root of the issue. I think that a few of these people this will have some impact on the overall long-term American attitude towards Zionism. It's one step towards that. But these protests themselves, I think, and in general, the American left's obsession with pro-Palestine, or the American DNC's obsession with being pro-Palestine, I think is it's completely an affectation and an aesthetic, and it's not actually going to lead to any real improvement or change in American policy.
Yeah, but you see, Archimedes, it's not just in the US.
Yeah, well,
if I may, let me ask this. If it's such a spontaneous thing, how is it coordinated enough to be popping off all across the world at the same time? Using the same slogans, they all got the same signs behind them.
Because everyone is seeing the genocide, dude. Everyone around the world, everyone is seeing the same atrocities, and they're all equally outraged.
Yeah, and they all have the same amount of resources to pop one of these things off at the same time. You're
Yeah, they
living
do.
in a
Code Pink, Jewish Voices for Peace. There's specific groups that do this. Yeah.
Yes, they are. It's an accumulating capital that has been accumulating over the decades. They already have the whole slogans. It's everything there. And also, let's not forget, the UK and the US did created something called the White Helmets. And these guys explain how to do things on the field. You see, you just see these things in the TikTok because people have been telling them how to do. I don't think in most of these people there is anything about being anti-Zionist, anti-Jews, anti-Semitic. I don't think that's there. And besides, Archimedes, the feeling, it is egoist. Yes, you are right. For many of these people that go to this demonstration, is a selfish feeling. Is about seeing themselves, protecting themselves. They feel they have to protect themselves, exposing, trying to save the lives of the Palestinians. But in the first place, they are seeing themselves. They don't care. They don't know any Palestinians. They don't care about the Palestinians. They even care probably less about the Jews or the Israelis. In this case, it's not the Jews. It's the Israelis. They probably don't even care less. What they see themselves is their image in the mirror, in a very aggressive way. And young people have hot blood, and hot blood loves to go to the streets and make things like you say, Archimedes, present themselves as the freedom fighters, the protest. Yeah, it's okay, it's normal, but it's not just young people. It's not just in the US. And Mehdi is right. Is accumulating all this knowledge, all these slogans, and they came out. It's not so spontaneous, but has a lot of spontaneity. And what I was also trying to agree with everybody was saying behind, let's not see them so organized by someone precisely. There is something more spontaneous about this. What we see is people understanding that this is more or less spontaneous. There's a lot of potential here, trying to use it for their own interest, own part. So that's why you, Archimedes, was saying, and Garrett, everybody's, or probably Craig is probably, everybody's trying to make a use of it. Yeah, sorry there.
I was just gonna say in relation to Archimedes' point real quick. I mean, it may not be true everywhere, but like in America, you got
Mehdi,
Mike is out. Something happened.
You're mad.
Mike
You're
froze.
muted.
Oh, he's back.
This is an
Yeah, I
interesting
think I'm
super
good
chat.
right now.
Oh, go ahead.
Hello, guys. Okay.
Can I say something?
What I'm
Nathan?
about to say here is that. Sure.
Can
Hello?
we finish this topic? Because I
Can you guys
have
hear me?
one more thing to say about it, and then I want to go
I
to
was
Mike's
just gonna-
topic about China.
I was just gonna say real quick on my point, like in America at least,
Hello?
most of the protest is disingenuous. It's just people trying to get clout. You know, there are real people that really care, but on these campuses and stuff, it's fake. I mean, think about how many motherfuckers are on YouTube making TikToks every day about how they hate Israel, and they're gonna go sit in their tent for likes.
Yeah, it's probably the majority. But nevertheless, the reason it gets clout is because it's trending, and the reason it's trending is because it's horrifying. And also, like, the difference, because yeah, I agree with Archimedes that the sentiment is the same, like the empathic bullshit of young students on whatever is the fad in a certain moment. The difference basically is that BML had like a total media support and like practically no political police opposition, while this thing is like clearly, you know, like completely unpopular in the ruling class.
On topic, I want to say only this. I think for this group, it would make the most sense for us to look tactically at how all these street movements, and I'm going to go back to the Unite the Right Charlottesville and BLM and January 6th and this, all of them false flagged with varying degrees of success, right? And it is easy to throw a match into gasoline. And so all of these things get manipulated. But in the end, here's what these people all have in common. They're all basically looking at Gaza. They're looking at to the degree that anybody's looking at Ukraine, they're seeing people being killed by AI and robots. That's what's happening with things like Lavender in Gaza. That's what the drones are doing in the Ukraine trenches to the conscripts. And that's all of us 30 years from now when they don't need the workers anymore and they have enough robots. So that's the solidarity that matters. Everything else is nonsense by comparison to that. If you allow a military industrial complex on whatever excuse to build up a bunch of Terminators and Cylons and worker bots, they don't need you anymore and they're going to wipe you out. So that's a basis for unity emerging out of all of this, and everything else is nonsense by comparison, really. I mean, I'm just going to quote Sadhguru, who said, well, they piled up all those weapons. Did you think they weren't going to use them? That was his comment about the Ukraine war. And we should look at the nukes, and we should look at the robots, and we should look at the killer drones, and we should imagine that the total number of people they can kill is all of us. And so that's sitting there underlying all of these conflict causes. If we don't have a working system of international law, if we can't make it function, then we end up in conflicts that escalate to the point where we're literally all dead and maybe only robots are left. That's the basis of unity that will persist across all these political situations, is it's all of us against a technological complex, which is looking more and more like the Battlestar Galactica scenario or the Terminator.
Yeah, that makes total sense. I agree with you. And I also think that like whatever is the case, whoever is like incentivizing the protests or whatever, I think like especially in the US and in Europe, there's a breaking point in which you guys are actually risking nuclear war. Your leaders are fucking insane and they're supporting Israel and they're supporting Ukraine, and they're not shying away from an all-out nuclear war. And so, like, you guys really need to get your shit together and at some point say, no, we don't want to die in a nuclear holocaust, and do something to change the crappy leadership you've got.
Sorry, guys. Let me say something quick before my network goes again. Guys, this is what I'm about to say. Guys, start counting down. Between now to end of 2024, we are going to witness the second time of the nuclear bomb go off. Start counting down. Between now to the end of 2025, believe it or not,
you dream about it.
It's going crazy right now.
You dreamed about it.
I hope you're wrong, but I cannot say why.
This is what I'm going to say. Hopefully, I'm wrong. I'm be so happy to be wrong.
Remember when you said that Russia. I remember when you said that Russia is going to lose the war in a very prophetic way, and now you prophetically are saying that the nuclear bomb is going to explode. Thank you.
Okay, There are nobody want to hear that. Nobody want to hear what I'm saying. Sometimes it sounds crazy.
What was the
sounds
China
stupid,
thing,
sounds
Mike?
silly.
You said the China war had begun
Yeah,
already again.
that's what I
What
was
do you
saying
mean?
earlier about the first of all. Let me go back to where I'm started. Like the China front is opening. People don't pay attention to where the front is because majority think the front is going to be either Tai- uh, Taiwan, which is completely it's not going to be the front line. Okay, people think it's going to be Philippines. That's completely wrong. You're wrong. The front line is Myanmar, Cambodia. That is the front line, and China knew that. If I can knew that, that means China knew that. Okay, and what I could say that China is really doing a good job by pretending that if they don't see it. Okay, that was the front line right now. Believe it or not, you see that things going on down there. It might sound like that's not that much, right?
I'll
Trust
look
me.
into it. That's actually a good observation. There's a lot going on there we don't
Trust
talk
me.
about.
That thing is gonna spread like a wildfire straight to China, and China even knew that how bad that thing really is. If they jump, if they rush to it, it'll be a problem, and if they don't do anything, it's also gonna be a problem for them. Okay, so that is why they are cautious, and their caution is really good so far right now. But God knows what's gonna happen next. Who are they going to support? Are they going to support the government? It's going to be a headache for them. Okay, now because it's going to encourage more people, and if they're going to support it, it's like no win-win for that situation right now. It's a bigger than Taiwan or Philippines or anything right now, and it's already started. Okay, that's one part. And the second thing I'm about to say, because I've been trying to say for past 4 or 5 open mic about what's going on with the Russian. What I say right now, like I said before, I keep repeating the same thing. The best weapon that Ukraine need is what they are giving to Ukraine, and the best weapon they right now is FPB. Nothing works better close to FPB right now on that front, because if FPB can take one soldier out, just one soldier, right? Times how many FPB they're gonna use, it's more valuable to them than I know you guys talking about the Abrams. Abrams, yeah, it's in the back. It's in the back line. It's not. It's in the back. It's working behind the front line. It's not a real front line. If they take it to real front line, it's gonna be demolished. I know some of you are tankers. I know some of you guys here are tankers, and they are proud to be a tankers. But the fact is that if they pull Abrams in the front with the ATGM, bye bye completely. So it's good to work in the back in the back line, not in the full front line. Okay, so that's the second thing. And the third thing right now is that the Russians are now coming up right now. They start to all the work for past couple of years now, almost 2 3 years. Most of the prodigal Russian child are now coming back home, because now before they thought it's just about Putin and Putin and Putin, right? Now they start to realize what the West are doing, and now to start to piss many Russians off.
I think
Make
we
them
are
start to
losing ourselves. I think we are losing ourselves here. Let's not go to. I think it's Mehdi. Mehdi, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, as to going on with China, I don't think the front line is going to be on land. It's going to be at sea, because whatever the West needs to do, it has to transport across the sea to get it there or close enough to be effective.
Madi, sorry for cutting you off. That is wrong.
Hold on. Russia and China have big fleets which they can use. They have their own submarines, and some of them are very good. We can't discount. If you want to have a war, you got to bring the bullets and the beans somehow. You cannot discount fighting at sea and losing it all at sea.
Yeah.
Because
Madi,
if you're smart and if you're Chinese, you know that you got your entire air force that's close to the land. You got its entire ship-to-shore defense system or shore-to-ship defensive system, and then you got its entire navy that you're going to have to encounter just to try to get into the Philippines or into Taiwan. It's not going to be simple, And I think the front line at first is initially going to be at sea. Can you get the men there to hold the territory? If you can't, then it's...
Marty, fighting China on the sea is going to be suicide. Fighting China on the sea is going to be completely suicide. Okay? It's just like when they say Russia should go and attack Odessa. Odessa is the key, but it's like a suicide. Okay? But the best way is Myanmar. That's open to China. That's the road to China right there. Myanmar is the road to China, believe me or not.
I was just going to say, Mike, on the FPV drones, yeah, they're great, and Ukrainian FPV drones are great. And no matter how many Ukrainian drones they make and how many they send, they have zero effect on the outcome of the war. Zero. I mean, they could send 10,000 and it's not going to change anything other than the final death toll, which is irrelevant to one side.
Vaughn, you guys are counting machine, but I'm counting body. Body is what really matters when it comes to this.
And as far as Russia's manpower problem, they're getting like 35,000 volunteers a month plus conscription. They have no manpower problem.
Yes. This is not a war.
The only thing the Ukrainians can do is stop dying or keep dying. That's their choice, you know?
Yeah, another thing about the drones is that you only see the hits. You hardly ever see the misses. You know, and so,
I mean, last month I saw a report where they said Ukraine loses 10,000 drones a month, which means they probably make 30 or 40,000 drones a month. So, yeah. And look, it doesn't matter. Send 20,000, motherfucker. Send 40,000. They don't give a fuck. I mean, they're not going to matter. It's irrelevant.
An electronic warfare is becoming much more.
Come on, finger.
Yeah, go on, Garrett. Go on, Garrett. Go on.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that for all of those who express opinions about the protests in America, I challenge you to go down to them. I know the conversation has moved on a good long way since then, but I would say that if you're going to have a strong opinion about what those protests are about, you should go visit them and see for yourself. There are something like 70 of them at the moment. There won't be one that far away from you. It won't be that hard. Thank you.
All just spontaneous.
I mean, I don't disagree with anything you said, Gareth. I'm just saying that, you know, it's not all genuine and some of it's disingenuous. I mean, I know there's legit protesters down there that are totally down for what they're doing.
Go see it for yourself. See it for yourself.
We don't have any here in town anyway, so.
What do you think would happen if we went down there myself? I see some people saying, yeah, don't bomb Palestine. So fucking what? There's people, they're being used.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about the protesters.
How are they being used?
Protesters.
How are they being used?
I'm not saying they're being used. I'm saying
Discord. It's kind of funny how it's coordinated all across all the colleges.
They use them as shields.
So you think that was all spontaneous, right? They happen to have enough coordination to be able to have the banners, the slogans, and all that shit all at the same time, all spontaneously. What am I
possible? Not exactly.
If I go to an anti-Israel Palestine, that somehow it's going to change my mind about what's going on. Like I fear it, like I'm walking in the sun like a vampire. No. What would I learn there? I would learn that.
I don't expect you to fear it at all. No.
Palestine, so am I. So tell me, it still doesn't solve the problem. Is that how did they coordinate it all to happen at the same time, yet it's organic?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's actually
I'm not saying it's not organic. All I'm saying is there's opportunists mixed in with the real people.
This is all very simple. There are campaigning organizations which have existed for decades now because this occupation has been going on since 1948. There are organizations that link campaigning groups together, and we have established slogans and symbols which are spread and shared precisely to make a point that this is a grand big cause that the whole world is involved in. It isn't some local triviality involved with your elections. This is much bigger than that. This is a matter of humanity.
So it's organized. So it's not spontaneous.
Right. They're all linked together, but they're not. But they're spontaneous.
No, those are not mutually exclusive. I mean, it's like a soccer team, right? I mean, you can have a soccer team, but that doesn't mean that you control every kid who comes up and wants to kick a ball around.
Somebody has to organize the right way to think about it. The question you're being asked.
I thought. How old are these protesters?
Well, you have students.
Most of them are the students. They're the students in the university. They have been supported by some outsiders as well.
In Germany,
so now wait, Prata, wait. So that's why I need to point out the contradiction, because you say that all these slogans and stuff and everything has been on for years and decades, but then suddenly you have students who probably don't understand all these issues maybe 5 years ago. Suddenly they are all repeating the same thing that was so-called established over decades.
They have
so then they have to learn this from somewhere. They have to be
okay. So can I explain that directly? Is that when you go into university, one of the things that will happen is certainly this is how it works in the United Kingdom. You will go through a thing called Freshers' Fair. And it is a place where the first year students come into and they experience university for the first time. And what that will be is a big array of the tables of interest groups, all sorts of political parties and campaigning organizations which already exist in the university ecosystem. They will be there handing out their leaflets and making their arguments to all the fresh new university students. It's not like it is untrue that there is an institutional structure, but it is also not untrue that these people are genuinely engaging with the opportunities that are presented to them and the information they have given, which the media has not given them before. I mean, did not we have a conversation earlier about how all the experts on TV are bullshit artists, right? So when you encounter this stuff, what you encounter is a bunch of information that you never had before, all of which is true, even the shit I disagree with. Okay, so this is not some kind of indoctrination. What it is it's an exploration of ideas.
Oh, Garrett.
How many conservative tables are set up there for those students to look at?
It is also indoctrination.
Garrett, please. The question is quite simple. You know, where do they get the money? Who gets the funding for the flags, for example, and stuff like that? Where do they get to organize? I think that's kind of more like concrete.
Okay, I can answer that.
They're organizing, and you know, like I think that's kind of like would be giving more concrete questions / answers to, you know, how does these are so organized? Yeah. Okay.
I can answer it. I have personally been out rattling a can on the streets, raising money for these movements from donations from the public. That's how they're funded.
Can you all hear me?
I'll just throw in there. Just tell me how many conservative tables are set up for those students to browse.
Yes, fast. Fast, I hear you.
Situation, right? This situation is about, it's like a David and Goliath. Okay, the students are the Davids right now, and the big elites and the media are the Goliath. Okay, so now they are fighting, do each other out here. Students are witnessing reality, but the media and the bosses don't want them to follow up what they are seeing. They are telling them what they are seeing is not what they are seeing, it's fake. Okay, this is what's happening right now in the United States. What they are telling them is, listen, you can't see what you are seeing. What you are seeing before the internet, all these things they will not see it. But with the age of internet, they could see even live, everything. So now what they are telling them, say no, what they are seeing is not what they are seeing. So what they are seeing is normal. That's how it's supposed to be. But this is bad. This is horrible, and that's the fact.
Wait is in another dimension.
Can I say something?
No, I
I
was just trying to hear the audio feedback. Where does it come from? I was muting first to try. Is it C? Is it him? No, but wait. We have to let Fuzz talk. Fuzz have no chance to talk. He have been raising his finger for like almost an hour, I think.
All right.
Fuzz.
Thanks. I think foreigners, I say foreigners because I am an American, like non-Americans, rightly and wonderfully just roast Americans when we like to comment on other people's politics. So like Americans will be like, oh, the main protests, like here's an exhaustive list of what these protests were about, as if people who couldn't find Ukraine on a map actually understand what those protests are about. Foreigners also do this to American protests. Like I agree with Gareth. Like you guys got to talk to the people who go to these protests if you really want to know what's going on there. Like I've been invited to several of these protests, and there is a lot of genuine feeling among the people. Like they get exposed to all sorts of footage of just horrific war crimes from the Israelis, and that does create outrage. But this is not mutually exclusive from the protests being sort of organized and being like psyop, right? Like, because you see this with like if you're really, really concerned about the humanitarian crisis in the Middle East, the real focus should be on Yemen, or various other places in the Middle East. Like the body count in Yemen is just absolutely absurd. It's extremely high. The conflict has been going on for a long time. There's no end in sight. Yada yada yada. The main perpetrators are close U.S. allies like Saudi Arabia, etc. But there's no talk about Yemen because it just doesn't serve anyone's interests. So at this, the protests are genuine feeling, genuine outrage, and also very much a sort of organized sort of thing going on. So it really is both, and those aren't mutually exclusive.
So
let me ask you one question. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Let me ask you one question right there.
The thing is what we have to understand is that people have some capital to go to the streets and make protests. Many of the people that are going to the streets there are not first comers. Many are doing it for the first time, and that's all we're going to say to Garrett. They are being indoctrinated now, but many probably already went to any type of demonstration in this similar matter, like Black Lives Matters during the high school. And though they got in contact how these things are organized in a kind of informal way, like emails and so on, friends and looks good with friends, but it's also genuinely because they watch all these pictures and there is something selfish that really goes deep inside in our beliefs and makes us go to the demonstrations. Like I said, people don't know any Palestinians. If they really were thinking about human suffering, they would look at Ethiopia, they would look at Yemen, they would look at Sudan. The difference here with the Palestinians, because these groups, these pro-Palestinian groups, have been there for a long time. Many student organizations have been taking care of this cause, because it's a cause. And in some way, they it's like they are not coming out of nothing. The students are also not coming out of nothing, but there is enough. There is enough accumulation of experience that allows these to be organized in a very informal way. I wouldn't. It's a lot of organizations that have nothing to do with each other's, and this phenomenon doesn't exist just in the U.S. It will exist pretty much everywhere. I see, for instance, this happening also in the streets of Berlin, especially the more left-wing cities. In Germany, also here in Leipzig, it's also very left-wing. And they are also not organized by one single organization. There are many of them. People get information here and there, and it's how they construct. In a way, you see, we are creating, these people that are going now to the streets, forgetting the fact that they are about Palestinian, they are creating
Fabio, let me ask the question. Hold on, Fabio. Let me ask the question. Hold on, Fabio. Hold on. Let me ask the question. Hold on, please. 1 minute. One question. You are the president.
They are building themselves politically. They are young people. They are building themselves politically.
Hold on 1 minute. Let me ask the question. Stop talking. Stop talking. Let others talk. Okay? You just keep talking, repeating the same thing. Hold on a minute. Let me talk. Come on. You repeat the same thing all day. Let people talk. This is the fact. Let me ask you a question right now.
Okay,
how many people, how many times have you seen? How many times have you seen?
I recommend you go have some
1,500 people. 15,000 people die a week. You tell me it's not bad. It's like you say the all of Middle East. Hold on for 1 minute. Let other talk. You repeat the same thing over and over. Okay? Let how many times you keep 15,000 people die for 1 week. And no, it's not about rude. It's about you not let other people talk. You talk a little bit and let other talk. You repeat the same thing over and over. We have to talk about life here. Life is what matter here. 15,000 a week. You tell me, say, oh, the same people die the same like that everywhere. What are you guys talking about? How many times you drop a civilian building, high-rise building, they drop the bomb, like almost thousands of people die there, and you say, oh, it's the same thing. That's how life's supposed to be. The same thing all over Middle East. The same thing all over Africa. Are you kidding me? We're talking about a real death here. This is completely different. We are talking a real crime here. This is not like a joke. Okay?
So
now, what's the first? Hold on. Let me say something. First, he says, first minister, you want to say? I am asking questions too, because right now, you guys are talking. You guys are talking. It's not about pitch, it's about reality. We are talking here. Okay?
You work as a person, so you have to listen.
If you can't interrupt, demand that they be
let him finish his point. You're wasting time.
You guys do not be talking like this. You guys don't be talking like this, okay? You guys do not care about the other people's life. Oh, you think if it was you, you won't be saying this because it didn't touch you. It doesn't touch you. If it touch you, then you feel others. You feel other people's pain. Okay, it doesn't touch you, so you don't feel other people's pain. You don't know how it is to lose someone. Okay, not like you see how they're killing people, how they're dropping bombs. They're dropping bombs.
Fucking joking.
Like, are you kidding me? You guys think this is?
You really think people in the West don't know what it is to lose someone?
No. What do you mean? How many family members have you died this year alone? Can you point to how many? How many have you lost? Any of you can anyone
understand there's a difference in scale.
Certain family member in this on this kind of death.
You said that we didn't know what it was like at all.
Somebody just go and kill your family member. Not like they die for but somebody just go and kill your family member for no reason. And you tell me, oh no, that's how it's supposed to be. Okay? You don't feel them.
Mike,
that is not a unique experience.
Even if everything you're saying is true, what are you trying to achieve? What are you trying to achieve?
Wait a minute. First minister, let me ask you this question. If it was everything was reversed, if it was Palestinians do the same thing to Jew or to Israelis, are you guys gonna say, oh, it's okay? You guys gonna be the first people to scream. If they do even 5% of this,
well, I'm specifically pro-Palestinian.
The media will not let anybody rest.
Pro-Palestinian.
Okay? People will not let anybody rest. The media will be screaming like tomorrow is not coming. Because if they do the same thing, I will be the one also gonna say the Palestinians are bad. I will stand by the truth. Not by what because somebody said.
These screams? What did you learn about these screams? Sorry.
I don't care. This is the fact. We have to say it. We don't care if somebody says shut me up. I don't care. Don't shut me up. We have to keep talking because your money, because of your money, want people to shut people up. No, let people talk. Don't shut people up. Talk. The fact is fact. Okay, if people don't talk, the fact.
You are very emotional.
It's okay. I had to be emotional and scream, but the fact when you can say fact,
put some sugar on it. It calms the nerves.
If you say fact and die is better than lie and just die. Fact is always follow you wherever you are. Okay, whatever they remember you, they remember you for fact because this can still reverse in like time will come. All this thing can reverse. Then all the people that say, "Oh no, it's good," they say, "No, it's bad." Now we're gonna say, "Oh, are you guys gonna say it's bad? It's good in the first place. It's not that bad in the first place." Those people gonna keep screaming, "Oh no, this is bad. This is bad." Then we're gonna ask them, "Are you guys not the one that first say this is it's not that bad in the first place?" Okay, because things can still turn around in a couple of months, maybe a couple of years. Yeah, everybody gonna say, "Oh no, Palestine is so bad. They are doing this."
To say thanks. Shout out to $20 super chat. What a superstar! And he's got some really good stuff to say. I have to say. I mean, that's
because it's money.
Just fantastic.
Because of his money, you want to be shutting people up. That's bullshit. That's what people. That's what people do. Shut people up because they have money. Because they have money, they want to shut people up. That's what they've been doing with the media, big media. Oh, they have money. Let's shut everybody up. If you say something, they find crime on you. They start to chasing you around. But if people not say quiet, not say anything,
Mike, You spent 4 hours fighting against your fucking internet connection, and that's why nobody's been able to hear you. And now you're angry because fucking Prada talked a little bit too much, man. You shouldn't get this mad about Prada rambling, dude. I mean, you could have gotten mad about that back in like over my 10. You know, that's old news, man.
I don't want people to say this is not a bad thing.
Wait, no, wait. I want to let you know, you didn't get a proper earphone and mic. So what we are hearing, the voice that the audio from your side is, there's no bass. It's all treble. So it's all very high pitch. So if you shout, it made it worse. It will be even more difficult to hear what you say. So just now, all your shouting for the past like 5 minutes or maybe 2 minutes, actually half of it is, I don't know what you're talking about because I can't hear, because it's just all high pitch. So again, I have to suggest you to buy a proper, the earphone or with the mic, because like just a normal earpiece, the phone earpiece. If not, it's like you see some of them, they use the normal earpiece. It's very clear. But every time you come and talk, half of the time I cannot hear what you say. So, but you can continue to ramble at Prata. It's okay. You can carry on. I just want to tell you about the mic, because if you shout, I cannot hear you what you say.
Okay, I'll get a better mic next week. What I'm trying to say is that this is terrible. Okay, the richest one has controlled the media, and they're trying to shut people off. That say what the students is doing is bad. But if this was reversed, if it's a Palestinian that was doing this to Israelis, right? Even they only do 10% of this, the media will not let us read. They will say, let's go and look entire Palestinian completely. Okay, that's what we're gonna be saying to us. We that was here. Okay, if we see the truth because of our conscience, we cannot say it. We just like, that's not our business. Okay, I don't know any family member. I see how they drop the bomb, drop the whole buildings, people's, men's, women's, children's, kill them. This is not even like the way it's happening in other wars. So this is like a unbelievable happening. This is unbelievable scale. If it was like the way it was in the what do you call it? Yemen.
It's not an unbelievable scale at all, man. I mean, if this is the logic that you're going to use, right? This is the exact same logic that the Zionists use also. Because if you want to talk about an unbelievable scale, they've got some pretty big fucking numbers that they can throw at you as well, and that includes men, women, and children. All right. So if all of this is going to be is about 6 million, dude, obviously everyone knows the number, right? If you're going to go back to, if you're going to,
yeah, 6 million. Okay, 6 million. What do they call that when it's 6 million? Hold on. I like that what you just say. That's what you say. It makes sense. What do they call it when it was 6 million? What do they call it?
A genocide.
What do they call it? Can you repeat it for me?
I
What do they call
find
it?
it amazing how the
Genocide.
suffering
Is that what
of
they call
one counts more
But don't
than the
even say
suffering
gay
of another.
right now.
It doesn't
Don't
matter
even say
how
G
many
right now.
numbers.
They
It
will
doesn't
say
matter
you are
how
a bad
many
person.
numbers. It's the suffering
That
of us
don't
doesn't make
try
the
to say
suffering
it
of another
because they're
more
gonna
or less.
criticize you
The suffering
for
of
saying
any human being is always there. And like Few said, if you really wanted to be fair, you have so many other conflicts which you have not said a word about them, and they are much more outrageous even than what we are seeing. I'm not discounting in any way the suffering of the Palestinians or even what the Israelis will have to suffer as a payback for what they are doing, because they will also suffer a lot. I wouldn't want to live in Israel in the next 10 years. It will be very expensive, very difficult to live there. They will have their payback. But look at Yemen, look at Sudan. Sudan, in a very short period of time, a civil war has killed so many people. We have no idea how many people died. And there is nobody caring about these people. Nobody is caring about them. Look at Eritrea. Over 1 million people died in a few months. And also, nobody really cares about it. I'm really actually everybody. No. In Eritrea it is worse. Eritrea not. In Ethiopia is a bit worse because everybody doesn't talk about it, but is selling weapons for the conflict to keep on and becoming really bad. So I'm really sorry about you, Mike, being so outrageous, because we were not talking about the suffering of the Palestinians. We were talking how these demonstrations happen in a technical and scientific way. to make some noise, also to.
I understand what you're saying.
And I was going to say my last argument, which we actually should see this in a very positive way, that people go to the streets, is because these people are getting aware of social movements and so on, and they are going to prepare. They are getting more political views in them, not just what they see in the media. They might be being used because they are young. They still don't have enough critical sense, but they are growing, and this is good. I think whenever you see people getting aware of something that they don't see in the media, that's good. But sorry, Mike, the suffering of one doesn't make the suffering of the other less or the other more. And these, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter the numbers. It doesn't just matter the numbers.
Fabio, I got what you're saying. I totally understand what you're saying. There's something happened in the past that we don't even see. Many people have died in the past. Okay, that means that's the one we don't see. Okay, the one we are currently seeing right now, we are witness. Is something different entirely. Okay, we are not seeing it is different from what we are witnessing, and it's not even end yet. Like somebody just say every time Mike scream, another Palestinian man. You see that? That is what people don't count other, because if it's not to them, they don't understand that the other people is life as well. Okay, many people don't feel other people's pain because until it happen to them, that's why they start to screaming like, "Oh my God, see how this thing is bad," right? But if it haven't happened to them, right? They don't know. They don't know how it feel. I see, especially the young ones, like maybe the one that never have a kids, the young one that don't think like where life is different. But whenever you have a kid, you start to get to such an age, you start to think twice about everything in life. Okay, you don't see things the same thing anymore. Even especially when you get to certain age, you start to feel other people's pain, what they feel. Right now that everybody feel like, you know what, anybody could die anytime. Yes, people die, right? But the thing is that how will you feel if it was you? Put yourself in their shoes. I see some commentator on the TV they were like, you see those Palestinian people supposed to be dead, because they are not that good. They don't understand because they never happened to them. And whenever they say, "Oh, somebody shoot in their neighborhood," they will be screaming, "Oh, that person has to dead." Feel other people's pain, the way I feel all the Ukrainian pain. Same going in Africa. Many people die in Africa.
You two are
in the
on
church.
different frequencies.
We are in the church.
You two are on different frequencies. Both are correct. Both are talking valid points. But you two are on different frequencies. Prata is talking about on a macro scale. You are talking about on a micro scale. Like you're only focusing on this conflict, about the humanities part of things. But Prata is talking about on a geopolitical macro scale, where generally, in terms of humankind, we are just incapable of caring about people we don't care. Then you are talking Mike is talking about caring about people that people care. Actually both is correct, but you guys are shooting each other from different angles, which is like, yeah, both are correct. So it's kind of pointless to carry on this black hole. It's becoming a black hole. And we are now 6 hours 25 minutes. Do you want to continue this topic or do you want to do closing? I mean, not this topic about the argument. I mean, talking about like Israel, Palestine, or the protests or whatever.
Okay. Let me do my closing because my network might even go before 2 minutes right now. I just want to say thank to you guys all. Probably I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean to you, but I just like to. I feel like what's going on. We need to talk about it. We need to call it what it is. Okay, because it doesn't happen to us doesn't mean we shouldn't say, "Oh, that's how I feel things in life." Because I'm the one that was gonna be jump up and defend Israeli if they are the one they are doing it to. Okay, I'll be the first person to stand up say, "No, what Palestine is doing is wrong." Okay, so that is where I see things in life. And I'm about to say that the second thing, my other thing is about the Russians. Right now, Russia is coming back, but I can still say that the West is moving in. They are going to Russia, and hopefully, like I said, I'm wrong. I like to be wrong because, like I say, probably was for say to me earlier. Say where you say Russia gonna be lose, right? And I say, well, I'm glad I'm wrong. I'm about to say, but when my network go, I like to be wrong than to be right because that's where I like things in life. Because, like I
Don't
said,
worry.
let's count it down before ending of
Young
2025. Hopefully, we're not gonna first witness the second nuclear go off because the way things is going right now, and I see all the Europeans try to wish China, then whack them later. So, well, I just say one more time, rest in peace to those who already died in this tragedy war and those who are about to die. And we that see here, well, maybe one day we might find ourselves in the trench. Who knows? Because I see many people laughing at the Ukrainians when they kidnap them. TCC are kidnapping them in the street. Many people are laughing. Like, oh, wow, it might be us. They're going to be kidnapping soon. So we shouldn't be laughing at them. If you just say, hopefully, this stop soon. That's what I could say. So I just want to wish everybody safe life and nobody should do anything silly, anything crazy. It's good to protest, but speak your mind, but don't go out and start to make other people's life hell. Respect other people's life. Okay? Peaceful protest. If you have to say something, but don't do anything silly. If you do anything silly, you are not helping those who are protesting for. It's good to have a big mouth, but don't do anything silly. You are not helping them. So that's my way. I just want to say thank to you guys all. I'm sorry for if I disturb your your talk. I'm so sorry from the bottom
No,
of my
no
heart.
worries.
I just
you
say
didn't disturb
good night
anything,
to all
man.
you.
You're okay.
Hopefully, I see you
Mike,
guys.
Mike, you just need to get a proper earphone. Get a cheap one. Just the one with the small little mic. Just the 2-year piece and then just the small. That is good enough. Because whatever you're using, I don't know why the audio is shit, man. It's just so high pitch. I have to reduce your volume. If not, we are all deaf by now. So yeah, and I tell you so many times already. It's not the first time. I tell you so many times already. You can get a cheap one, those China ones.
I'll see you again, brother. I'll see you. We're gonna have argument. Okay,
Really,
okay. Hopefully, before they
people
go
will
to
hear you
China,
better.
let me get one from China.
Yeah, get a China one, cheap one, like a
Okay.
few dollars. Vaughn
Okay,
disappeared.
brother.
So
Okay, see you
okay,
guys.
prata.
Okay.
Oh, it's
Good
Closing.
night. Good night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Mike started the closing, so we shall do closing. Then I can
Okay,
go and
we
eat
shall
breakfast.
do
You see, the sun is
closing.
out. I'm turning into the dark side. No, I joined the Steve.
Well, anyways, I'm not going to do a real closing. Just one of the topics I might wanted to have had talked today. Perhaps you did it because I was not here the whole open mic. The thing is, I see some pressure coming in many countries, and perhaps this is one of the reasons why all these anti-China rhetoric in this week is about forcing countries to accept the Zelensky peace deal. I noticed that especially India is being quite pressured to take part in the peace deal they were going to do in the peace conference. They're going to set up in Switzerland in a few months. And perhaps this is also one of the big reasons why the rhetoric anti-China was so big, that the Chinese are selling weapons to the Russian or parts, where every day the narrative changed a little bit, so it makes it even less credible, of course. And yes, in a way, if the West believes it can produce any type of a peace deal based on coercion of other countries to accept it, I don't know how it can work, but yeah. The Indians are already saying, but we won't play anything, even if we go to there. It doesn't make any sense. Us agreeing or not agreeing, they have to deal with the Russians. The Russians are the ones that need to be convinced that it works as a peace deal, whatever they want to impose. What is very interesting, though, that we should pay attention to, I think I said that in the last open mic as well, is that this peace deal, this peace conference, actually is a confirmation of the Is the U.S. trying to confirm they are the supreme dominant power over the earth, and they can decide in the future how the world configuration is going to be. In a way, they are destroying the Security Council, they are destroying the UN. So I don't know, what they want, they think this might be a future, but it's not. So that was pretty much it. Yes, sorry, make you sleep.
No. It's because I'm awake for many hours. Okay, Vaughn, closing.
Yeah, I was just going to say it was a great open mic. I kind of missed the end there when all the yelling started, but I'm sure it was for a good cause. It was worth it. You know, as far as Ukraine goes, obviously, I would think everybody just needs to keep an eye on the, Prokrofsk area and, and obviously Travis Yar. But the way things are, you never know, something might pop off somewhere else. But I think that's the hot spots to watch. And obviously Israel is in Gaza and all that, and the protests. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I don't really have anything else to say. Like, subscribe, and share. I always love seeing the guys here and the new faces. And if you're out there, come on the open mic so you can hang out in the back with all of us and talk about all kinds of cool shit. But y'all have a good week. Take it easy.
Thank you, Vaughn. First have no chance to talk. Like, he came in at a bad time where everybody just talking over him.
That's all right. I think that the what happened with the discussion right there is a prime example, like in the microcosm of why Gaza gets so much airtime, which is like people talk about Ukraine, there's a super chat here or there, and then people just go off about Gaza and super chats start flooding in, right? Like, there's a lot of money, there's a lot of tension, and it just gets attention. Even though, like, you can do the numbers, you can say whatever you want about like whether Gaza is more important than Yemen or whatnot. But the reality is there's a lot of money in the Gaza conflict, and there's not a lot of money in the Yemen conflict. And that's why one gets airtime and the other doesn't.
I can corroborate that. I can see it in my YouTube. When I talk about Sudan, nobody watch. Talk about Israel, Palestine, nobody watch. It's a waste of my time to even cover it. Yeah, so you are right. 100% right. It's because it takes resources to cover the stuff. You see, then after I mapped all the Israel and Palestine mapping, then nobody watched. It's like, freaking hell, I wasted 3-4 hours. So yeah, true. Craig.
Well, I think your strength, Wyatt, has been in covering the tacticals, and there's a lot of tactical stuff to talk about in Ukraine, Russia. It's pretty hard to characterize these other conflicts in, shall we say, conventional tactical terms. So maybe it's just the type of analysis isn't really the same. I think if you did a video like the one you did near the beginning of the conflict, where you talked about the strategic balance issues in Ukraine, Russia, if you talked about the Chinese or the Myanmar or Sudan situations in that light, it might get more attention. But obviously, it is true that Israel is a highly connected country. There's actually a whole book on the political economy of Israel and how connected it is to the rest of the world, technologically, culturally, and otherwise. And it just frankly is at the very physical center of the Eastern Hemisphere, right? Linking Africa to Asia to Europe culturally and physically. It's sitting there at the crossroads of the Arab/Muslim world, cutting it off. So, I mean, yeah, it's strategic as hell, and it was placed there to be strategic as hell. In the words of the Black and Tans, quote, a loyal Jewish Ulster in Palestine, which was what they said they were going to do when they were transferred from Belfast to Jerusalem. So nothing has changed in that 106 years. They're still holding on to the Anglo-American Empire from that crux, and to many ways it's pivotal to the Anglo-American Empire. So it's not like these other conflicts happening in places that have historically only been resource-grabbing hinterlands, or places that people completely ignore, like Sudan. So I don't think it's true that people intend to ignore Sudan or Congo or Yemen. In fact, I saw a lot of activism on Yemen, and Yemen can't wait, and attention to that war, and it was eventually fairly successful at stopping it. Now, of course, the U.S. wants to go restart it because they want to keep the genocide going, and the Houthis want to stop it. So that'll get attention again, and this time the Houthis are part of the H groups. When I list the H groups in the Israel-Palestine conflict, I don't stop at the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. Not only are there other Palestine national groups like the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, but there's also the PFLP, a communist group, and there are Christian groups. And the Palestinian Christians are both the most indigenous people in the region with the Samaritans, and they are also always involved in the resistance from the beginning. Islam has kind of become, in a way, a form of anti-colonial organizing in the Mideast. It's the only one that worked when Pan-Africanism or Pan-Arabism and communism both failed. And so, Islamism is just a way of making sure you don't get infiltrated by the CIA. I don't think it would persist in the region that long if it were free of colonialism myself. So I don't think people mean in general to ignore these conflicts. They just don't have anything like the level of information or analysis of them that they have for Gaza, Palestine. I mean, you have like deep depth of people like Noam Chomsky or Norman Finkelstein who have just volumes of deep knowledge about that conflict. You have Israeli scholars, Avi Shaim, Ilan Pape. Everything's documented, including the colonial intentions of the early Zionists. We don't have anything like that level of documentation for the Sudan or the Congo or the Yemen conflicts at all. So you can find out with strong certainty what actually happened in the history of Israel for 75 years. But much of the history of these African conflicts or Myanmar is very, very hidden from us. And I think that should change. It would be good if we could get some of the people, the few people who do cover these conflicts, onto this open mic to give them a little more publicity and to make us more informed, maybe agree to stick to one topic for 2 hours to make it worth their time. Because then we'd be doing something positive. I don't think we should be sitting here saying people don't this and nobody that. Like, these are meaningless sentences from the first word. Just don't talk like that. There are people paying attention to Yemen. It's not nobody. The people doing it are not nobodies. They're important and they need attention. So I think if we're concerned with the fact that we have a lot of garbage out there on YouTube, maybe we should start bringing in the people doing poor analysis as well and see if they can handle an hour's worth of grilling from knowledgeable people on the topic. This panel has become quite adept at dismantling the NAFO types. We could do it for the denialists of other conflicts as well. It would be probably a contribution. Anyway, I said what I think was my big point, which is people being killed by AI and robots is the basis of unity of all sane movements at this point. It's the one thing these have in common. It's high-tech powers doing this stuff to lower-tech people, be they conscripts of the wrong ethnicity or just civilians who are in the way of somebody's political project. I'm going to stick to that theme probably a lot when I'm talking here. Maybe every time I'm going to make a point of mentioning it. But where we're at with this mess at the end of what is almost 7 hours is, Mike F is right. We're ignoring critical conflicts, and everybody thinks theirs is the most important. In a way, I'm almost sorry we got onto Israel-Palestine because it's a clean Ukraine thing, but we have to, right? You can't ignore things like that going on geopolitically. So, thanks to Mike for putting the mic in open mic, and thanks to Archimedes for not letting us ignore the single most central conflict going on in the world. And, thank all you guys for staying calm through being harangued. Because patience and listening, including to people with lousy mics and difficult accents, is what's going to create world peace. So keep it up. That's all I can say. And thanks to all you people in the super chats, including those who pay money to, specifically to insult me. I'll try to earn those.
You need to say more outrageous things. Those usually attracts a lot of super chat.
I think I went pretty far in this one. I will point out one last thing. Mike is absolutely certain we're going to see nuclear weapons used in conflict. Like, I characterized that earlier tonight as a single-digit probability scenario, but many people in the world think it's a double-digit probability scenario. And there are others who are, like him, certain that it's going to happen. So we should take that into account when we talk about these things. These are no longer extreme scenarios. They're thinkable things. And we should all be a little more aware of what we can do to, calm people down or put them in a peacemaking mood or make them feel heard. Someday one of them could have their finger on the button. Peace out.
Thank you, Craig. So yeah, but I agree. No, I do try to cover the all these money losing topics. It's just that sometimes I cannot spend too much time on them. So and some of them is totally pointless to cover, like Israel and Palestine. No one listens. Like everybody, you just look at the comments. No one cares. They just want their propaganda points acknowledged. And then I don't acknowledge both sides, so both sides hate me. So that's very, very sad. Yeah. So anyway, coping.
Thank you. It was a nice open mic. One of the ones where we had managed to stay very consistent. But it's kind of harping a little bit back to trying to get more people on, different people on, those people in the chats, for example, and just sharing for more people to see. And just to give a concrete example, like not to counter anything that Craig was saying, but he mentioned like the Arab Islamist something being kind of the anti-colonial force, and that can be argued as true depending on which vantage point you're looking at, because political Islam has from its very outset been a colonial force. And many would argue that they currently now are, a colonial force in Europe in particular. From their vantage point, being the indigenous being displaced, they could easily leverage that argument as well. The point is that, if you want to kind of get across those, because it's very easy to get in those bubbles, those narratives, and then have kind of, the longer you're in it, it gets even more and more rigid. And so that's where you can have more stubborn opinions that are beating up against each other. But there's also this thing about learning to agree to disagree. And this is one of the things that I believe is the reasons we have become somewhat better at, like listening to each other and like Craig, you're right. Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's actually commendable that, the Archimedes initiative on trying to get somewhat of a preordained topics beforehand and starting with Ukraine and those kinds of things, it seems to be a good one, because Ukraine you can always fall back to if you start getting too much black holes, you can throw in the shovels, right? And we also kind of have got to know each other enough to know where, like there's no point arguing. We're just going to go back and forth, or we're going to get caught up in definition, and it's ultimately subjective. And it's fine. It's like kind of the whole. We get to say our thing. We get to get our own consciousness expanded and nuanced and challenged, and also the people in the audience, they get to see that carry out. And while many may have like the sports mentality of rooting because that's generally what they do, those who pay enough attention to geopolitics will notice that the countries and entities and stuff like that, they don't really have friends. They only have mutual interests. And, they're going to be using all kind of tricks to get people to be corralled. But, how do people get switched on the dime? So it's, do like and subscribe with the notification bell on so you can get whatever. And, thank you all for watching. DPA Open Mic.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much to all the super chats. I mean, I think that the future of open mic funding has got to be through super chats. That's just my opinion. I'm going to say this again. You already know my idea, but we should, or it's not my idea. It was someone else's. I think Sluffs who said that we should have a voice to text or rather text to voice super chat option. I think that'd be amazing if people could go and send $20 to have a AI voice say what they wanted to say in the middle of open mic. It would cause some interruptions, but if it was expensive enough, it might be worth it. People wouldn't use it for bullshit. They'd say useful, necessary things, maybe. So maybe something to think about, Wyatt. But I wanted to say, I think the biggest problem not the biggest problem, but I think a big problem is that people think emotionally about geopolitics and history and genocides and wars and murders. They don't think strategically. And I think that a big problem with America's Zionist program is that we think strategically. We think emotionally about it. And the people that are on the side of the Zionists are thinking emotionally about the fact that the Israelis are oppressed for all of these historical reasons, and so we need to always support them. And people on the other side are also thinking emotionally, and they can't come to really tenable understandings of the system, right? Because, when you have, like Coping, you said it very well, right? That is political Islam is a anti-colonial force, and yet it's also a colonial force, right? So if we are to achieve world peace, if we are to agree to disagree, then we need to think strategically about the world system, right? When you have an emotional argument about right and wrong, you can't, and nobody else can disagree with you without being immoral or evil, right? You have to then, if you have a sort of a moral, virtuous framework of how you look at the world, you have to apply that to the entirety of reality, to every human being. And so I think it creates globalism, right? And I think it's destructive. But if you think strategically, if you are basing your analysis off of competing interests and mutual recognition of power balances and imbalances, I mean, then disagreement is a feature of the system. Okay, of course we are going to disagree, and we are going to have to agree to disagree because we both understand the difference of opinion, and we both understand the power balance. And if one of us is more powerful than the other, well, I'm sorry, man, it's a dog-eat-dog world, and I think that would actually be a more peaceful world. That would be, I think we're heading towards a world similar to the Europe of the 1800s, right? This idea of the Congress of Vienna, of a power balance. And a concert of nations, right? But a concert of civilizations instead, And we're not going to just have one global order, and we're not just going to have a bunch of atomized individuals all around that are just citizens of this or that economic zone or this or that continent. I think we're going to have civilizational blocks that have to agree to disagree, and there's going to be a lot of tension between them, and it's going to be multifarious. It's not going to be one story of the oppressive West versus the liberating third world. It's not going to be about the Israelis versus the Palestinians, right? Because in another context, those Muslims could be oppressors too, and they might be oppressed in one context, right? So it's going to be a complicated world, and the important thing is that we can talk about it with people from all around the world, and that's what I think DPA is pretty fantastic about, the fact that everybody can come on and talk. It's really a blessing. And ultimately, the thing that makes this so much better, that makes YouTube almost a revolution in the media, I think, is that we are humans. I'm just a person. I'm not that special. Neither is anybody here. Neither is Wyatt. Wyatt is not CNN or something. He's not an organization. He's not some kind of bureaucratic, technocratic, focus grouped giant media corporation. He's just a guy. And if you trust that motherfucker, then you trust what he says. And if you don't, then you don't. And ultimately, that's a human connection. And it's refreshing to see that in our media. And I think it's on the road to big things. We almost broke 300 live viewers this week. Let's try and do it next week. I think it's on the up and up. It's a great thing. So take care, everybody, and thanks for the super chats.
Thank you, Archimedes. Thank you, Coping. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Coping.
There's a super chat coming in. I just was meant to answer that to Archimedes, just to kind of nail in. Like you said, the Arabs could be the oppressors. Well, it was actually the West who compelled the Arabs to abolish slavery. So you can take it always, all the time. So you just, here, welcome to DPA. Okay, Wyatt, I'll let you go. Thank you very much, Wyatt. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Coping. Bye-bye. So now my turn to do closing. So Archimedes was talking about, the having the super chats to be read out automatically or by the AI voice or something. The problem is not I don't want to do it. The problem is technically I can't do it at this moment because it's just not doable because I'm using StreamYard. So I'm not using like Twitch or Twitch, or they can have some certain plugins that they can read all these super chats and stuff. Or through OBS or something. This StreamYard is a totally web-based software which I can't do it. So yeah, so not that I don't want to do it. So yeah, I don't know how to resolve that just yet. And there's a super chat. Coping said the West forced Islam countries to abolish slavery. Yeah, he repeated himself. So thank you everyone for the super chats. We have a lot of super chats today. It didn't have that much in the beginning, then it just got a lot more. We've got ASCII, we got NGS, we got Voz, Archimedes, and then Archimedes sent quite a number of them. And then Voz, then Green Go, then NGS, then Coping, NGS, Coping, Iranian Putin, Coping, Iranian Putin, Benedict, and then Iranian Putin, Dodger, NGS, Iranian Putin, Voz, Iranian Putin, Learning to Micro, Iranian Putin, 21, Utis, Archimedes, where am I? Shit. Plumber Pit, Iranian Putin, ASCII, Iranian Putin, ASCII, Iranian Putin, hoping. Yeah, so a lot of super chats today. So thank you for helping to fund the DPA Open Mic. So is highly appreciated. And so just now Archimedes also mentioned about we actually matched our high. I think he said he saw 300. I think the numbers that I saw was like 295, which matched the previous high, the previous highest we ever had. So, but we did lose a lot of viewers. We lost like 30 over plus viewers when Mike is fighting with Prata. But but this open mic, this is just what it is. And yes, so. As usual, I always try to do it on Saturday if I can, but usually Saturday I'm very burnt out because I usually work very hard over the weekdays and I always didn't sleep properly, and then by Saturday I'm like want to die already. So, and sometimes things happen on Saturday. So, anyway, yeah. So hopefully we'll continue to grow. Yeah. That's about it. Not sure what else. Do share because the channel can grow the best usually is through word of mouth because this is just so geeky, right? We spend 5-6 hours talking about boring stuff. Okay, anyway, thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next update. I'm gonna press the button. Where's the button? Okay, bye guys.
From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, diverse yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, invading the future unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, diverse yet alive. In the the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand, first, yet alive. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed, debating the future unconfined. So let us gather from far and near to share, to challenge, to hear,